10 years. I spent my entire youth bringing her meals, carrying her school bag, guarding her side like a loyal dog. Not even a single word of thanks came of it. When my deskmate pointed at her nose and demanded I treat her to a hot pot meal as an apology, I finally laughed. She thought I would still grovel like before. Sorry, I won't bother you anymore. I looked at her. This was the proudest farewell phrase I'd earned through 10 humiliating years. At that moment, her slightly trembling hands betrayed her. She finally understood what loss truly meant. My name is Jiang Xingyun, once known as the ultimate simp at Hangcheng No. 1 High School. My entire life revolved around Li Jing, until the day I knelt outside her dorm like a dog, becoming everyone's laughingstock. Yet she couldn't even spare a moment to see me. 2 decades of devotion finally dissolved into a sigh under the scorching sun. I tossed the roses in my hand into the trash and walked away, leaving behind what others saw as the pathetic figure of a dog. That night, I drowned my sorrows in alcohol, swearing that if given another chance, I'd study hard, make money, and never simp again. In a haze of a hangover, I awoke to find myself lying on a sickbed in the school infirmary, and 4 drip attached to my left hand. The head teacher, Lao Yi, was speaking kindly to the principal, while I, after enduring a slap, actually felt genuine pain. This isn't a dream, I've been reborn. Memories from my past life flood my mind. Today, I was supposed to lose my college entrance exam eligibility because I got caught confessing my feelings and ended up punching the dean. Li Jing never showed up, not even a word of concern. This is my lifelong regret. Now, I'm going to achieve those 3 goals: study hard, earn money diligently, don't be a simp. Facing the homeroom teacher, I was no longer that love-struck teenager. To avoid calling my parents and dredging up past issues, I decisively raised my hand and vowed, top 10 in the class for this monthly exam, in exchange for the teacher forgiving me once. The old monitor left with suspicion and worry, granting me an afternoon's leave. It was only then that I realized, at Hangcheng No. 1 High School, climbing from the bottom of the class to the top 10 was as improbable as a fool's dream. If only I had a system. The words had barely left my mouth when a ding-dong sounded. My heart leaped with hope, only to discover the ding-dong was the doorbell of the infirmary. The one who pushed the door open was my deskmate and the company's veteran, Lianjia. He sneakily poked his head in, making sure our homeroom teacher had left. He earnestly tried to persuade me to give up on confessing my feelings. Lao Jiang, if you ask me, if the confession isn't working out, just drop it. How many times has it been now? She won't even see you. All right, I replied. Lianjia was utterly shocked, and I burst into laughter, patting his shoulder, only to accidentally tug the 4 tube in my left hand. The sharp pain made me gasp. I told him about the bet with the head teacher, and Lianjia gave me a thumbs up. You're a true warrior, but I'll help you. The crisp school bell rang, and Lianjia dashed off like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, shouting as he ran. Wait for me tonight, bro. I'll take you out to celebrate. Congrats on leaving the simp life behind. At night, I feasted with my dorm mates Meng Kai, Han Ting, and Lianjia at a street food stall. The era of 50-cent lamb skewers brings back nostalgia. Come, cheers, to celebrate Lao Jiang breaking free from being a simp. Old Jiang, are you really giving up the chase? % dorm leader Meng Kai still doesn't believe I can let go of Li Jing. Don't worry, boss, I won't chase this time. My clear-eyed gaze and smile finally won him over a little. Finally, I carried my 3 completely drunk roommates back to the dorm. I sat alone in the grove, gazing at the moon. In my past life, I adored Li Jing for a full decade. For 10 years, day in and day out, I brought her meals, walked her home, and ran errands for her all over Hangzhou. But she never responded to me, not even a single thank you. 10 years, it's time to let go. I sighed heavily and collapsed onto the grassy lawn, unconsciously singing I 10 years/I, my favorite song from my past life. During morning reading class, the students were unusually excited. Jiang Xingyun got caught confessing his feelings by the discipline officer. Rumor has it the arrest was even harsher, made without even seeing the person's face. The murmurs in the crowd all subtly drifted toward Li Jing, seated in the front row. She kept her head down to study, but her slightly trembling hands and occasional glances toward the doorway betrayed the turmoil within. Meng Kai turned his head and asked Han Ting, "What's up with Lao San? Didn't he come to the classroom?" "Don't worry, Lao San didn't drink too much yesterday, he probably just went to the bathroom." Han Ting lay sprawled across the desk, listlessly glancing towards the door. Well, isn't that them arriving? Chapter 3, I won't bother you anymore. Phew. Finally made it. Jiang Xingyun stood at the classroom door, panting heavily. He never imagined he'd actually slept on the lawn all night. When he woke up, his phone showed it was already 6:20. With no time to return to the dorm to wash up, he roughly ran his fingers through his hair and hurried toward the academic building. At least he made it. Jiang Xingyun stood at the doorway, took a deep breath to suppress the discomfort from his sprint, and stepped inside. Look at him, that mess says he's in rough shape. You bet. What did you expect? We used to see each other face to face, but now we can't even meet. Wouldn't you be depressed too? Ah, true. To the uninformed onlookers, Jiang Xingyun's disheveled hair and the faint circles of exhaustion under his eyes gave him an air of utter despondency. Should I go comfort him? After all, it's because of me he ended up like this. A flicker of concern crossed Li Jing's eyes as she lowered her voice to ask her deskmate. Comfort him? Honestly, you're just too kind-hearted. Comforting him would only give him false hope. Besides, if anyone should be comforting anyone, it should be him comforting you. If it weren't for him, would you have been called out by the teacher yesterday? I'm telling you, unless he brings a proper apology this time, I definitely don't recommend forgiving him. The moment Li Jing spotted Jiang Xingyun, he too noticed the girl studying at her desk. Even the school's blue and white uniform couldn't mask her aura. She only needed to stand there for everyone to know who the center of attention was. In his previous life, even after dropping out, he never received a shred of concern from Li Jing, not even a single text message. To her, he was probably just another dispensable person who had vanished. Had they not ended up working at the same company later, she likely wouldn't have acknowledged him again. After groveling at her feet for a lifetime in his past life, it was time to let go. To disturb her now would be discourteous. With that resolve, Jiang Xingyun felt an overwhelming clarity wash over him. The weight of his depression seemed to vanish into thin air in that instant. Hey! Jiang Xingyun! Just as he passed by Li Jing's desk, her deskmate called out to him. Our Li Jing got scolded by the teacher yesterday because of you. Aren't you going to apologize? Just so you know, we won't accept an apology without sincerity. Since you're broke too, no need to overdo it, just treat us to a hot pot meal. Li Jing heard this and quietly nudged her deskmate's arm, but didn't speak up to stop her from continuing. Others might not have noticed, but Jiang Xingyun certainly spotted her subtle gesture. Sure enough, when you lick up to someone too much, even others start treating you like a dog to be commanded, not a human being. Even the owner of this sycophant seemed to think such humiliating words were perfectly normal. Jiang Xingyun gave a self-deprecating smile and glanced at them. I'm sorry. The moment the words left his lips, everyone wore expressions that said, well, that's just how it is. Exactly how could a bootlicker ever stop licking? Even his roommates covered their heads upon hearing it. So you've been stringing us along all this time? I won't bother you anymore. Without so much as a glance at the two girls, Jiang Xingyun walked straight past their seats toward the back row. This time, not only did everyone else freeze in shock, but even Li Jing and her deskmate hadn't expected Jiang Xingyun to actually reject them. Watching Jiang Xingyun's retreating figure, Li Jing felt her heart skip a beat, as if something precious was slipping away from her grasp. Li Jing lifted her head, about to call out to Jiang Xingyun, but her deskmate grabbed her arm. What are you doing? He's just playing hard to get. Don't fall for it. I know these little boys all too well. Li Jing turned to watch Jiang Xingyun's retreating figure, feeling something wasn't quite right with what her classmate had said. Ignoring the murmurs behind him, he walked straight to his seat and sat down. Lian Jie gave him a quiet thumbs up. You nearly scared the life out of me just now. For a moment there, I thought you were going to rekindle an old flame. What old flame? Do you really think I'm that weak-minded? Jiang Xingyun shot Lian Jie a disapproving look before slowly opening the book in his hands. Alright then, we still have that bet with old Ban to settle. Ding dong. As the bell signaling the end of class rang out, Lian Jie grabbed Jiang Xingyun, who was engrossed in his studies, and dragged him toward the exit. Bro, you've been studying all day. You deserve a break. I know this place outside campus with amazing food. Today's on me, let's grab a big meal. Seeing Lian Jie's excited expression, Jiang Xingyun shook his head. Eating out is such a waste. Let's just grab some groceries and have dinner at my place tonight. Without a moment's hesitation, Lian Jie agreed immediately. Alright, no problem. The two bought some groceries at the entrance of a small alleyway, hung the bags on their bicycle handlebars, and rode deeper into the alley. Emerging from the alley, an old 3-story building came into view. Both families lived in this building. Since childhood, the two had always walked to and from school together. Over time, their families had grown as close as one. During holidays, their parents would joke, it's a shame they're both boys. If they were a boy and a girl, they'd make a perfect match someday. Clickety-clack. Yuner, why didn't you say you were coming back? Hearing the commotion outside, his mother poked her head out from the kitchen. Look at this, I didn't even get to cook dinner for you. John's mother emerged from the kitchen, instinctively reaching to take Jiang Xingyun's backpack. But halfway there, as if remembering something, she withdrew her hand, wiped it twice on her apron, and only then dared to reach out again. Anjie's here too. Come sit down, come sit down. Auntie, it's fine. Xingyun said he'd cook for me himself today. You should just relax. Lian Jie smiled and waved his hand, setting his backpack in the corner by the doorway. Mom, you just relax. I'll make dinner for you. Seeing the large and small bags of ingredients the two were carrying, Zhang's mother's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Alright, once I finish this soup, I'll let you two show off your skills. Though this body had never cooked such complex dishes before, merely preparing breakfast for Li Jing a few times. But his mind held the memories of what came next: chopping vegetables, heating oil, stir-frying. Though they said they'd cook together, it was really just Jiang Xingyun working in the kitchen. Beyond washing the vegetables at the start, Lian Jie spent the entire time watching Jiang Xingyun showcase his culinary skills. Was this kid a natural? Could he really teach himself to cook? Yet somehow, the dishes he stir-fried looked so incredibly appetizing. As dish after dish emerged from the kitchen, Jiang Xingyun finally noticed the living room had filled with people. Not only his own parents, but Li Anjie's parents had arrived as well. Both sets of parents wore expressions of warm satisfaction, seemingly unconcerned with the quality of the food itself. Alright, this is the last dish. Jiang Xingyun took off his apron, washed his hands, and carried out the final dish. I won't stand on ceremony then. Seeing everyone seated, Li Anjie couldn't wait any longer and immediately picked up his chopsticks. Delicious, absolutely delicious. Chapter 4, Bro, licking dogs never end well. I never knew your son Xingyun was such a skilled cook. The entire table of dishes was devoured by the two families, leaving not a crumb behind. Li Anjie, in particular, rubbed his belly as he slumped back in his chair, smacking his lips as if still savoring the flavors. Oh, it's nothing special, just average. Though Jiang's mother said this, the delight in her eyes was impossible to hide. Knowing Jiang Xingyun's personality, he wasn't just reluctant to cook for them, he was usually quiet and reserved during meals, barely saying a word throughout the entire meal. But now, watching Jiang Xingyun tidy up the dishes and wash the bowls in the kitchen, a wave of warmth suddenly washed over Jiang's mother. What's gotten into our son today? I don't know. Maybe he's just grown up. High school life was painful, yet it was also the most nostalgic. Especially for seniors in China. That year offered scarcely any days of rest. Whether aiming for the National College Entrance Exam or the Arts Entrance Exam, everyone poured their utmost effort into that one chance to rise above the rest. Old Jiang, your foundation is too weak. This isn't something you can catch up on overnight. You need to rest properly too. Li Anjie noticed that since Jiang Xingyun was caught confessing his feelings, he seemed like a different person. The next day, after he insisted on getting his long hair trimmed into a sharp, shortcut, Jiang no longer hung his head in self-doubt. Instead, he radiated sunshine and cheer, his whole being glowing with newfound confidence. His studies were the same. Before, he'd doze off at the mere sight of a book, but now, Li Anjie watched Jiang Xingyun, completely engrossed in his books, so absorbed he didn't even hear Li Anjie calling him. He couldn't help but shiver. Love, truly, is something beyond comprehension. While Jiang Xingyun was lost in the sea of books, someone else was squirming like a fish out of water. Hui, it's been 3 days now. He still hasn't responded to me. Did I go too far? Li Jing's gaze slowly settled on the figure in the back row. Relax. He's just playing hard to get to catch your attention. He's pretending to study, projecting an image of being serious and responsible. He's creating a contrast to win you back. I've seen this trick before. You can't let it throw you off your game now. Listening to Miao Hui's analysis, Li Jing nodded. It did seem plausible some guys had indeed used similar tactics to pursue her before. Besides, with his grades at the bottom of the class, even if he got the book, could he even understand it? Miao Hui let out a cold laugh, shooting a disdainful glance at Jiang Xingyun in the back row. Li Jing's brows furrowed slightly. She gave Miao Hui a faint glance but said nothing more. She buried her head, wanting to lose herself in the pages of her book. She recognized every single character on the page, yet when they were put together, she found them impossible to comprehend. What was happening? Why couldn't she comprehend the words on the page? Li Jing's mind was in turmoil. Her eyes kept darting toward the back row, but alas, the boy who had been staring at her throughout the class was no longer there. Ha! The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Jiang Xingyun slowly lifted his head from his books and stretched lazily. For the first time, he felt learning could be this effortless. With the superhuman memory granted by his rebirth, he had memorized the entire textbook after just one read. Even the most obscure details were etched into his mind. But for humanities subjects, merely memorizing facts was far from sufficient. I'll still need fourth brother to walk me through the past exam papers. Glancing at Li Anjie, who had fallen asleep beside him, he couldn't help but shake his head. His best friend was a solid student, but he was just too lazy and loved to play too much. He'd have to find a chance to secretly punish him. Just as he was pondering how to punish his friend, Jiang Xingyun felt darkness engulf his vision. Before he knew it, a white figure stood before him. That figure was none other than Li Jing. She had watched Jiang Xingyun all morning, and he hadn't once glanced her way. This made Li Jing feel deeply wronged. So what if you didn't show up when I confessed? Is it really worth making things this awkward? After class, as if compelled by some unseen force, she found herself walking over to Jiang Xingyun's desk. Look! I wasn't mistaken, was I? Li Jing actually went to find Jiang Xingyun herself? Is this the underdog's comeback? Even someone as sharp as Li Jing couldn't escape the mastery of Sun Tzu's art of war? Our ancestors' military strategies are truly the most He's mastered the art of feigning disinterest to capture the heart. Everyone watching this scene switched into gossip mode, none noticing the class monitor in the corner grinding his molars to dust. If Jiang Xingyun was the number one suck-up, then his class monitor, Wang Qian, was undoubtedly the number two. But he didn't get the same treatment as the top sycophant. Not only were his gifts rejected, but he couldn't even get a word in edgewise. Watching his goddess actively seek out his rival, how could he not be furious? Jiang Xingyun was unaware of their inner turmoil, nor did he care to be. He slowly lifted his gaze to meet the lovely face before him. What is it? His tone was flat and emotionless, as if he were speaking to an ordinary classmate. Hearing that icy tone, Li Jing felt as if needles were piercing her heart. He hadn't always been like this. Why was he acting this way now? Tears of hurt welled up in her eyes. Maybe if I treat him to a meal and explain things clearly, we could go back to how we were before. That was her thought, but the words that came out of her mouth instead carried a haughty tone. I feel like hot pot for lunch today. You're coming with me. Seeing Li Jing's aggrieved expression and hearing that commanding tone unchanged, Jiang Xingyun couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Li Jing, you don't even know how to speak properly. When will you ever change that condescending tone? Besides, we're just ordinary friends now. There's no need for something as trivial as a meal. What? He actually refused? Was this some kind of profound military strategy? The classmates stared at him in utter shock, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit an egg. Fine, if you don't want to join us, why yell so loudly? Look how you've scared Li Jing. Wang Qian, sitting nearby, watched the scene unfold with wild delight. If you won't seize this golden opportunity, then it's my turn to shine. It's okay. If he won't eat with you, I will. Wang Qian stood up, thinking himself quite dashing, and walked over to Li Jing's side, patting her shoulder. Li Jing deftly dodged his hand and gave a slight nod. Alright, I'll agree to it. Don't you like me? Isn't this playing hard to get? If I'm having dinner with another guy, you should at least show some reaction, right? Li Jing's gaze fixed intently on Jiang Xingyun, searching his face for any hint of emotion. But she was disappointed. From start to finish, his face remained as still as a deep well. The eyes that once brimmed with affection now held nothing but cold indifference. Her heart felt like it had been wrenched by something. Fine. Which hot pot place do you want to try? We can go after school, okay? I know a really delicious one, I'll take you there. Wang Qian's voice rang out at the worst possible moment, landing in Li Jing's ears and filling her with nothing but irritation. You're so noisy. I don't want to eat with you anymore. Go eat by yourself. Li Jing suddenly whipped her head around and snapped at Wang Qian, then turned back to her seat and buried her face in her books. Wang Qian was stunned by this sudden outburst. Wait, wasn't she just fine about going to eat? What happened now? Seeing Wang Qian staring blankly ahead, Jiang Xingyun chuckled softly, stood up, and patted his shoulder. Bro, take my advice, being a suck-up never ends well. Chapter 5. Did I say something too harsh? Jiang Xingyun, someone's looking for you. Having just finished consoling another heartbroken sucker, Jiang Xingyun hadn't even had time to take care of his own business before being called out by a classmate sitting by the door. Seriously, I haven't even hit the bathroom yet. Jiang Xingyun shook his head and resignedly headed out of the classroom. The area outside the classroom was bustling with people. Jiang Xingyun scanned the crowd but didn't recognize a single face. Instead, a girl with neatly trimmed short hair, standing as tall as most boys, caught his eye. Unlike Li Jing's gentle and charming demeanor, she radiated a spirited and energetic aura. If she were in ancient times, she might well be another Hua Mulan. For a moment, Jiang Xingyun found himself staring at her in fascination. Didn't your teacher tell you that staring at a girl is extremely rude? Unexpectedly, the spirited girl broke the awkward silence first. Sorry. You're just really striking. Faced with her question, Jiang Xingyun blurted out his inner thoughts without thinking. This stunned the crowd gathered at the doorway. Jiang Xingyun's in for a beating this time, huh? Exactly. Who talks that bluntly? That's practically a suicide mission. To everyone's surprise, the spirited girl didn't seem upset at all. Instead, she burst into laughter, slapping Jiang Xingyun on the shoulder. Who knew you were such an interesting guy? Free for lunch sometime? The crowd at the entrance was even more astonished. No way. That actually worked? Got it, I'm going to try this on my crush right now. From this day forward, I declare Brother Jiang the ultimate romantic hero in my eyes. Before Jiang Xingyun could respond, Xia Anqi continued. Don't get the wrong idea, I just need to talk to you about something. Alright then. How about the cafeteria? Lianjie had just reached the doorway when he overheard Jiang saying he was taking a girl to the cafeteria. He slapped his forehead in disbelief, nearly short-circuiting his brain. Bro, she asked you out to eat, and you're going to the cafeteria? Without hesitation, he rushed out and stood beside Jiang Xingyun. Before he could speak, Xia Anqi's words froze him in place. She gave a light chuckle, nodded, and continued. I think the cafeteria is actually pretty suitable. Alright then, I'll come find you after your class ends at noon. With that, she waved her hand and turned, leaving Jiang Xingyun's classroom door in a flurry. Ha? Fourth brother? When did you come out? It's nothing. Don't mind me. Go ahead. Jiang Xingyun saw the awkward expression on his face and chuckled. You didn't come out here to teach me how to flirt with girls, did you? Flirting? That's a good term, make sure you remember it. You never know when it might come in handy. Even after he left, the group of guys still lingered at the classroom door. What if the legendary Jiang shared a few tricks? That could mean lifelong happiness for them. Even if they didn't need it now, there was always college life ahead. And no, I just gotta pee. Yeah, gotta pee. Caught red-handed by Jiang Xingyun, Li Anjie's face turned as red as a monkey's butt. He shoved Jiang aside and bolted toward the restroom. Hey, you're in such a hurry? I was going to share some experience with you. Catching a flickering shadow at the doorway out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Xingyun feigned regret, shook his head, sighed, and returned to the classroom. He watched a group by the door wiping tables, chatting, and some heading out toward him. Their amateurish acting nearly made Jiang Xingyun burst out laughing, but he clamped his hand hard on his thigh, warning himself silently. Don't laugh. Don't you dare laugh. Jiang Xingyun. You must have paid this actor a fortune. To get our Li Jing's attention, you'll stop at nothing. Niao Hui's voice rang out at just the right moment. Combined with her plump figure, it was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Xingyun finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Hey, square lady, aren't you guys getting a little too full of yourselves? Who are you calling square-shaped lady? At those words, Niao Hui sprang up from her seat like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, fuming. It's spot on. 150 centimeters tall, 150 kilograms weight. If that's not a square lady, what is? Jiang Xingyun gave her a thorough once-over, his lips curling into an uncontrollable smile. Ah, got it. Square lady, that's downright cutting. I've always hated Niao Hui's attitude. If it weren't for that so-called best friend, what guy would give her the time of day? So satisfying. Someone really needed to knock her off her high horse. Hearing this, everyone wore expressions of pure satisfaction. Relying on her status as Li Jing's best friend, Niao Hui had always hurled insults at Li Jing's admirers, Jiang Xingyun among them. To make matters worse, Li Jing took her advice without question. These boys were utterly helpless against her, forced to buy her gifts to appease her after being berated, their pent-up resentment with nowhere to vent. Now that Jiang Xingyun had stepped up to confront her, it felt like he'd taken a huge load off the collective chest of all the guys. Jiang Xingyun, that's a bit harsh. You need to apologize to her. Li Jing, who had remained silent, suddenly lifted her head from her book, fixed her gaze on him, and spoke slowly. Her usual haughty demeanor remained, her tone still commanding. Harsh? Jiang Xingyun's smile vanished, his brows furrowing into a deep frown. He never imagined Li Jing would speak up for Niao Hui, let alone demand an apology from him. The old saying was spot on, birds of a feather flock together. Beside every haughty princess, there was bound to be a seasoned villain. How could he possibly swallow his pride? I'm not pursuing you anymore, so what's there to be afraid of saying? When she insults your admirers daily, why don't you call her out for her harsh words? When she spews filth daily, practically cursing every relative of those boys, why didn't you call her out for her harsh words? I just called her a square-shaped lady, and you say my words are harsh? Why didn't you strike back when she was giving others nicknames? If I have to apologize for this one remark, then shouldn't she be apologizing with her life? Jiang Xingyun unleashed a barrage of firepower, firing off 4 rapid-fire questions at Li Jing. Each sentence landed like a slap across Niao Hui and Li Jing's faces. Niao Hui's face flushed red, then drained pale, whether from anger or shame, no one could tell. Li Jing's haughty expression vanished completely, replaced by an even more heartbroken look than before. All she wanted was for him to apologize, yet he treated her so harshly. Her pent-up frustration erupted, and she burst into tears. Seeing Li Jing weeping, Jiang Xingyun's imposing aura plummeted to its lowest ebb. He felt the urge to comfort her, but upon second thought, decided against it. Since he'd resolved to let go, he shouldn't entangle himself with her any further. He turned away without another word, leaving Li Jing behind. Only Niao Hui remained, desperately trying to comfort the heartbroken girl. Chapter 6. Do you even know what you're saying? After this little incident, Jiang Xingyun, already dubbed the Love Guru, earned himself another title, the War God. Jiang Xingyun expressed no particular feelings about it. She must be utterly disappointed in me now. Jiang Xingyun gave a self-deprecating smile. To say she had let go was easier said than done. She had merely tucked her feelings away in some corner of her heart, refusing to stir them up. Immersive learning made time seem to fly by. Ding dong. The ringing of the bell signaled the end of the morning session. Li Anjie patted his shoulder. Come on, let's grab lunch. No, go ahead without me. I'm waiting for someone. Jiang Xingyun shook his head. Since he'd already made plans with someone, there was no reason to stand them up. Li Anjie instinctively glanced toward Li Jing's seat. Seeing it empty, he suddenly realized the person Jiang Xingyun was waiting for wasn't Li Jing at all. You bastard! Li Anjie feigned a fierce expression, glared at him, then turned and walked out of the classroom. Go for it! You can do this! Meng Kai, the dorm leader, chimed in to join the fun. This whole situation left Jiang Xingyun feeling both amused and exasperated. I don't even know why she's looking for me. What are you guys cheering for? Sorry to keep you waiting. Shall we go? Xia Anqi poked her head out from the classroom doorway. Meng Kai quietly gave him a thumbs up and made a go-for-it gesture, as if to say, go for it, I believe in you. Jiang Xingyun shot him a glare before turning and walking out of the classroom with Xia Anqi. Unlike Li Jing, Xiaanqi was exceptionally lively, pulling Jiang Xingyun along and asking him all sorts of questions. Only then did Jiang Xingyun realize that during those 10 years of singing, he'd actually had an audience in the woods. I was planning to practice guitar that day, but then I heard you singing softly over there. Xiaanqi shared the story while eating, facing Jiang Xingyun across the table. I quietly crept closer, standing just 2 or 3 meters behind you, listening to your singing. I have to say, your compositions and lyrics are top-notch. It's just a shame your singing skills drag down the quality. Seeing the look of regret on Xiaanqi's face, Jiang Xingyun shook his head helplessly. He knew his own singing ability well at best, it was karaoke level. Not terrible, but certainly nothing to write home about. That's exactly why I went singing alone in the woods late at night to see if I could lure a female ghost and finally get rid of my single status. Jiang Xingyun chuckled, not the least bit annoyed. She was telling the truth, he really couldn't compare to the original singer. Seducing a female ghost? With that voice, you'd probably scare her to tears. Xiaanqi laughed unrestrainedly. Alright, enough teasing. Are you interested in releasing this song? Release it? Xiaanqi nodded, her smile fading into a serious expression. My father runs a small record label. Since he doesn't have any artists of his own, he's always made a living selling other people's records. Lately, the industry's been in a slump and it's been on the decline. Many record companies have already gone out of business. If you're willing to sell this song to us, I'm sure my father would offer you a price you'd find satisfactory. As she spoke, Xiaanqi leaned forward involuntarily, her breath brushing against Jiang Xingyun's face. We're discussing business here. Why get so close? It reeks of desperation. Jiang Xingyun pushed Xiaanqi's face away and pressed her back into her seat. Indeed, the song 10 Years seemed to be released several years later. He could easily exploit this time gap for profit. As for whether he'd get sued for copyright infringement? Well, he could just copy songs from 5 or 6 years in the future, couldn't he? Having been reborn, how could he not seize this opportunity? As for the record company? Jiang Xingyun's gaze fell on Xiaanqi, who was flailing her arms wildly as she vented her frustration. Helping her out wouldn't hurt, it wouldn't affect his own profits. On the contrary, those major record companies were nothing but a pack of wolves that devoured people whole. Fine. I'll agree to it. With that thought, Jiang Xingyun gave his consent. I'll write 9 more songs to complete a full album for you to release. I guarantee these 9 songs will be nearly as good as the ones from 10 years ago. Upon hearing this, Xiaanqi nearly leapt out of her restaurant chair. She grabbed Jiang Xingyun's hand and, overcome with excitement, planted a kiss on his cheek. 10 songs, 1 album, each matching the quality of the past decade. Xiaanqi couldn't even begin to imagine how exceptional this album would be. After the initial excitement, she suddenly realized a problem. Her family didn't seem to have enough money to buy this song. Or, offer herself in exchange? Xiaanqi looked up at Jiang Xingyun. He was actually quite handsome, and at over 180 centimeters tall, his height wasn't too shabby either. Oh my goodness, what was she thinking? Xiaanqi's face flushed bright red. Why are you blushing so much? Do you have a fever? Seeing her flushed face, Jiang Xingyun found himself reaching out to touch her forehead. Surprisingly, she didn't even try to pull away, letting him touch her forehead. This scene, however, was witnessed by Li Jing and manhwa. Without Jiang Xingyun's thoughtful care, Li Jing had to patiently wait in line to get her favorite dishes. But the few dishes she liked weren't even at the same window. To eat a meal, she had to queue up multiple times. By the time she got the last dish, the first one had already gone cold. Holding the meal she'd worked so hard to get that afternoon, she had lost all appetite. Did Jiang Xingyun go through this every day to get her meals? He must have worked even harder, since every dish he brought her was piping hot. Holding her tray, Li Jing's heart swelled with hurt and sadness. She looked up and saw the figure she'd longed for day and night, only to realize the person across from her was no longer her. Well. Just dumped us, Li Jing, and now you found a new love interest? You're such a scumbag. Before Li Jing could react, manhwa charged forward. Fuming, she stormed up to Jiang Xingyun and began berating him without a word, as if she were the one who'd been dumped. Hui, stop it. Let's go. Li Jing hurried forward, grabbing manhwa's arm, but her eyes kept darting towards Xiaanqi. This girl was truly beautiful, not much different in age from herself. That neat, short haircut alone added so many points to her appeal. Go where? Jing, this scumbag couldn't get you, so he immediately moved on to someone else and stopped pursuing you. How can you stand that? I couldn't stand it if it were me. Li Jing's face flushed bright red at the words, burying her head in her clothes like an ostrich. Feeling the teasing glances around her, she tugged fiercely at manhwa's sleeve. Seriously, sis, are you even listening to yourself? I rejected him. Isn't it normal for him to pursue other girls? Chapter 7, could he be the top student? After arranging to meet Xiaanqi on Saturday for a detailed discussion, Jiang Xingyun didn't return to the dormitory. Instead, he plunged straight back into the classroom to resume his studies. Clutching past exam papers, he scribbled furiously. Tomorrow was the day he'd settle the bet with his homeroom teacher. Cramming at the last minute might not make him sharp, but it could still shine. Besides, Hangzhou #1 High School was renowned for its speed. Midterms were held on Monday, and results were out by Thursday. Essentially, teachers graded papers as exams were being taken, though they did have to work overtime after the final exam. Only one afternoon left. Go for it. Study hard. After splashing water on his face at the sink, Jiang Xingyun turned and dove back into the sea of exam questions. Old Jiang, time to head back to the dorm. After an unknown amount of time, Lianjie tapped Jiang Xingyun, who was still studying beside him. While love can fuel determination, his transformation was a bit extreme. From a lazy slacker who hated studying to a straight-A student who skipped even his afternoon nap to keep learning. Well, maybe not a top student, yet his grades hadn't been tested. TSK, TSK, TSK. This love business, best to steer clear of it in the future. Watching Jiang Xingyun remain utterly unmoved even after being called, Lianjie couldn't help but shake his head, sighing at the terrifying power of love. Jiang Xingyun never imagined he'd inadvertently crushed someone's budding romance. Right now, he was completely immersed in a sea of problems. Since his rebirth, studying no longer felt like a struggle. Concepts that once baffled him now clicked instantly, and even the solution approaches to past exam questions flowed effortlessly. Could this be another perk of rebirth? Old Jiang, they're about to lock the dorm doors. The bellow pierced Jiang Xingyun's ears, making his scalp tingle. Couldn't you just speak normally? Why the yelling? Jiang Xingyun rubbed his aching ears and shot his old friend a disgruntled glance. I'm practically hoarse from yelling. You didn't hear me, so I had to shout. Do you think I enjoy this? Lianjie shot him a disapproving look before grabbing his backpack and striding toward the exit. Seriously, how old are you? You still act like a kid. Though he grumbled, his body betrayed him as he picked up his bag and hurried after him. Dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight peeking through. After a night of intense fighting, on this day without morning reading, Jiang Xingyun was, unsurprisingly, late. Damn it, damn it. Faster, faster. What were those brats thinking, not waking their old man up? It had only been a month since his rebirth, and already 2 tardiness incidents had occurred. This was utterly ridiculous, a complete embarrassment to his reborn predecessors. Meng Kai and the others exchanged bewildered glances at the empty seat once more. You didn't wake him? Ha? Didn't you? I thought fourth brother would do it. Before they could reach any conclusion, the old homeroom teacher strode in clutching a stack of test papers, slamming them down on the desk. Ahem, ahem, ahem. The loudest class in the entire building is ours. I can hear you chattering from downstairs. Look at the other classes they know to cram at the last minute. What about you? Ha? The entire classroom fell silent. No one dared look up at the teacher, afraid of being singled out. Just then, a loud bang erupted from the classroom across the hall, followed by the exact same line. But someone below couldn't help but burst out laughing. The teacher's words were truly identical, not a single word or inflection changed. Lianjie stole a glance at the homeroom teacher, only to find the teacher staring right back at him. In that instant their eyes met. Was it eternity, or fate? No, what are you staring at? I'm talking to you. Come up here. Poor Lianjie, thus becoming someone else's scapegoat. All because he happened to glance at you in the crowd. Ding dong. Report. The class bell and a crisp report rang in everyone's ears. Looking up again, the scene seemed identical to yesterday's. Except now, Jiang Xingyun no longer had messy hair, only clothes disheveled from running too fast. Since you're late, you'll take the exam up front. I'll personally supervise you. Everyone looked at Jiang Xingyun with pity. Jiang Xingyun's really hit rock bottom this time. If he'd stayed seated down there, he might have been able to pull something off. Now, he'll probably be stuck firmly in the bottom 5. Who says otherwise? He was already doing poorly. How could he possibly do well with the old teacher watching? The old teacher is so cruel. These 2 deskmates are truly brothers in misfortune. Why do I suddenly feel like laughing? Hearing the murmurs below, the old teacher slammed the test papers on the desk. One more word, and I'll treat you all the same. There's plenty of room up front. The room fell silent at his words. As for Jiang Xingyun, the subject of the commotion, he wore a look of utter indifference. He'd worked hard for a month. It was time to see what he was made of. Cheating? Never in a million years. After receiving the exam, he skimmed through it, answered the questions swiftly, and even finished the essay section. It took him just over an hour to complete everything. Bored out of his mind, he actually fell asleep on the podium in front of everyone. He was too tired. He'd burned the midnight oil last night, and if he'd known the test would be this difficult, he would have gone to bed earlier. Holy crap! A gasp echoed through the silent classroom. The homeroom teacher frowned, lifting his head to find all the students staring at him in astonishment. What was going on? Turning his head in confusion, he saw Jiang Xingyun sprawled across his exam paper, squirming as if the position wasn't comfortable enough. Hey, remember our bet? You're supposed to be taking an exam, yet here you are sleeping. Sneaking a nap only to get beaten up. Fine. Since sleep's out of the question, I'll just ponder which songs to release. The next day, Jiang Xingyun rose early and arrived at the classroom ahead of time to study. No more tardiness. If I'm late again, the old homeroom teacher will probably come after me with a knife. Sitting in class, he kept working through practice problems as classmates trickled in one by one and took their seats. Jiang Xingyun's been working so hard lately. What good is hard work? His grades aren't something he can catch up on in a day or two. If he could, why bother with freshman and sophomore years? He could just cram for a year and go straight to college. Enough already. Everyone knows you've got a crush on Li Jing. You're just annoyed she got humiliated. But let's keep things separate. His grades will definitely improve this time. Poof. The boy snorted but didn't argue back. Ahem, everyone. Our exam results have finally surpassed the class across the hall, securing second place in the school's overall average score. Several students in particular showed remarkable improvement. But let's keep it a surprise. We'll announce those standout performers at the end. Now, let's begin announcing the top 10 students in our class. 10th place, Meng Kai, 587 points. 3rd place, Lianjie, 623 points. 2nd place, Li Jing, 640 points. The announcement left the entire class stunned. 3rd place went to Lianjie, the perennial runner-up? 2nd place was Li Jing? Then who was first? Not only were they curious, but Li Jing and Lianjie were equally puzzled. Suddenly, Lianjie's gaze fell upon his desk partner, who was still diligently working through practice problems. Could the top spot possibly be his? Chapter 8, probably wanting mixed doubles. 1st place, Jiang Xingyun, 700 points. The moment this score was announced, everyone was stunned into silence. What? 700 points? Did I hear that right? The total score is only 750 points. How did he manage that? Didn't someone say studying was useless? What was that about getting good grades being pointless? Hey, where'd that person go? Why aren't they saying anything now? Everyone was stunned, but Jiang Xingyun showed no surprise whatsoever. Only 700 points? Guess memorizing facts alone isn't enough after all. Hearing Jiang Xingyun's mutterings, Lianjie felt like smacking his head against the ground. What do you mean only 700 points? You scored 700 after studying for just 1 month. With 2 months left before the college entrance exam, aren't you going to fly to the moon? Teacher Yi, Jiang Xingyun must have cheated. How else could he score so high? He's a complete academic failure. He couldn't possibly have scored that high without cheating. Some people just blurt out whatever comes to mind without thinking, and clearly, Miao Hui was one of them. The homeroom teacher, who had been beaming with delight at Miao Hui's brave stand, suddenly fell silent. During the exam, Jiang Xingyun sat at the front desk, right under your noses. There was no one around him. How could he possibly cheat? And tell me, with the top rank in the class and 3rd in the entire school, whose answers would he even copy? And you, Miao Hui, you ranked 10th from the bottom this time. Instead of wasting your breath, why don't you focus on how to improve your own grades? As soon as the words left her mouth, faint snickers rippled through the classroom. After getting scolded, Miao Hui sat down, her face flushed with anger. Her gaze toward Jiang Xingyun was filled with resentment. If it weren't for you cheating, would I have ended up 10th from the bottom? You want to pursue Li Jing? Good luck with that. Little did Jiang Xingyun know what she was thinking. Otherwise, he'd have given her a big thank you gift for taking care of that Li Jing problem for him. We're already a third of the way through the final push. I hope everyone will keep striving hard. The school has decided to give you all a day off tomorrow to relax. Yay! A deafening cheer erupted in the classroom, but the homeroom teacher's next words abruptly silenced their smiles. To ensure you're fully prepared for the exams, the school will hold the final parent-teacher conference tomorrow. Make sure to notify your parents to arrive promptly at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Ugh, another parent-teacher meeting. My dad will find out my grades dropped and give me an earful. Walking home, Lianjie complained to Jiang Xingyun. To say Lianjie felt no resentment would be untrue. Anyone who got crushed by someone who'd only studied for a month and by such a huge margin would feel resentment. Even a saint couldn't avoid it. I have no idea how you're learning this stuff. Even a rocket couldn't catch up to you. Maybe I'm just gifted. I didn't perform well this time, or I could have scored even higher. You brat, you'll die if you don't show off. Back home, Zhang's mother was still preparing dinner in the kitchen. Even though she knew Jiang Xingyun could cook for himself, what mother would ever let her child do the cooking? Xingyun's back? Wash your hands quickly, dinner will be ready soon. Zhang's mother's voice drifted from the kitchen, mingled with the faint aroma of cooking. The teacher said there's one last parent-teacher meeting tomorrow. Which one of you will go? Jiang Xingyun scooped a mouthful of rice, then added a pair of chopsticks full of greens to his bowl, eating with relish. I'm not going. I have a hair appointment with my bestie tomorrow. My haircut isn't suitable for a parent-teacher meeting. You go with your dad. The moment the parent-teacher meeting was mentioned, the warm, loving atmosphere shattered instantly. I have some things to take care of at the shop tomorrow and can't get away. You should skip the hair appointment. That hairstyle is perfect for public execution. Jiang's father glanced at his wife and spoke calmly, but it infuriated her to no end. How can you be like this? Xingyun, tell me which parent do you want to attend the parent-teacher conference? Jiang Xingyun watched his parents passing the buck and couldn't help but bury his face in his hands. His parents were fine in every other way, but whenever parent-teacher conferences rolled around, they started passing the buck, neither wanting to attend. But then again, with his grades, the parent-teacher conference was practically a public execution. Now then. Enough, stop arguing. You both go. Jiang Xingyun swallowed his food and waved his hand dismissively, his tone casual. Are you serious? You actually want mom and dad to go together? Jiang's mother was stunned by his words. Usually, he'd send her alone to avoid getting beaten by his father in a post-meeting rage. Why the sudden change? And why insist they both attend? Had he suddenly awakened some extraordinary ability? He probably wants to experience mixed doubles. I'll hold him down for you, you do the beating. Jiang's father's voice drifted over, utterly unruffled. Jiang's mother shot her husband a displeased glare. Why do I have to do the beating? If I hit too hard, he'll end up in the hospital. You hitting him will save us a couple bucks. Listening to their bickering, Jiang Xingyun's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. No doubt about it, these were his real parents. If they could say things like this, he definitely wasn't the kid they'd picked up from the trash heap all those years ago. I'm full. Remember the meeting tomorrow. Jiang Xingyun set down his bowl and left the center of the argument, retreating to his own room. Bite your tongue and the storm will pass back down and you'll only get angrier. I won't tell you my scores now, I'll just shock you when the time comes. The thought of his parents' stunned expressions tomorrow made the corners of Jiang Xingyun's mouth curl upward. That scene would be quite the spectacle. He indulged in a wickedly amused fantasy of the moment when the old class teacher invited them up to share parenting advice, the look of utter shock on their faces at his scores that would be a true public execution. Just imagining it made Jiang Xingyun chuckle out loud. The next day, Jiang Xingyun rose early. Even though it was a day off, his studies couldn't be neglected. Before his parents had even left the house, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed to Hangzhou's largest library. Located in the heart of Hangzhou, this library was where he found a job moving books after dropping out in his previous life. As a bookstore from the early 20th century, it still focused primarily on selling books, without pursuing other ventures. Entering the library, rows of bookshelves came into view, displaying a dazzling array of classic works from ancient and modern times, both Chinese and foreign. Climbing the stairs to the second floor, the main hall began to resemble the rudimentary form of libraries in later eras. Various bookcases lined the perimeter, while the center of the space featured square tables where patrons could sit and read the books they needed. This was also one of the places where many students relaxed. They would pick a book they enjoyed and sit in the library for an entire day. Even if they didn't buy any books, no staff member would bother them. Jiang Xingyun surveyed the space, deliberately selecting an unoccupied desk tucked away in a corner. He walked over slowly, just reaching for his book when a delighted voice rang out from behind him. Jiang Xingyun, what are you doing here? Chapter 9, What does he know about music? To be honest, how much he once longed to see Li Jing was now matched by how much he dreaded seeing that familiar face. Yet fate had a cruel way of ensuring that the very person you least wanted to see would inevitably appear before you. Gazing at the beautiful girl before him, Jiang Xingyun still felt a flutter in his heart. After all, he'd been chasing her for 20 years. Saying he didn't like her would be a lie. But he knew deep down that a girl he'd pursued for 2 decades without success would never return his feelings. You're studying here too? I never imagined I'd run into you here. Li Jing's voice brimmed with delight as she placed her books down in front of the boy. I heard about your whereabouts from somewhere and came here pretending it was a coincidence. Before Jiang Xingyun could respond, Miao Hui, standing behind Li Jing, chimed in again. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Li Jing's previously relaxed expression tightened into a frown at Miao Hui's words. For the first time, she found her best friend slightly irritating. She'd finally managed to strike up a conversation with Jiang Xingyun, and now Miao Hui was ruining it. Shut up. A rare flash of anger flickered across Li Jing's face. Seeing the unfriendly look on Li Jing's face, Miao Hui obediently kept quiet. She knew that without Li Jing's backing, she was nothing in the eyes of those people. Faced with Li Jing's sharp rebuke, she could only swallow her words, not daring to argue back. But inwardly, she silently made a mental note about Jiang Xingyun. I'll find a chance to badmouth you to Li Jing again. You like her, don't you? Playing hard to get? Well, I'll make sure you two never end up together. Miao Hui shot Jiang Xingyun a hateful look but said nothing more. Jiang Xingyun couldn't care less about Miao Hui's thoughts. If he knew what was going on, he'd probably thank her ancestors 8 times over. I just wanted to come out here to study. Why did I have to run into Li Jing? Right now, he wanted nothing more to do with her. Sorry, I'm not here to study. I just came to borrow a book and leave. Jiang Xingyun silently returned the book he'd taken out to his backpack and turned to leave the library. Do you hate me that much? You weren't like this before. He clearly intended to study. I saw him take out a book and prepare to sit down. Why did he put the book back in his bag the moment I arrived? Li Jing reached out and grabbed his arm, tears welling up in her eyes. I don't dislike you. As for before, just consider it youthful ignorance on my part. Jiang Xingyun silently pulled his arm free from the girl's grasp, deliberately ignoring the tears glistening in her eyes. From now on, let's just be ordinary classmates. Of course, if we become strangers, I wouldn't mind either. This situation isn't good for either of us. Jiang Xingyun's words pierced Li Jing's heart like a needle. My heart hurts so much. How could I feel this kind of pain? Watching his retreating figure, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, soaking even her most cherished white dress. Ordinary classmates? Do I not even count as a friend in your eyes now? She slumped weakly into a chair, unable to hear even Miao Hui's words of comfort. Sigh, this whole mess. Jiang Xingyun emerged from the library and wandered aimlessly down the street, listening to the music drifting from the old record shop on the corner. Hey girl across the street, look this way, look this way, look this way. Don't be scared by my appearance. Maybe I should go back and pick out those 10 songs first? Listening to Brother Chi's familiar tunes, Jiang Xingyun had a sudden thought. The music scene from 2000 to 2010 was a fierce competition among legends. Any 10 songs chosen from that era could easily become massive hits. Best skip the recent years and focus on songs from later periods. No time to waste. Jiang Xingyun stopped agonizing over where to study, pulled out a few sheets of paper from his bag, and prepared to start writing. But before he could put pen to paper, he realized a massive problem loomed before him. I don't know how to read sheet music. How am I supposed to do this? He glanced at the pen in his hand, then at the blank sheet of paper spread out before him. He could almost feel the paper mocking him. You don't know musical notation, yet you're pretending to be an AC? Forget it. I'll write down the lyrics first and learn an instrument later. Jiang Xingyun muttered to himself, jotting down all 10 songs he had prepared in his mind. Learning an instrument was inevitable. Otherwise, how could he leverage his future songwriting talent if he couldn't even write music notation? No time to waste. Tucking away his manuscript, Jiang Xingyun headed toward the music academy. Hangzhou wasn't large, especially around the year 2000. Music academies were far less common than in later generations, and cram schools weren't as rampant. The entire city had only a handful of music academies. Angel Music School. The slightly worn facade revealed neatly arranged guitars and violins through the windows. A piano stood against the wall in the back, topped by a portrait, whether of Chopin or Beethoven, he couldn't tell. Looking further inside, Jiang Xingyun saw neither the owner nor any staff present. Pushing open the door, the interior contrasted sharply with the aged exterior, wooden floors, freshly painted walls, and even a faint scent of cork lingering in the air. Anyone here? Jiang Xingyun tightened his backpack and glanced at the guitars on the rack. Maybe he should learn guitar. In his previous life, he'd practiced for ages to impress Li Jing, though it was more like being forced into it. He could play, but he couldn't read sheet music. Who's there? Disturbing someone's peaceful sleep this early in the morning? Can't even get a day off without being interrupted. A lazy voice drifted from behind the counter, followed by a head slowly peeking out. Jiang Xingyun focused his gaze and couldn't help but curve his lips upward. The girl sat up reluctantly, her hair a messy bedhead as she rubbed her sleepy eyes, still battling drowsiness behind the counter. He recognized her. It was Xia Anqi, the woman who had approached him about business just a few days ago. What would her reaction be if she opened her eyes to find him standing there? Jiang Xingyun chuckled mischievously, staying silent as he quietly turned away, pretending to browse the guitars. She'd probably be startled. If you want to pick an instrument, just go ahead. We also offer lessons here. If you're interested in learning, you can sign up for a class. Xia Anqi lifted her head to look at the figure facing away from her, genuinely failing to recognize Jiang Xingyun. Guitar is easy to learn. If you're interested, I recommend this one. It's affordable for beginners and plays just as well as other big name brands. She stepped forward, introducing the guitars on display to the customer. If I decide to learn, could you teach me? Me teach? Xia Anqi visibly froze, momentarily taken aback. Haha, you're joking, aren't you? I'm still in school myself. Before she could finish, Jiang Xingyun turned around with a faint smile. I could teach you at school too. Chapter 10, like I'd slash him to death. How would you teach at school? You're not even. Xia Anqi was left speechless by the man's words. Teach at school? Who do you think you are, the principal? She turned to look at him, meeting the slightly handsome face of Jiang Xingyun, a playful smile still lingering at the corner of his mouth. Ha? Why are you here? Xia Anqi gasped, whirling around and dashing straight into the changing room behind the house. Oh no, oh no. How could he be the customer? Now he's seen me in such an unkempt state. Would he think I'm a slob? Xia Anqi stared at her reflection, her mind racing with wild thoughts. If this blows the deal, Dad would kill me. Xia Anqi's worries weren't unfounded. Just a few years ago, a singer had actually turned down a record deal because their obsessive cleanliness made them look down on the label. If Jiang Xingyun was that kind of person, then wouldn't she be the one to blame? Ugh, this is so annoying. He probably isn't that kind of person. After tidying her appearance, Xianqi exhaled deeply and slipped quietly out the door. Hiding behind the door, she peeked at Jiang Xingyun. He slowly took a guitar off the rack and gently stroked its wooden body. Strike, strike. His fingers plucked the strings, producing a slightly muffled sound. He slung the guitar across his chest, settled into a comfortable position, and slowly sat down. Was he going to play the guitar? For some reason, whenever other customers came to Lixing before, Xianqi never wanted them to touch her instruments. But when Jiang Xingyun picked it up, ready to start playing and singing, not only did she feel no aversion, she even felt a faint sense of anticipation. It must be trust in his artistic talent. After all, someone who could sing that song from 10 years ago probably wasn't completely ignorant of music theory. Strings. Jiang Xingyun's fingers fluttered lightly across the strings, releasing the guitar's clear, resonant sound. Even just the intro was enough to draw Xianqi in completely. What song was this? Another one of his original compositions? Xianqi was so lost in the music that she stood transfixed against the doorframe, watching Jiang Xingyun sing. The little yellow flowers of the story. Jie Chao's sunny day flowed slowly from Jiang Xingyun's lips. Though lacking the vocal prowess of the original artist, the top-tier lyrics and melody more than compensated for this shortcoming. On that windy day, I tried holding your hand. But just as I did, the rain grew heavier. So hard I couldn't see you anymore. As the chorus swelled, Xianqi imagined a lovesick boy in his school uniform, standing transfixed in the rain, gazing at the girl he adored in the distance. Yet that girl showed no desire to turn back, walking forward obliviously. In the end, they parted ways forever, never to meet again. What's the name of this song? As the song ended, Xianqi snapped out of the scene it had painted, realizing she had unconsciously become the protagonist within the lyrics. Jiang Xingyun turned his head and offered a faint smile. Sunny day. So you really can't read sheet music at all? After playing Sunny Day 3 times, Jiang Xingyun successfully became a disciple of Xianqi. When she actually began teaching him, she discovered his musical knowledge wasn't just lacking, he was completely clueless. I have no idea how you compose those songs. Do you really possess such unparalleled talent? Xianqi felt the unfairness of how heaven created people. Despite her own relentless efforts to study music, she still couldn't match someone who was a complete outsider. Was this the true weight of innate talent? Seeing Xianqi's resentful gaze, Jiang Xingyun turned his head away, unable to meet her eyes. What talent? I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants. If anyone has talent, it's people like Jie Chou and his crew. I can't even read sheet music, how could I possibly write good songs? Are your other songs like this too? Xianqi's voice drifted over, tinged with a hint of meaning. Jiang Xingyun scratched his nose, nodded sheepishly, and pulled the manuscript from his backpack. Love transfer? A kind of love called letting go? Rain on Qingming? As she scanned the lyrics one after another, Xianqi's expression darkened further. Especially since Jiang Xingyun sang each corresponding song for her as he pulled out each piece. As someone raised with a musical education, she could sense the potential in these songs. Each song boasted a distinct style, all penned by the same person. She no longer worried about recouping her investment. Seriously, if songs of this caliber couldn't recoup costs, she might as well shut down her own record store. But why did she feel increasingly uneasy the more she thought about it? She wanted to strangle him. What should she do? At this thought, Xianqi's gaze grew even more melancholy. Of course, the lessons had to continue. The two spent the entire day at Lixing. Even lunch was a simple meal they threw together at Lixing. It had to be said, Xianqi's cooking skills really needed improvement. She'd nearly turned a bowl of noodles into a lumpy mess. Yet she remained completely unaware of her shortcomings, even boasting that this was how noodles were made in her family, a cherished tradition. To Jiang Xingyun's delight, however, his enhanced learning abilities after rebirth also boosted his grasp of skill-based activities like guitar and singing. In just one day, he'd already grasped most of the key points in the sheet music. While composing might still be a stretch, reading sheet music was no longer an issue. Xianqi exclaimed in disbelief at his formidable learning ability. Returning home, Jiang Xingyun twisted open his door to find a lavish spread laid out on the table, a feast that rivaled even the New Year's banquet. His parents sat leisurely at the table, their smiles impossible to contain. Did you get the surprise? Jiang Xingyun was thoroughly pleased with his parents' reaction. After all, what child doesn't want to be their parents' pride and joy? Speaking of which, Xingyun, you're quite the secretive one. If your mother and I didn't have heart conditions, one of us would have had a heart attack today. Jiang's father teased relentlessly, yet his face showed not a trace of reproach. His grin stretched wide, as if determined for everyone to know just how delighted he was. Exactly. You kept quiet about scoring 700 points. When the teacher asked us to come up and speak, your dad and I were completely dumbfounded. If the teacher hadn't come down to invite your dad up, I would have thought it was all a dream. Jiang's mother was equally thrilled, clutching Jiang Xingyun's hand and chattering non-stop. This was the final mock exam before the college entrance exams, a reliable indicator of their expected performance on the real thing. 700 points. That score could get him into any prestigious university in the country. As for his exact ranking in the school, that wasn't their concern. As long as the score was high enough, the exact placement didn't matter. Then I'll tell you next time. Oh dear, Mom and Dad know. We haven't paid enough attention to you lately. Don't be upset. From now on, we'll drive you to and from school. We'll stand guard for you during this final stretch. Mom and Dad, there's no need for this. I'm already in high school. Enough talk. We fell short before, but we'll make it up to you now. We'll pick you up, cook for you until after your college entrance exams. Seeing his parents burst with unparalleled enthusiasm, Jiang Xingyun sighed inwardly. What a sweet burden this was. Chapter 11, How could you like someone else? After Jiang Xingyun's persuasion, his parents finally abandoned their plan to drive him to and from school. Instead, they simply gave him a little extra allowance so he could eat better at school. 100 yuan in an era where purchases were counted in jiao, this sum was a hard-earned fortune. Even Li Anjie's parents, who worked for a state-owned enterprise, only earned around 800 yuan a month. Staring at the bills in his hand, Jiang Xingyun silently tucked them back into his pocket. He desperately needed this money right now. His confession to Li Jing alone had wiped out his entire monthly allowance. If he hadn't eaten at home more often last month, he might have starved on campus. He had been so foolish back then. He'd spent a fortune planning that confession, and after failing, he'd even chosen to drop out of school. Though his parents hadn't said much, the disappointment in their eyes was something he could still remember to this day. Back then, his heart was entirely consumed by Li Jing. Even after starting work, he continued chasing after her like a devoted puppy, never once considering his parents' feelings. Seeing his parents' genuine smiles now eased his heart considerably. So this is what it feels like to see your parents smile, to be their pride. Dad, Mom, this time I won't let you down. The holiday vanished in a flash. Senior high students still had 60 days left to fight for their futures. But for Jiang Xingyun, these 60 days no longer carried the same frantic pressure as in his previous life. Instead, he felt a sense of lightheartedness and anticipation. Perhaps it was because of the golden ticket he possessed after his rebirth. He felt no anxiety whatsoever, but rather a strong anticipation for the college entrance exam he had missed. He recalled that the provincial top scorer in the exam he had missed hadn't even reached 700 points. As long as he could maintain that level, he was certain he could get into the university he desired. Jiang Xingyun, someone's looking for you. The voice of the classmate in front of him reached his ears once more, pulling his thoughts back from his memories. What's going on these past few days? Why is everyone looking for you? Li Anjie looked at his deskmate in confusion. Ever since being rejected last time, he seemed like a completely different person. Now, people were coming to the classroom to find him every other day. Could it be that this kid is secretly dating someone behind our backs? A ridiculous thought slowly formed in Li Anjie's mind, and the more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. I'll see who's been coming to see you every day. Li Anjie pretended to head for the restroom and quietly followed Jiang Xingyun. If you want to watch, just be upfront about it. Your stalking skills are pretty lame. Jiang Xingyun turned his head to look at Li Anjie, who was just 2 steps behind him. He matched Jiang's pace, speeding up when Jiang sped up, slowing down when Jiang slowed. Such clumsy stalking would have gotten him caught long ago. I'm not following you. I'm just going to the bathroom. Stubborn denial might be his last shred of pride. Jiang Xingyun shot him a speechless glance and ignored him. If they wanted to watch, let them watch. He didn't even know who was coming to find him, so why should he care if others saw? As he reached the doorway, a familiar, graceful figure caught his eye once more. Unlike yesterday's casual attire, Xia Anqi was dressed in her school uniform today. Even the uniform couldn't conceal her beauty. Why are you here? Practicing piano? Didn't you say yesterday you wanted me to come to school for lessons? Why did you change your mind so quickly? The moment she spoke, the crowd watching the scene behind them erupted in boos. But Jiang Xingyun couldn't care less. Having been reborn, he understood one thing clearly: pride gets in the way of getting things done. Sometimes, having no shame was actually the best option. Fine. I'll come find you after class then? Jiang Xingyun spoke while glancing up at the guitar strapped to Xia Anqi's back, the very same one he practiced with yesterday. The little girl was thoughtful, even picking out this particular guitar for practice. We're having class in the school music room today. Just head there after school and wait for me. As an arts exam candidate, she couldn't neglect her art classes alongside her academic studies. Several art lessons filled her schedule each week. But for someone who truly loved music like her, these classes were actually a pleasure. Xia Anqi finished speaking, waved her hand, and turned to leave. Class is about to start. I'll be late if I don't hurry. See you later. Alright, see you at lunch. Watching Xia Anqi disappear down the hallway, Jiang Xingyun turned and slipped into his own classroom. The moment he entered, he found Li Jing blocking the doorway, glaring at him with stubborn determination. Jiang Xingyun, I like you. I agree to be your girlfriend, but you can't be with her anymore. As if determined to make Jiang Xingyun understand her resolve, she shouted so loudly the entire classroom could hear. What? Li Jing actually agreed to be his girlfriend? Jiang Xingyun's dream finally came true. Is playing hard to get really that effective? I should try that with my crush too. Together. Together. The students loved a good spectacle and cheered them on, especially since it was the girl who made the move a truly unprecedented situation. Except for Wang Qian and Miao, who both were as dark as the bottom of a pot. One felt betrayed, the other harbored selfish motives. Only Li Jing, who was single, was truly beneficial to her. If Li Jing got a boyfriend, wouldn't she lose all the fun of bossing others around? But there was nothing she could do. She knew Li Jing's stubbornness. Once she made up her mind, not even 9 oxen could pull her back. Life was often this dramatic. Jiang Xingyun had imagined countless scenarios where Li Jing accepted his confession. Now, however, seeing her stubborn, pretty face and hearing her commanding tone only made Jiang Xingyun feel increasingly uncomfortable. His smile faded from his face, replaced by an utterly expressionless look. Observing the shift in the young man's expression, Li Jing felt her heart skip a beat inexplicably, a wave of unease washing over her. Was he going to reject me? I've already agreed to him, shouldn't he be overjoyed? He'd like me for a full 10 years. Could such affection truly be cast aside so easily? Li Jing, stop deceiving yourself. You don't like me at all. It's just your possessiveness acting up. His tone was flat, his words rational. The Jiang Xingyun before her was so unfamiliar she barely recognized him. It's like a child having their toy snatched away. That's exactly how you feel right now. We should keep our distance. Jiang Xingyun paused, his gaze utterly devoid of emotion. After all, I don't like you that much anymore either. With that, Jiang Xingyun sidestepped past Li Jing without a trace of lingering affection. Those words stabbed into Li Jing's heart like a knife. He doesn't like me anymore? How could he not like me anymore? In that moment, the girl's heart felt as though it had been violently hurled to the ground. Shattered into pieces. Chapter 12, so I'm still liked by others after all. Li Jing, don't worry about him. Without him, you still have plenty of other admirers. Why hang yourself on one tree? Even after class, Li Jing remained immersed in the sorrow of her rejection, her eyes red and swollen. Look, Wang Qian is perfectly fine, isn't he? You've rejected him so many times, yet he's never gotten upset or given up. Doesn't he still bring you gifts every other day? Niao Hui said, discreetly touching a lipstick in her pocket as a faint smile touched her cheeks. This was the gift Wang Qian had given her just to get her to put in a good word for him with Li Jing. Whether it worked or not was up to fate, but there was no turning back now. At that thought, her smile grew even brighter. You're right. Li Jing's hoarse voice snapped her out of her reverie. Niao Hui's heart skipped a beat. No way. After being rejected by Jiang Xingyun just now, if she agrees to Wang Qian now, won't she also find it hard to get that favor fee again? He's rejected me so many times, yet I've only turned him down once or twice. How could he give up so easily? Hui, after class, let's go pick out a gift, okay? Niao Hui stared at her wide-eyed, reaching out to touch her forehead. She wasn't feverish, so why was she talking nonsense? Was she seriously thinking about pursuing Jiang Xingyun? Stop touching me, I don't have a fever. What kind of gift do you think he'd like? You have to help me figure it out later. Li Jing brushed Miao Hui's hand away and buried her face in the desk, daydreaming about the moment he'd receive the gift. He must think I'm not sincere. I have to pick a gift he'll love, then he'll come back to me. Watching Li Jing's face light up with that anti-like smile, Miao Hui felt like the world had truly gone mad. The pursuer had become the pursued. But as long as Li Jing remained single and didn't interfere with her receiving gifts, nothing else mattered. As she thought this, she glanced over at Jiang Xingyun. He was listening intently to the teacher's lecture, occasionally jotting notes in his notebook, looking every bit the model student. He probably wouldn't accept it, right? Unaware of their inner thoughts, Jiang Xingyun headed straight to practice guitar with Xia Anqi after class. The following days followed the same pattern, studying diligently in class, then practicing guitar with Xia Anqi in the music room whenever she was free after class. Thanks to his enhanced learning abilities, his guitar skills advanced by leaps and bounds. Playing the 10 songs he'd composed himself was no longer a problem. You're a freak of nature. In just a few days, you've mastered the guitar to this level and even picked up songwriting. Be honest, did you already know how to do this? Did you just use this as an excuse to chat me up? Inside Angel Music Studio, Jiang Xingyun and Xia Anqi sat practicing guitar. He could finally play and sing all 10 songs he'd written. As the final note of Old Boy faded away, the entire collection lay before Xia Anqi. Xia Anqi stared at him with a complex expression. From knowing nothing at all to now being practically on par with her own guitar skills, she felt like all those years she'd spent learning instruments had gone to waste. At least his academic grades weren't too high. She knew Jiang Xingyun's academic standing, he'd always been at the bottom of their class, even trailing behind her, an arts student. That thought brought her a small measure of comfort. If heaven opens a door for you, it'll surely shut a window somewhere else. When are we starting to record these 10 songs? Jiang Xingyun's voice broke through her train of thought. I'll have to ask my dad. Aren't you supposed to be studying these days? Though she desperately wanted Jiang Xingyun to come in for recording sooner to avoid complications, she knew one couldn't be so selfish. She had to put herself in others' shoes. This was the principle her father had always instilled in her, even if it meant suffering a slight loss, one must never act against one's conscience. It was precisely this principle that had kept her family's business, Lixing, stagnant, even facing the risk of bankruptcy at one point. No problem, let's record as soon as possible. I'll just come over after my evening study session, right? Jiang Xingyun spread his hands, shrugging it off with a shrug. After all, making money wasn't something to be ashamed of. He only needed to study enough to secure admission to Zhejiang University. At the time, their computer science department was among the top programs, guaranteeing him job prospects even in the future. Besides, he harbored a dream. Having been reborn, he naturally sought ways to make it happen. All right then. I'll ask my father tonight. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll do my best to help. Since Jiang Xingyun had offered, Xia Anqi didn't hesitate. Instead, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, and her gaze toward him softened with a hint of gratitude. Anything at all? Jiang Xingyun suddenly felt like teasing this carefree girl. He deliberately put on a mischievous grin and looked her up and down. That's a no-go. Things are moving too fast. I'm not ready at all. We should at least date for a couple of days first, you know? Seeing Jiang Xingyun's mischievous gaze, Xia Anqi felt a flutter in her heart. Surprisingly, she didn't feel the slightest bit annoyed. Instead, she felt a hint of anticipation. She lifted her gaze to the boy before her, his clean-cut short hair, slightly handsome face, and well-proportioned physique honed from constant running. Combined with that mischievous glint in his eyes, he somehow looked almost devilishly charming. This kind of boy was the most lethal weapon against high school girls just discovering love. Before Xia Anqi's brain could process it, the words had already slipped out of her mouth. What was I saying? How could I utter such an embarrassing remark? Xia Anqi's face flushed bright red, and she couldn't bring herself to meet Jiang Xingyun's gaze. I'll go get my dad. Wait here for a moment. With that, she turned and dashed toward the backyard, leaving Jiang Xingyun standing there dumbfounded. Watching Xia Anqi disappear through the doorway, Jiang Xingyun's mind was filled with question marks. Was he really that charming? Then why hadn't anyone pursued him in his past life? What he didn't know was that back then, with his looks and that gentle, water-like aura, he had captivated countless young girls. The love letters he received were no fewer than Li Jing's. But he? His heart was entirely devoted to Li Jing. His eyes saw only her image. He turned a blind eye to all that affection, even avoiding it altogether, afraid to engage with others. Over time, everyone came to know him as a hopeless romantic. Naturally, no one pursued him anymore. Why put themselves through the trouble when they knew he wouldn't accept? It wasn't until now, staring at his reflection in the glass, that Jiang Xingyun finally understood. It turns out, I was actually liked after all. Chapter 13, not making the first move was his last stubborn stand. The awkward silence didn't last long. Soon, a middle-aged man burst out from behind Lixing, taking 3 steps in 2 strides to reach Jiang Xingyun's face. He snatched the manuscript off the table and began reading it. Startled by this sudden intrusion, Jiang Xingyun regained his composure and scrutinized the man before him. His beard was unkempt, clearly untouched for days, and his hair was messy. Though he appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, more than half his hair had turned silver white. In stark contrast to Xia Anqi's polished appearance, the man's clothes clearly showed their age. His Zhongshan suit was faded from repeated washing, with faint food stains lingering in places few would notice. Dad, you could at least tidy up a bit. This look is just too. Xia Anqi's voice came belatedly. Only when her father had already stepped in front of Jiang Xingyun did she emerge from behind the door. Watching her father cradle the manuscript like a precious treasure, she couldn't help but cover her face with her hands. Dad, I know you're anxious, but please calm down first. What if you scare away this important client? Pushing aside the earlier awkwardness, Xia Anqi steeled herself to explain to Jiang Xingyun, sorry, my dad's like this. The moment he hears about sheet music, he can't control his excitement. Hope you don't mind. It's fine. Your father's genuine passion for music is exactly what I admire. If he weren't like this, I wouldn't feel comfortable entrusting my music to him. Jiang Xingyun smiled, signaling he didn't care about such details. In business, the bottom line is what matters most. What you wear or where you negotiate isn't that crucial. After all, some people close deals wearing nothing at all, don't they? Young man, did you write all of these? After reviewing the 10 songs, Jiang's father drew in a long breath, slowly exhaling to steady his stirred emotions. Every word is mine. What do you think, uncle? What do you think? Father Xia gazed at the smiling youth before him, feeling as though he were looking at a radiant god of wealth. 10 songs, 10 distinct styles, whether the deep emotion of 10 years, the world-weary resonance of Old Boy, or the heart-wrenching lament of love until death, each possessed the potential to become a viral hit. But his favorite was still always so quiet. That feeling of love that could never be, that was what truly pierced the heart. If possible, I'd like to entrust the entire operation to you, uncle. What do you think? The moment those words left his mouth, Xiao's father couldn't contain his smile, his lips stretching so wide they gathered the wrinkles on his face together. Would that put your mind at ease? Absolutely. Anchi often tells me about you and your earnest guidance. A father like that is completely trustworthy. Jiang Xingyun lifted his head, his gaze fixed intently on the smiling face of Xia's father, not a trace of worry visible. Alright, since you trust me, I'll gladly accept. Father Xia quickly gathered the manuscript to his chest, cradling it like a precious treasure. Anchi mentioned you want to sing these songs yourself? When might you be free to come in for recording? Usually after evening study sessions. I'll contact Anchi in advance. Besides, I plan to have Anchi sing 2 of the songs. Father Xia's expression instantly grew solemn. 2 songs seemingly insignificant, yet given his talent for composing and writing lyrics, their success was only a matter of time. This was essentially giving up some of his chance at fame for his own daughter. Father Xia turned to look at his daughter. Xia Anchi looked equally stunned, clearly unaware of this arrangement. Could this kid have ulterior motives toward my daughter? Why give the performance to my daughter? Jiang Xingyun met Xia's father's slightly guarded gaze, clearly torn between laughter and exasperation. He couldn't very well explain that these 2 songs belonged to the future, were meant for a female voice, and that his own rendition bore no resemblance to the original. If he actually said that, he'd probably be locked up as a lunatic. Well, obviously to make more money, Jiang Xingyun spread his hands helplessly, adopting a resigned expression. Besides, you know I'm a senior in high school just like Anchi. Having 2 fewer songs is actually a relief for me. If you don't agree, you can find another female singer. I won't be singing them myself. But I won't be footing the bill for that singer. Then what are your terms? 2 songs, 10,000 each. After the album release, I want 50% of the net profits as compensation. 50% is too high. Before he could finish, Xia's father immediately retorted. In past album releases, no other singer had ever received such a high percentage. Uncle, don't be hasty. I'm talking about net profit, the money left after all costs are deducted. I take half of that. Trust me, this album will be a massive hit. Jiang Xingyun radiated confidence, his entire being glowing with brilliance. Joking aside, this album featured so many hit songs, how could it possibly flop? Even songs like Always So Quiet, sung by Xia Anchi, and Our Love were cherished childhood memories for many. It would be an insult to the legends of the Chinese music scene back then if it didn't sell big. Dad, just agree to it. With his songwriting talent, it'll be good for us to be on his good side. Plus, he's only asking for a share of the net profits. Xia Anchi tugged discreetly at her father's sleeve and whispered into his ear. Sigh. Fine, do as you say. Father Xia sighed, reluctantly conceding. Then we'll sign the contract tomorrow when you come in to record the song. If only he had the clout, he wouldn't be so passive in this profit-sharing arrangement. What he didn't know was that if he had the talent, Jiang Xingyun wouldn't have approached him for this collaboration in the first place. Happy collaboration, uncle. Stepping out of Angel Music Studio, the entire city of Hangzhou had already slipped into night. Though the night markets of the year 2000 lacked the bustling prosperity of later generations, they still brimmed with the vibrant energy of everyday life. Walking along the streets, one could see countless people sitting at simple roadside stalls, drinking alcohol and eating grilled skewers. Young couples strolled the streets, chatting and deepening their bonds. In this era, no girl would look down on you for not owning a car, nor throw a tantrum because you didn't transfer money on Valentine's Day. For many of these young people, love was a major reason they were together. Xia Anchi and Jiang Xingyun strolled along the streets like most couples, admiring Hangzhou's beautiful nightscape. Why did you sing those 2 songs for me? Xia Anchi walked beside Jiang Xingyun, hands tucked behind her back. She kicked pebbles underfoot into the distance, head bowed, unable to meet his gaze. You're an arts student. You sing better than me, obviously. Besides, when I wrote those 2 songs, I always imagined you singing them. Jiang Xingyun spoke while observing the people at the street food stalls along the road. You trust me that much? So he had already intended for me to sing them when he wrote the songs? Did that mean he'd been thinking of me while writing them? At this thought, Xia Anchi lowered her head even further. Of course. You're my friend. If I don't trust you, who would I trust? These 2 songs absolutely have to be sung by you. Suddenly, a straight branch by the roadside caught his attention. Without a second thought, he answered Xia Anchi's question. It absolutely has to be me? Xia Anchi flushed instantly, lifting her head to argue with him. But when she looked up, she found him staring straight at her, his eyes filled with affection. 1 step, 2 steps. Jiang Xingyun was actually walking toward her slowly. What was he doing? We hadn't even established a relationship yet. Wasn't this a bit too fast? Xia Anchi felt her heart race wildly as she watched his handsome face draw nearer. Forget it, she thought, closing her eyes and waiting quietly for what would happen next. Not taking the initiative was her last shred of stubbornness. Chapter 14, the one listening to his song wasn't me. Girls really are hard to understand. Jiang Xingyun clutched his head, completely unaware of what he'd done wrong. Xia Anchi had inexplicably closed her eyes herself. She merely reached past her to pick up a stick and ended up getting hit. There was simply no room for reason. Seeing Jiang Xingyun's pouting face, still refusing to discard that straight branch, only made Xia Anchi angrier. I was all set, and you tell me you were just grabbing that stupid stick. What's with the lovey-dovey look over a stupid stick? Seriously. If you love sticks so much, I hope you spend the rest of your life with one. Why are you still angry? How about I treat you to dinner? Poof. Xia Anqi pouted and gave a soft snort, looking just like a girl sulking with her boyfriend, nothing like the carefree girl I'd met earlier. Then how about I sing you another song? A brand new one. Jiang Xingyun's eyes crinkled with amusement, a hint of mischief flickering in his gaze. Even with his low EQ, he knew the key to appeasing a girl lay in appealing to her interests, and singing was undoubtedly a winning choice for Xia Anqi. Besides, he didn't believe Xia Anqi could resist his new song. True to his expectations, the moment the words left his mouth, Xia Anqi's expression slipped. She looked like she wanted to laugh but dared not. What she didn't realize was that the twitching muscles on her face had already betrayed her inner turmoil. Damn it, I really want to hear his new song, but I'm still mad at him. Forgiving him like this would make me look like a fool. Go ahead and sing. If it's not good, I won't buy it. In the end, Xia Anqi gave in to the little voice inside her head. What could she do? His new song was just too tempting. Summer skies change in an instant, especially in southern cities like Hangzhou. The weather was as unpredictable as Xia Anqi's mood. Just moments ago, the night sky had been clear as glass. Now, even the faintest sliver of moonlight was completely swallowed by thick, dark clouds. In an instant, torrential rain poured down, leaving no time for anyone to react. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Jiang Xingyun stripped off his own coat and draped it over Xia Anqi's head, letting the rain beat down on himself. He grabbed Xia Anqi's hand and sprinted toward the nearest building. Xia Anqi's one hand was held by Jiang Xingyun, while the other clutched the coat he'd draped over her head. Watching his retreating back as they ran, she felt something stir within her heart. In an instant, scenes from countless idol soap operas flashed through her mind. The moments when the male and female leads met, when they pledged their love, when they faced conflicts, it seemed they all happened on rainy days. Rainy days and falling in love seemed to go hand in hand. At this thought, her cheeks flushed slightly. Phew! They finally made it. Standing beneath the eaves of Hangzhou Cinema, they looked at each other, soaked to the bone, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Still want to listen to music? Jiang Xingyun asked, still laughing. Yes. Don't even think about getting out of singing this song. It's my apology. Xia Anqi stifled her laughter and put on a feigned look of annoyance. Fine. I'll sing one for you. He turned his head and spotted a street musician-looking guy standing nearby, a guitar slung over his back. Brother, mind if I borrow your guitar? Jiang Xingyun walked up, flashed him a smile, and held out his hand. Be careful. Don't break it. The street musician timidly handed the guitar to Jiang Xingyun. Jiang Xingyun wiped the water from his hands on his clothes before taking the guitar from the street performer. His fingers plucked the strings lightly, and a crisp guitar sound rang out beside his ear. It's a fine guitar. Thank you. I'll take good care of it. With that, Jiang Xingyun sat down on the steps outside the cinema, cradling the guitar. A cheerful melody flowed from his fingers, sweeping away the gloom brought by the rainy day. The sky seems to be raining, I seem to live next door to you. Standing dumbly beneath your window, I lift my gaze to count the dark clouds. If a piano appeared in this scene, I'd sing for you, even as the rain pours down on my head. After days of practice, Jiang Xingyun's singing had reached professional caliber. As he sang this cheerful tune, not only Xia Anqi but everyone around them was moved by this sweet love. I sing this song for you, no particular style. It simply means I want to bring you joy. To thaw your frozen rivers, to become a moth drawn to the flame for you. Nothing is too small to be worth it. As the chorus swelled, the faces around them all wore expressions that said, I knew it. Look how sweet that couple is. When will you sing me a love song? As audiences streamed out of the theater, many young couples caught the scene. The girls couldn't help but glance at their clumsy boyfriends with a hint of envy, murmuring complaints. The guys could only offer wry smiles. If we had that kind of skill, wouldn't we have shown it off ages ago? Why wait until now? Your Majesty, I truly cannot do it. Despite the complaints, their hands clasped tighter. Young lady, your boyfriend sings beautifully. Did he write that for you? A young woman approached, her gaze filled with admiration as she looked at Xia Anqi. No, sister, we're not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Oh, sis, I've been there. If he can sing a song like that, it means he has feelings for you. Don't be shy. The young woman chuckled softly. Don't wait until he doesn't like you anymore to chase after him. By then, it'll be too late. Xia Anqi nodded, her gaze settling on Jiang Xingyun, who stood drenched but still singing his heart out. Not far behind her, another graceful figure appeared in the cinema. Unlike Xia Anqi, her clothes were soaked through by the sudden downpour, and the book in her hands was drenched, wrinkled, and crumpled. Seeing the crowd gathered here, she instinctively wanted to get closer to see what was happening. There, in the center of the crowd, she spotted Jiang Xingyun, his hair dripping wet, singing and strumming his guitar with all his might. The newcomer was none other than Jing, who had gone to the library to study. Listening to the song, waves of memories flooded her mind. I bought your favorite custard buns. Have some. The young man stood beneath her apartment building, holding the breakfast he'd bought for her. It's raining today. You didn't bring an umbrella, did you? I happen to have two here. Would you like to borrow one? A shy smile and the obviously brand new floral umbrella in his hand. Though it was a cheerful confession song, she somehow heard a hint of bittersweetness in it. You know how I feel. Yes, I've always known his feelings. It was me who threw him away. At that moment, the young woman's words reached her ears. Don't wait until he doesn't like you anymore to chase after him. By then, it'll be too late. Looking up ahead, she caught sight of Xianqi, her pretty face flushed, and Jiang Xingyun singing and playing earnestly. Too late. He doesn't even sing for me anymore. Li Jing murmured to herself, a wave of bitterness welling up in her heart as tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She couldn't bear to listen any longer. The expression on the young man before her gradually hardened into that utterly cold, indifferent face. I don't like you that much anymore either. Those words echoed in her mind once more. She couldn't hold back any longer. Tears poured down her face as she turned and dashed into the rain, vanishing into the curtain of rain. Chapter 15. How about we try? Study, study again, sing again. Jiang Xingyun's life over the past month had become unbearably monotonous, shuttling back and forth between school and music practice every single day. And in this era before widespread internet access, he'd even spotted his own face on the local TV station, making him something of a minor celebrity. Hey, aren't you the guy singing outside the movie theater a month ago? Jiang Xingyun covered his head. Great, another person who saw that video. No, you've got the wrong guy. He deliberately lowered his voice, making it hoarse and completely different from the singing voice back then. Hearing his voice, which sounded like sawing wood, the girl's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a look of utter disgust. What a bummer. Thought I'd met the real deal, but turns out it's just a lookalike. What a waste of my ears. I'd better go back and listen to my brother's songs again. With that, she turned and walked away without looking back. Sigh. Jiang Xingyun sighed, slowly pulling a mask from his school uniform and putting it on. How does it feel to be famous? A hand slapped his shoulder from behind. The figure then took a step forward, landing right in front of him, and turned back with a cheerful smile. Who else could it be but Xianqi? Seeing the cheerful girl before him, Jiang Xingyun couldn't help but curve his lips upward. The gloom from being recognized earlier vanished instantly. What are you doing here? What? Just because you, the great talent of Jiang, are allowed here, does that mean a little lady like me can't be here? Of course you can. How could I not allow it? Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Xianqi smiled faintly and stood beside him. My dad said your album goes into production tomorrow. He wants you to appear on a TV show to promote our new release. A TV show? As far as she knew, there weren't any singing talent shows back then. Even the relatively famous super male god didn't appear until 2003. Yeah, it's a singing competition organized by Hangzhou City. Dad hopes you can participate to help promote our album. Sure, just contact me when the time comes. Jiang Xingyun saw no reason to refuse such a request. After all, if the album sold well, it would benefit him too. See you then? See you then. Just after parting ways with Xianqi, Lianjie emerged from some hidden corner, eyeing him strangely. Hey, old Jiang, you're not being loyal. We agreed to stay single together, but you went and found yourself such a gorgeous girlfriend. Cut the crap. She's not my girlfriend. Cut the crap. Do you really think high school seniors don't go online? That song of yours went viral last month. And here you are trying to fool me. And singing that line, the sky seems to be raining, I wish I lived next door to you. Ugh, it's so cheesy it's cringeworthy. Lianjie mimicked his expression, feigning deep emotion as he sang passionately. After finishing, he even shook his arms dramatically, pretending goosebumps were falling everywhere. Jiang Xingyun couldn't resist smacking his friend hard on the head when he saw him clowning around like this. Lianjie clutched his head, wincing in pain. You're such a heartless bastard when it comes to women. I, Lianjie, must be blind to have ever called you a friend. Even as he clutched his head, his mouth kept firing off insults. Seriously, if you hadn't been spouting nonsense, would I even have hit you? Jiang Xingyun shot him a glance, unable to hide the smile on his face. School days were the best. Even something as simple as this could bring such inexplicable joy. Seriously though, what did she want with you? I'm not telling you. See if that pisses you off. You'll find out soon enough. Lianjie turned around the moment he heard this, putting on a look of deep grievance. I knew it. You've been sneaking around behind my back looking for a girlfriend. I'm telling the boss about this. Let them judge whether you're in the right or not, you little scoundrel. But talk is cheap. In the end, he kept it to himself, silently swallowing his grievance. A day passed in a flash, and before he knew it, the next morning arrived. Jiang Xingyun appeared at the TV station entrance wearing a casual short-sleeved shirt. Seeing his old classmate waving at him from a distance, he looked utterly helpless. What could he do? After all, requesting leave required approval from the old boss. When old Ban learned he'd be appearing on the show, he seemed more excited than Jiang himself. This is a chance to make us look good. Why wouldn't I agree? Approved. I'll personally escort you to the station. With a sweeping gesture, the old class monitor granted him 2 days off and promptly shooed him out of the classroom. Sing your heart out. If you don't bring back a prize, you'll be sorry. The old teacher's voice echoed from afar. Jiang Xingyun nodded, waved back at him, then turned and walked into the television station lobby. Unlike modern stations, this one felt rather Spartan. Worn, modeled tiles, concrete staircases, and a snow-white loudspeaker sat in the center of the lobby. You're here? A head peeked out from the side door, glancing furtively around Jiang Xingyun. Your homeroom teacher didn't come in, did he? No. Jiang Xingyun stared at Xia Enchi peeking out, utterly speechless. You're acting so sneaky someone might think you're up to no good. I'm just worried your homeroom teacher will catch us. Xia Enchi flushed, lost in her own thoughts. Ever since that day they sang a song together in the rain, she'd been blushing more and more often. Even during recording sessions, she'd frequently catch herself staring blankly at him. You wouldn't happen to be feeling guilty about liking me, would you? Jiang Xingyun narrowed his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth curving upward as he leaned closer to Xia Enchi's face. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and go inside. It's about to start. Xia Enchi stared at the handsome face mere inches away, her cheeks flushing even brighter. She shoved Jiang Xingyun away and turned her head to the side. Just then, the loudspeaker began calling for contestants to prepare for entry, finally freeing her from her awkward predicament. Fine, you're already getting impatient with me. Sigh, I'll just leave then. Jiang Xingyun deliberately adopted a dejected expression, lowering his head and muttering to himself in a subdued voice. No, I just... Xia Enchi heard his words and hurriedly lifted her head to explain, but the moment she looked up, she met his sly gaze and the corners of his mouth that couldn't help but turn upward. I'm ignoring you. With that, she hurriedly fled the scene that had left her feeling so awkward. Oh dear, how did I fall for his trick? Xia Enchi, this isn't like you at all. Hiding in the corner around the bend, Xia Enchi touched her flushed cheeks and silently cursed herself. She wasn't like this at all. How could she be so easily flustered by a boy now? But to be fair, Jiang Xingyun was handsome and talented. Aside from teasing me for no reason, he wasn't all bad. Plus, he did my family such a huge favor. If he were my future boyfriend, that wouldn't be so bad, right? Maybe, give it a try? Chapter 16, One More Song. Jiang Xingyun had no idea that Xia Enchi, watching from outside, had already imagined so much. He had just entered the studio. The studio wasn't large, yet it was packed with people, eccentric rock singers, performers dressed like ancient knights, and more. Compared to them, his casual short-sleeved outfit seemed downright half-hearted. He had no idea how talented they were, but even before the competition began, he'd already lost one round in attire. Jiang Xingyun's brows furrowed into a deep V shape. Jiang Xingyun? Is that right? Facing the staff member in uniform before him, Jiang Xingyun nodded and spoke slowly. Yes, that's me. Follow me. The competition is about to begin. Huh? No rehearsal? The staff member turned to look at him in confusion upon hearing this. Rehearsal? This is the competition. Did you seriously think there'd be some underhanded deal to guarantee advancement? With that, he patted Jiang Xingyun's shoulder with a cheerful smile. I've heard your music, it's powerful. Just perform at your usual level. This competition is a piece of cake for you. Before Jiang Xingyun could respond, the loudspeaker at the entrance blared. Huangwen, take the stage. Next contestant, Jiang Xingyun, get ready. Jiang Xingyun looked up. Huangwen was the man in ancient attire from earlier. From the backstage area, the stage looked far less lavish than those of later generations. Only 3 cameras were positioned left, center, and right, surrounding the singer. Before them, 4 judges sat on the main stage. Jiang Xingyun didn't recognize them. No memories of these individuals surfaced in his mind. They might be vocal teachers from nearby schools, perhaps. A hazy dream, vaguely familiar. Waves stir within my heart. Cast aside worldly cares and sever grudges. Together till the horizon. Switching between male and female voices with ease? You're telling me this kind of contestant is a piece of cake for me? Jiang Xingyun shot a reproachful glance at the receptionist, who offered him an apologetic smile. I had no idea he was this strong either. But don't worry, your strength lies in originality. Keep it up. He even gave Jiang Xingyun a thumbs-up gesture. As the song ended, deafening applause erupted throughout the venue, everyone cheering for his performance. Alright, let's have contestant Huang take a break backstage. Now, please welcome our next contestant, Jiang Xingyun. Everyone, give him a warm welcome. Unlike competitions in later generations, the judges here only scored performances without offering live feedback on singing techniques. For most viewers, such shows were merely after-dinner conversation fodder. Lacking entertainment value, such programs generally drew little viewership beyond music enthusiasts. Phew. Standing on stage, Jiang Xingyun exhaled deeply. Looking out at the sea of heads below and the 4 judges sitting stiffly above, even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, he felt a surge of nerves. After all, in his previous life, he had been nothing more than a lowly office worker. The biggest event he'd ever experienced was a company team building outing. But his persistent pursuit of Li Jing had given him a thick skin few could match. Good evening, esteemed judges and audience. My name is Jiang Xingyun. Today, I present my original composition, Little Love Song. Jiang Xingyun bowed slowly toward the stage, then turned to pick up a guitar from the instrument rack, his fingers lightly brushing the strings. As the first note fell, Jiang Xingyun's clear voice flowed through the microphone, filling the air around them. This is a simple little love song, singing of the twists and turns of the human heart. The melodious male voice, simple melody, and moving lyrics created a different atmosphere from the previous performer who had electrified the entire venue. The venue fell completely silent as every audience member listened intently to Jiang Xingyun's performance. You know, even if heavy rain turns the whole city upside down, I'll hold you in my arms. I can't bear to see your back approaching. I'll write down my agonizingly slow passing moments of separation. Jiang Xingyun slowly closed his eyes, yet the strings of his guitar never faltered. His playing grew even more powerful than the original. The scene from years ago replayed in his mind. He'd practiced guitar for half a year just to celebrate her birthday, determined to sing her a song at her party. But she? Not even a simple thank you. Instead, she snatched the guitar from his hands and slammed it hard onto the floor. Jiang Xingyun, stop acting on your own. I will never like you. Give up on this notion. In his memory, this was the first time she had ever been so furious. Even when he had messed up before, Li Jing had never raised her voice like this, let alone resorted to violence. So it had all been nothing but my own delusion. Recalling the past, Jiang Xingyun's melodious voice carried an added note of sorrow. This was her favorite song. After singing it, he should truly let go. No one noticed that a single tear slipped from the corner of Jiang Xingyun's closed eye, falling onto the strings before landing with a heavy thud on the wooden floorboard at the center of the stage. Right down the castle where my time and the sound of the zither intertwine. As the song ended, the crowd remained utterly captivated by the melody. Everyone, without exception, carried the regret of a love that could never be, whether because of this or that, they had never come together. This song amplified that regret infinitely, vividly portraying the stubbornness and struggle inherent in young love. Whoa whoa. In the audience, a woman was the first to break down, her sobs echoing through the hall. It was my fault. I let him slip away. A girl's voice trembled with tears, her tone heavy with regret. He was so good to me, yet I broke up with him over something trivial. I only meant to scare him. Her sobs grew louder, even drowning out the stage microphone. The crowd looked at her with pity, yet no one mocked her. For deep down, everyone harbored a love they could never have. Moved by her, many in the audience began wiping away tears, and low sobs filled the venue. Even the teachers sitting on the judges' panel were not immune. The sound of crying reached Jiang Xingyun's ears. He slowly lifted his head and looked out at the crowd below the stage. This song came from my heart. I'm honored to have such kindred spirits among you all. Thank you for listening. One more song. One more song. One more song. Someone started the chorus, and soon the entire venue echoed with calls for an encore. Since the show began, no performer had ever achieved this feat. Director, look at this. What's there to hesitate about? Tell the crew below if Mr. Jiang is willing to sing another song, give him your full support. Who knows? This show might just go viral over these 2 songs. The director made the decision without hesitation. Who knows? The next rising star of the music scene might just be born right here. Chapter 17, I Like You, Let's Date. Since the audience is clamoring so loudly, shall we have Mr. Jiang Xingyun perform one more song for everyone? Yes. The entire audience shouted in unison. Just minutes earlier, the production team had relayed this decision to Jiang Xingyun through his earpiece. Though reluctant, the director offered him a performance fee of 10,000 yuan. For someone of his background in that era, 10,000 yuan was an unimaginably huge sum of money. With this encore happening, our chances in this competition are probably shot. The contestants waiting outside witnessed this poignant scene. Though tinged with envy and jealousy, none dared to voice dissent. After all, the quality of his song spoke for itself. No amount of hype could change the fact that the audience loved what they heard. Xia Anqi peeked out from behind the curtain, her small head poking out as she quietly watched Jiang Xingyun. Amazing. He truly lives up to being the man I chose. She murmured to herself. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I'll sing a song from my new album for you all. But first, I'd like to invite my partner to join me on stage. Would you all be willing? The audience below couldn't care less about the question. Without a second's hesitation, they answered Jiang Xingyun's request. Yes. Bring your partner up here. We can't wait to hear the song. Exactly. I approve. Did he just mention he has a new album? A sober audience member suddenly seized upon the blind spot. He's a singer too? That doesn't make sense. I've never heard of Jiang Xingyun before. What if he's a new artist? As long as his songs are good, I'm all in. One remark instantly ignited the entire venue, sparking intense curiosity among the audience about Jiang Xingyun's new album. Jiang Xingyun smiled faintly, paying no heed to the audience's reactions below. He turned and swept aside the curtain leading to the backstage area. He grabbed Xia Anqi's hand and smiled. "Anqi, come on. Let's sing a song together. But I'm nervous." "It's fine. Just like our usual practice sessions, nothing to be afraid of." Saying this, he took Xia Anqi's hand and walked toward the front of the stage. "Next, please enjoy our song, A Little Sweet." "Ha ha ha, A Little Sweet? Who came up with that name? How tacky." "Exactly. I was worried their encore might pose a threat, but now it seems pretty lame. What a waste of a good hand. Never mind, I'd better focus on strategizing for the next round." The straightforward song title drew amused laughter from the competitors behind them. In an era where even song titles carried subtle meanings, such a direct name simply didn't cut it. Not just the contestants, but even the director's relaxed expression instantly turned serious. What the hell? Even singing that same song again would be better than this something sweet nonsense. The director suddenly regretted asking for an encore. Spending the 10,000 yuan might just make him the laughingstock of the entire industry. Jiang Xingyun, oblivious to the commotion, slowly released Xia Anqi's hand and strummed his guitar. Cheerful, joyful notes sprang from the strings. "Pick an apple, wait for you to pass by my door, and hand it to you to quench your thirst." Jiang Xingyun's voice sounded slightly different from when he sang love ballads. If those songs carried a sorrow of unrequited love, then A Little Sweet radiated the sweetness of romance. Like summer cola, like winter cocoa, you're the right person at the right time. The moment Xia Anqi's sweet, velvety voice filled the air, the entire venue erupted in fervor once more. What did I just hear? This song truly lives up to its name. You might not believe me, but I think I'm falling in love. Draw your sword, Jiang Xingyun, you stole my wife. What do you mean your wife? She belongs to everyone. Seeing the huge reaction below, Jiang Xingyun smiled faintly. Even if you all fought over Xia Anqi, she wouldn't go with any of you, huh? Besides, this TV appearance was totally worth it. Not only did it promote my album, but I also made 10,000 yuan. Pretty sweet deal. The more he thought about it, the better his mood became. His performance of A Little Sweet even surpassed the quality achieved in the recording studio. When the song ended, the audience wasn't weeping uncontrollably like before. Instead, every face wore a wild grin, as if each person were living out a perfect romance. One more. One more. Seeing the enthusiastic crowd below and the host whose face had turned slightly awkward, Jiang Xingyun decided to quit while he was ahead. Apologizing to the crowd, he took Xia Anqi's hand and hurriedly left the competition venue. Though subsequent contestants delivered commendable performances, none could surpass Jiang Xingyun. With Jiang Xingyun's stellar performance setting the bar so high, even the judges unconsciously raised their standards for the subsequent singers. This guy can't hold a candle to Jiang Xingyun. Are you kidding? How could anyone compare to Brother Jiang's singing? What were the organizers thinking? It'd be better to bring Jiang Xingyun back for another song than listen to this nonsense. Hearing the audience's complaints below, the contestants on stage felt their composure shatter. One contestant even cracked on a high note. But in the end, the organizers didn't bring Jiang Xingyun back on stage. It wasn't that they didn't want to, it was because Jiang Xingyun had left the TV studio immediately after his performance, without even waiting for the awards ceremony. A few days later, when the TV program aired on Hangzhou's local station, Jiang Xingyun truly became a household name in the city. Even going out to buy groceries carried the risk of being recognized, and on campus, it was even more noticeable. Wow, Jiang, never thought you'd make it big like this. Lianjie slapped Jiang Xingyun on the shoulder. I watched yesterday's show. You wouldn't believe it. After you left, those contestants looked like they'd just been hit by lightning every time they sang. They were absolutely terrible. Enough. They tried their best. No need to mock others. Jiang Xingyun shook his head. He hadn't sneered at the contestants who came after him. So, you really are dating that Xia Anqi? No, why do you ask? Well, you're always singing love songs with her. The sky seems to be raining and love needs to be carefully carved. If you say you're not together, I'm not buying it. Lianjie snorted and shot Jiang Xingyun a glance. If you ask me, she's way better than Li Jing. I mean. Lianjie trailed off abruptly. Jiang Xingyun looked up in confusion, only to see Lianjie staring intently behind him with a complicated expression. Before Jiang Xingyun could turn to see who stood behind him, a familiar voice rang out from behind him. Jiang Xingyun, I like you. Let's date. Chapter 18. You don't even know him, so what's this about liking him? Welcome to Hangzhou City Television. I'm your familiar old friend. The program's voice filled the television as the young girl sat half reclined on the sofa, her eyes fixed intently on the screen. Xiao Jing, what are you watching? You look so engrossed. Li Jing's mother looked surprised to see her daughter plop down in front of the TV the moment she walked in the door. Usually, after school, Li Jing would retreat to her room to do homework. Watching TV? That was practically unheard of. So why was she watching TV today? A singing competition. One of my classmates is on the show, and it's airing today. The TV had already started playing the first contestant's song. It wasn't outstanding, but it was at least above average. The singers on this show are pretty good. How come you like this kind of program? Lee's mother quietly sat down beside her daughter, turning her head to watch the focused profile of her girl. Not really. Just a bit curious. Though she said this, her eyes never left the television screen. Next contestant, Huang Won. A contestant dressed in ancient-style attire stepped onto the stage as the song Iron-Blooded Loyal Heart began to play softly. He sings really well. No way. He sounds terrible. Jing suddenly spoke up, her tone tinged with impatience. Seeing her reaction, Lee's mother knew exactly what was going on. Jing, have you fallen for someone at school? No, I haven't. Jing froze for a moment before hastily denying it. But no matter how one looked at it, her flushed cheeks had already given her away. Is it that Jiang kid who follows you around everywhere? Before Jing could open her mouth to defend herself, the host's crisp voice suddenly rang out from the television. Let's welcome our next contestant, Jiang Xingyun. Please give him a warm round of applause. Seeing her mother's I knew it expression, Jing finally confessed what had happened to her recently. Accompanied by Jiang Xingyun's tender love song, Jing could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down her face. Mom, I lost him. Jing's mother looked at her with a complex expression. She hadn't expected so much to happen between her daughter and Jiang Xingyun in just 2 days. How could she not know that Jiang Xingyun's departure, though seemingly accidental, was actually inevitable? When someone invests in something for a long time without seeing returns, they might persist for a while longer out of passion or interest. But if that situation drags on any longer, departure becomes inevitable. Sighing, Lee's mother patted her shoulder, pulling Jing into her embrace and soothingly rubbing her back. Little Jiang might just be sulking. If you treat him kindly these days, it'll be fine. He's liked you for so long it'll work out. As she spoke, Lee's mother quietly turned off her television. As long as she couldn't hear Jiang Xingyun singing, Jing's emotions would gradually settle. Really? Of course. Your mother would never lie to you. When a woman pursues a man, it's like a thin veil between them. Just treat him the way he treated you, and you'll get back together sooner or later. Jing nodded at her mother's reassurance. Treat him the way he treated me? Early that morning, she even got up early to buy breakfast, exactly the kind of food Jiang Xingyun brought her every morning. Jiang Xingyun, I like you. Let's date. The girl stared at Jiang Xingyun with stubborn determination, holding the steamed bun she bought for him, even specially choosing his favorite carrot filling. Jing, can you stop acting so childish? Haven't I told you? I don't like you anymore. Please don't come bother me again. Jiang Xingyun's words were ruthless, making one doubt whether this was truly the same boy who had loved Jing for 10 years. Jiang Xingyun, I know you're angry with me, but I've realized my mistake. Look, this is the breakfast I bought for you, your favorite carrot filling. She held the steamed bun high in her hand, as if afraid Jiang Xingyun wouldn't notice it. Poof. You know you're wrong? Even Lianjie couldn't help but cover his face with his hand when she mentioned carrot filling. Jiang Xingyun has liked you for so long, and you don't even know he's allergic to carrots? Besides, he only buys you carrot-filled buns because you love them. Did you really think he liked them? Do you even know I've been allergic to carrots since childhood? In severe cases, it can be fatal. Jiang Xingyun stared at her coldly, his voice like a sharp blade plunging deep into Jing's heart. Allergic. She felt all her strength drain away, her mind blank except for those 2 words, allergy. No wonder. No wonder every time they ate together, he declaimed he wasn't hungry and leave his food untouched. So it had always been her who loved carrots, while he only loved her. Slap. Her hands could no longer hold the breakfast bag. It slammed onto the floor, buns scattering everywhere. Even the soy milk spilled out, soaking the floor. From now on, there's no need for all this futile effort. I won't like you anymore, and I hope you won't bother me again either. With that, Jiang Xingyun sidestepped past her, ignoring the girl before him. Even if she cried her eyes out, it was none of his concern. Lianjie watched Jiang Xingyun's retreating figure, then turned to look at Jing, whose eyes were brimming with tears. He bent down and picked up the steamed buns from the floor. Since old Jiang has made his feelings clear, there's no need for you to cling to him anymore. Please, I'm begging you, you've already wasted 10 years of his life. Don't intrude into his life any further. Besides, think about it, do you really know old Jiang? 10 years, and you didn't even know he's allergic to carrots. You don't understand him at all. How can you talk about liking him? Let it go. If you walk away now, you can still be friends. Watching the once proud girl weeping alone here, Lianjie shook his head. If only he'd known then what he knew now. He shoved the steamed bun back into Jing's hands and walked toward the direction Jiang Xingyun had left. Yes, I don't know him well enough. How can I claim to like him? Was it really my possessiveness getting the better of me? No, that's not it. I like him. I like him more than anyone else. Jing clutched the steamed bun in her hand, her gaze gradually hardening with resolve. You said I didn't know him well enough? Then I'll start by learning about his daily life. I'll make sure he knows how I feel. Thank goodness Jiang Xingyun had no idea what she was thinking, or he'd surely regret not having thrown that bun right in her face. Otherwise, he could have completely escaped the nightmare of his past life. But now, it's like tangled threads that refuse to be untangled, yet he still laments the coolness of autumn. Chapter 19, Rally. Walking along the campus paths, one would occasionally encounter students clutching books and reciting lessons even during breaks. The late emperor had barely begun his great undertaking when he passed away. Planting beans beneath the southern hills. The flaws in Song dynasty official positions include. Thanks to the enhanced memory from my rebirth, this knowledge was now firmly etched into my mind, impossible to forget even if I wanted to. Without this golden opportunity, I'd likely be just like everyone else, still accomplishing nothing even after my rebirth. Passing through the small grove planted by the campus, evenings always saw young boys and girls here, flirting and courting. High school was, after all, the age of budding romance. No matter how strictly forbidden, some would still swim against the current and secretly fall in love. Of course, high school was mostly about secret crushes. True warriors like me were few and far between. Hey, isn't that our school's singing sensation? Guys, come quick. I've got our school's singing sensation right here. A shriek erupted behind him, and Jiang Xingyun felt himself suddenly enveloped in arms. Turning his head, he saw a whole class burst out of the small grove that should have been empty. One of the students had grabbed him firmly around the waist, as if afraid he'd run away. What was going on? Haha, big star, looks like we finally caught you. Several of them chuckled maliciously, flexing their hands as they slowly approached him. What do you want? Though he had been reborn, the heavens hadn't granted him any special gifts in martial prowess. Was he really going to have to shout, "What goes around comes around, don't underestimate the young and poor," just to get out of this? What do we want? You snatched our boss away, and now you ask what we want? The leader lowered his head close to Jiang Xingyun's face, a cold smile on his lips that sent a shiver down Jiang Xingyun's spine. Of course we want you to confess your feelings to our boss. Just as he was about to utter that famous line, the leader waved his hand, signaling for them to release him. Ha? What ha? Confess your feelings. Haven't you done this before? You and the boss even sang duets together. Surely you're not going to confess now? Or do you plan to be the kind of scumbag who leads someone on and then dumps them? As he spoke, the leader's expression darkened once more. Jiang Xingyun could feel the young man behind him brimming with eager anticipation. Gulp. He swallowed hard. This situation was truly unexpected. To think he'd one day be forced into confessing his feelings by someone else. What kind of mess was this? What the hell are you lot doing skipping class? Feeling itchy again? The principal's voice suddenly boomed from behind them, sending the group scattering like startled birds. In an instant, the dense crowd vanished without a trace. Remember to confess to our boss, or else you'll regret it. Even as he fled, he didn't forget to throw a parting threat before vanishing deep into the woods. Watching the principal approach step by step, Jiang Xingyun instinctively wanted to take off running. After all, he'd been caught by this very principal before. And in his past life, he'd even beaten him up. With both old grudges and new, he knew he wouldn't fare well if caught. Just as he prepared to slip away quietly, the dean spoke from behind him. Jiang Xingyun? Wait a moment. It was over. He was done for. Calling him by name meant there was no escaping this. Jiang Xingyun slowly closed his eyes. Even though he hadn't done anything wrong, seeing the biggest boss in the eyes of high school students still made his heart race. What's wrong? Why are you drenched in sweat out here in the woods? Seeing Jiang Xingyun's forehead glistening with sweat, the principal looked puzzled. He hadn't come over to scold him, so why was he so nervous? Nothing. Just worked up a sweat exercising. Oh, the dean nodded without suspicion and continued, the school wants you to give a speech as the freshman representative at the rally. And we've seen your performance, you sang beautifully. If you could sing an uplifting song to motivate everyone for the exams at the rally, that would be perfect. So he was here to give me an assignment. I thought I was in trouble. Jiang Xingyun exhaled deeply, his slightly hunched back instantly straightening. Alright, I'll make sure to get it done. If you need anything, just contact your homeroom teacher. School playground, just past 8 o'clock. The field was already packed with countless students. Their faces showed excitement, worry, and some wore expressions of utter fearlessness. The rally signaled that their entire high school journey was about to draw to a close. In just 2 days, the highly anticipated college entrance exams would arrive, the moment to test the fruits of their decade of hard study. Jiang Xingyun, the designated speaker, had dressed up early in a light blue suit, holding a script he would read verbatim. His speech was predictable. In this sweltering summer, we seniors are about to march onto the sacred battlefield of the college entrance exam. Utterly devoid of originality. As for the song he had written himself, the principal and others had decided to save it for the grand finale after his speech. He could still recall the principal's excited expression and the uncontrollable smile when he first presented the song. Truly, he was nothing more than a mere messenger, fulfilling his role to the letter. Jiang Xingyun chuckled wryly. He was merely someone with a bit more knowledge of the future than they were. Next, please welcome senior student representative Jiang Xingyun to the stage for his speech. Holy crap, it's third brother. Boss, did you see that? Third brother is the representative. Han Ting was visibly thrilled, as if he were the one giving the speech. In contrast, the eldest, Meng Kai, remained much more composed. Third brother's grades have skyrocketed since he came back that day. Now he's even ranked first in the entire school. If he doesn't give the speech, who else would? Besides, third brother is also our school's singing star. Exactly. Third brother really seems like a different person now. No matter how much he's changed, he's still our brother. Dear fellow students, I'm honored to speak on behalf of the freshman class. I'm sure you've all grown tired of listening to those lengthy speeches. With that, Jiang Xingyun tucked away the prepared speech he'd been holding. This is reckless. A young teacher rushed forward to intervene, but the old principal smiled and stopped him. No rush. Let's hear what he has to say first before interrupting. Principal. It's fine. Someone who can write such a song wouldn't spread negativity to everyone. Chapter 20, Fleeting Passersby in Life. Once, my homeroom teacher asked me what my plans were after the college entrance exams. I want to ask everyone, what are your plans? I want to take an impromptu trip. I want to spend quality time with my parents and have a peaceful summer vacation. I'll probably get my driver's license time to level up. I'm going to play video games to my heart's content. Listening to the diverse answers from the students below, Jiang Xingyun smiled faintly. Such simple, unadorned dreams. So, do you want to know how I answered? Yes. The students below were quite cooperative. I said that after the college entrance exams, I only wanted to do two things. First, make money. As a recent high school graduate, getting an early taste of society isn't a bad thing. It can even help us with university life and studies. Whether it's summer jobs or other opportunities, it'll be hugely beneficial for our future. As for the second thing, I told my homeroom teacher that after high school graduation, I wanted to have a proper romance with the girl I liked. Shoo! A sudden wave of boos erupted from the audience. Students who had watched Jiang Xingyun's show knew exactly who he was referring to. But those seniors who rarely watch TV assumed he was referring to that person from years ago. This naturally divided the students below into two camps. A minority turned their gaze towards Xiaoyanqi, while the rest looked toward Li Jing. Does the girl you like you back now? The old principal, seated at the head of the table, asked him with a smile, his face beaming with curiosity. I don't know. Probably? Jiang Xingyun admitted it openly. There was nothing to be shy about in these matters, especially since his reputation as a hopeless romantic had already spread throughout the entire high school. It couldn't get any worse than this. What if she doesn't like you back? Then I'll work hard to become better, to make myself worthy of her. Liking her isn't just empty talk, it means studying hard so we can be together. As for the future, I can't promise anything. But as long as I like her, I'll wait for her to tell me she likes me too. Hearing this confession-like declaration, Xiaoyanqi's face flushed bright red. She dared not lift her gaze, terrified of catching anyone else looking at her. Li Jing, however, wore a delighted expression. He still cares about me, otherwise how could he say something like that in front of everyone? Unlike Xiaoyanqi's bashfulness, she reveled in the attention. She lifted her proud head high, as if she were the victor. It seemed her mother had been right all along. As long as she treated him the way he had once treated her, sooner or later he would come around. I've told you clearly you're the one I like. Why can't you admit it? Could it be you still think I'm just driven by possessiveness? I'll prove with my actions that I truly like you. Li Jing quietly encouraged herself in her heart, paying Xiaoyanqi no mind whatsoever. After all, she hadn't witnessed Xiaoyanqi and Jiang Xingyun's interactions. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare believe her charm was that powerful. Is she pretty? Beautiful. In my eyes, there's no girl more beautiful than her. Then I wish you luck in winning her heart soon. Then I'll thank you in advance, principal. Jiang Xingyun tucked away the manuscript in his hand and bowed to the principal. Finally, as the student representative, that's all I have to say. I hope everyone can perform to the best of their abilities, truly master what you know and guess correctly what you don't. Next, I'll sing a song for everyone, I believe dedicated to all the students here. May you all achieve success in your exams. With that, Jiang Xingyun grabbed the microphone from the table beside him and bounded straight to the center of the stage. I want to soar to the heavens and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun, the world is waiting for me to change. His confident voice carried the catchy melody, instantly drawing the audience below the stage into singing along. Some even began dancing to the rhythm. Jiang Xingyun's songs are so catchy I feel like jumping up just listening. You bet. He truly lives up to being our school's singing god. Speaking of which, didn't he mention he's releasing an album in a few days? Sigh, look at him. He's already accomplished most of the goals he set for himself, all that's left is for a girl to accept his confession. Honestly, comparing ourselves to him is just depressing. Jiang Xingyun paid little attention to the chatter below. He was already immersed in his own singing. Before, listening to this song hadn't moved him. But now, singing it himself, he finally felt the inspiration within the lyrics and that indescribable passion. I believe in who I am, I believe in tomorrow, I believe youth has no horizon. His energy surged as he sang, shedding his school uniform to reveal a crisp tank top. He leapt off the elevated stage and stood directly before the crowd, continuing his performance. Seeing everyone's attention drawn to Jiang Xingyun's new song, she slowly lifted her head. For some reason, her usually carefree personality vanished in his presence, replaced by frequent blushes. Her eyes stole glances at Jiang Xingyun, who was singing his heart out. He was handsome, tall, perfectly proportioned, and possessed the most captivating talent. She'd even heard from his roommate, Lian Jie, that he possessed impeccable culinary skills, surpassing even professional chefs. How could someone like him pursue a girl for 10 years without success? Was she really that picky, unable to see the merits of such an outstanding man? As for the girl he mentioned liking, she felt a bit insecure too. Aside from being pretty and having some musical talent, she basically had no other strengths. Her academic performance, while not ranking at the very bottom, was still disastrous in mock exams, placing her in a completely different league from Jiang Xingyun's achievements. Even though the cutoff for art students was lower, Jiang Xingyun's near-perfect scores meant he was destined for Tsinghua or Peking University. Sigh, how I wish that lucky girl were me. Lost in thought, she stole a glance at Jiang Xingyun singing passionately before quietly slipping away from her group and heading toward the exit of the playground. She recalled the first time she heard him sing in the grove, then sought him out for collaboration. Over 3 months had passed since then, and both of them were about to enter university. His debut album was now on track for imminent release. Come to think of it, she had even recorded 2 solo tracks for it. If this album sold exceptionally well, it wouldn't just help her father weather his difficulties, it could also give her a slight edge during her entrance exams. But judging by the album's quality, its success was only a matter of time. Her family's Angel music label was nearly riding his coattails. Why did you burst into my life only to prove we're not meant to be? Don't you know that in youth, one shouldn't encounter someone too dazzling? Otherwise, for the rest of your life, you'll never be able to truly love someone again. Why must you be but a fleeting passerby in my life? Chapter 21, Is What You Say True? Hangzhou No. 1 High School's anniversary celebration made it onto TV channels thanks to the song I Believe. Local government officials even sought out the Jiang family, hoping to meet with Jiang Xingyun to purchase the song's copyright. When Jiang's parents saw this group of middle-aged men in suits, they were so frightened they immediately slammed their front door shut. They refused to open it under any circumstances and even called the police. Only when the police arrived did they finally believe their son had truly earned the government's praise, all because of a song he sang himself. Old Jiang, where on earth did Xingyun pick up this talent? Neither you nor I ever nurtured this kind of skill in him growing up. Mrs. Jiang sliced vegetables in the kitchen while glancing sideways at the city officials seated on the sofa. Ask me and I'll ask who? But as long as he's developing in a positive direction, who he learned it from doesn't really matter, does it? Jiang's father offered reassurance. Ever since the girl he'd been pursuing rejected him 3 months ago, his son had become like a different person. He stopped buying her breakfast, stopped pestering her with inquiries after class, and sometimes even skipped returning home during holidays just to celebrate with her. Yet as parents, they dared not say a word. At this rebellious age, they feared pushing their son too far might drive him to do something they'd regret for the rest of their lives. Jiang Xingyun's transformation was etched in his parents' hearts. When he wasn't studying, they worried endlessly about his future. Yet when he threw himself into his studies and achieved success in every endeavor, they feared he was pushing himself too hard, risking his health. Ah, the heartache of parents everywhere. Dad, Mom, I'm home. The door creaked open, and Jiang Xingyun was startled by the scene before him. Several middle-aged men in small suits sat stiffly upright on his family's sofa. Who are you? Catching a glimpse of his parents still cooking in the kitchen out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Xingyun felt his slight tension ease considerably. It seemed they weren't some gangsters paying a visit. We're staff from the Hangzhou Municipal Education Bureau. We saw your performance at the pledge rally and hope to promote this song nationwide as the theme song for this college entrance exam season. What do you think? Before Jiang Xingyun could respond, his mother burst out of the kitchen. Are you kidding? Nationwide singing? The theme song for the college entrance exam season? This was a golden opportunity to make a name for themselves. How could they possibly refuse? We accept. As she spoke, Jiang's mother gave him a discreet pinch on the arm, signaling him to agree quickly. This is a chance to bring honor to our family. You absolutely cannot refuse. Jiang's mother whispered into his ear. Jiang Xingyun couldn't help but smile wryly. He hadn't even discussed terms with them yet, and his mother had already agreed outright. Then again, her generation placed great importance on reputation, caring little about money. Since my mother has already agreed, it shouldn't be unreasonable for me to make a few requests. That evening, Jiang Xingyun led a group of Education Bureau officials to the entrance of Angel Music Academy. This is where you said you learned your instrument? It looks a bit modest. The leader frowned slightly, eyeing the plain facade and beginning to doubt Jiang Xingyun's claims. Gentlemen, don't judge it by its unassuming exterior. Its interior will surely impress you. Gently pushing open the door, Jiang Xingyun stepped back to usher the officials inside. The antique decor, rows of professional instrument stands, and the air thick with the scent of rosin all drape the music shop in an artistic veil. Xingyun, you're here? Hearing the commotion outside, Xia spotted Jiang Xingyun approaching her music shop with a group of people from afar. She tossed aside the rag she was holding and dashed toward the lobby. Ever since the rally, Xia hadn't stopped wearing that silly grin. And after the song ended, Jiang Xingyun had come looking for her first. This undoubtedly boosted her confidence immensely. So he liked her too. These past few days, she constantly checked the lobby to see if Jiang Xingyun had come to her shop. In her heart, she already claimed him as her boyfriend. Watching Xia come running out, the leaders exchanged knowing glances. Xiao Jiang, you've played your cards well. Just one song, and we've designated Angel Music Academy as an official arts exam training center. Your strategy is spot on. Now you're talking nonsense. This is clearly a contribution to the nation. You're making it sound like some capitalist scheme. Jiang Xingyun showed no embarrassment, instead joking with the leading education bureau official. Their training standards are undoubtedly trustworthy. I'm living proof right here. I needn't elaborate on how exceptional their teaching is, right? And Jiang Xingyun tried to continue, but the leader cut him off. Alright, enough bragging. We'll arrange everything immediately upon returning. As for that song. Before the sentence was finished, Jiang Xingyun pulled a stack of cassette tapes from behind his back and handed them to the leader. Here you go. It's all right here. You little rascal, you had this planned all along. Looks like I fell for your trick. The leader chuckled, watching him produce the tapes as if by magic. Hey, mutual benefit, mutual benefit. Jiang Xingyun smiled back at him. If anything comes up later, just give me a call. Only after the education bureau officials left did Xia dare to pester Jiang Xingyun with questions. What exactly do you mean by that training center? It means that in the future, arts exam students can come here to study music. But we can study here now too. That's different. Now it's government recognized, which gives you a stamp of credibility. Think about it, if you were going to study music, would you choose an accredited institution or one without? I'd definitely choose the accredited one. Xia answered without hesitation. See? That's exactly what government recognition does, it's the same principle. At this, Xia eyes lit up. Are you serious? Doesn't that mean we'll never have to worry about money again? We still need to teach students wholeheartedly. Money doesn't matter, the main thing is nurturing the next generation. Listening to Jiang Xingyun's sanctimonious excuse, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Money doesn't matter? Back when we signed the contract, you were so stingy you almost made us reimburse you for the toilet paper you bought. To say you're not greedy? That's laughable. Jiang Xingyun chuckled, ignoring the glare Xia shot his way. Loving money? Nothing to be ashamed of. Chapter 22, Why No Scores Above 700? Hangzhou summers were always hot and humid, but that couldn't dampen the parents' enthusiasm. Early in the morning, a crowd of parents had already gathered at the school gates to see their children off to the exam. Today is one of our nation's most important days. Thousands of examinees gathered together, about to enter the battlefield. Okay, Mom, I know. I won't embarrass you. Mom, you guys go ahead and head back. I'll do my best on the exam and aim to get into a good school. If I don't get into a bachelor's program, I'm still confident I'll get into a vocational college. Every student standing at the school gate pounded their chest, solemnly promising their families. Watching their earnest expressions, Jiang Xingyun sneered inwardly. If only you knew how difficult this exam would be, you'd cry yourselves to death once you found out. But he kept quiet. After all, he was one of them now. Besides, the answers to this exam were all in his head. Scoring high was as easy as plucking fruit from a tree. To say his parents weren't worried would be a lie. What parents didn't fret over their child's grades? Do your best, but don't put pressure on yourself. We'll love you no matter how you perform. Before the exam, seeing his mother's worried expression as she stubbornly tried to reassure him, Jiang Xingyun felt a pang of emotion. Of course, while that's what we say, you can't deliberately get a bad score just to test Mom and me. His father's stern expression turned serious as he issued a warning. You're taking these exams for your own future prospects. They'll be your stepping stone when you enter the workforce. What do I need a stepping stone for? If I don't work hard, I'll just have to come home and take over the family business. Seeing his parents getting too serious, Jiang Xingyun cracked a little joke. You little brat. What family business do we have? Just a few rundown clothing shops. Study hard and don't embarrass your old man. Jiang's father playfully slapped him on the back. Though his words were sharp, the smile on his face gave him away. Alright, I'm off. Just wait for my good news. The first subject was Chinese. No matter how skilled you were, the essay section was no joke. The annual Gaocao's main talking points always boiled down to two things: difficulty and the Chinese essay question. You might not remember what else was on the test, but you definitely recall that year's essay topic. Not to mention, Jiang Xingyun had actually studied the 2000 Gaokao exam papers back then, in a way reminiscing about his own youthful ignorance. Looking at that exam paper now, the answers seemed etched into his memory. Cheating is shameful, but the answers are etched into my brain. I didn't want to cheat either. My heart resisted, but my hands were honest. While everyone else was still scratching their heads, Jiang Xingyun finished the entire exam in just half an hour, leaving only the essay question. Holy crap, is this guy a god? Who answers like that? Even random guessing wouldn't be this fast. Where did this genius come from? And he's even in the same exam hall as me? 10 minutes per page? I'm truly impressed. Looking down at my own reading comprehension still stuck on the first page, I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Comparing yourself to others is just frustrating. I'd better just focus on finishing my own questions. Another half hour passed. The moment he finished writing the last character, Jiang Xingyun turned his head and fell asleep right there in the exam hall. This action quickly caught the proctor's attention. Ahem. Approaching Jiang Xingyun's desk, the proctor gave a soft cough twice, but Jiang Xingyun remained completely unmoved. Ahem. The proctor, not giving up, leaned forward slightly, this time coughing a bit louder than before. Still, he showed no reaction whatsoever. Student, please pay attention to the exam environment and respect the college entrance examination. The teacher couldn't hold back any longer and reached out to rouse Jiang Xingyun from his slumber. Kids these days were so self-destructive. This was the easiest path to success. If they didn't study hard now, they'd surely regret it later. Though he wasn't her student or relative, as a teacher, she knew she wouldn't sleep well tonight if she didn't wake him. Teacher, I already respect the college entrance exam very much. Still half asleep, Jiang Xingyun lifted his head and blurted out the words as if possessed. You. This response infuriated the teacher to no end. Fine. Guess I was just meddling, huh? I'll see how well you score in the end. The teacher stole a glance at his name, Jiang Xingyun. Ding dong. The bell signaling the end of the exam rang out. Jiang Xingyun was the first to dash out of the exam hall and head straight for the school gates. This was so boring. He thought he could leave campus after handing in his paper, but instead he was stuck waiting in the lounge for others to finish. At least it felt more free. No one would stop me from napping. Hey, classmate. You're the first one out of the campus. Did you finish early? Hey, student. How did you find this year's exam? Was it difficult? No sooner had he stepped through the gates than he was stopped in his tracks by a line of journalists waiting in formation. This year's exam? I've got just 4 words for it, nothing special. Watching Jiang Xingyun's pretentious demeanor, the reporters were left speechless. Nothing special? The reporters chuckled, sensing no point in pressing further. Every year, there were always a few arrogant individuals like this. When the scores were released, it would be time to slap them in the face. Watching Jiang Xingyun's smug grin, the reporters curled their lips in disdain and turned their attention to the second student to take the stage. In comparison, this student seemed much more normal, tearfully complaining about the difficulty of the Chinese language questions. Several interviewees in a row agreed that this year's Chinese exam was exceptionally challenging. In stark contrast, Jiang Xingyun's nothing special response seemed rather lackluster. Can't you just keep quiet, you brat? You'll say anything. At noon, watching the live coverage of the exam on TV, Jiang Xingyun's nothing special was prominently featured. His mother was so furious she smacked him on the head with a chopstick. The pain made him clutch his head and beg for mercy. Ow, ow, ow. Mom, stop hitting me. You'll knock the math knowledge right out of me. Do you know you're wrong? Yes, I know. But he'd dare again next time. Jiang Xingyun muttered to himself silently, but he dared not say such words aloud. He couldn't take another chopstick to the arm. He didn't care, but his famous saying had already spread like wildfire throughout Hangzhou. People jokingly dubbed him Brother Not Quite, and some pranksters even launched an online poll challenge. Brother Not Quite's college entrance exam score prediction. 300 400. 400 500. 500 600. 600 700. For score ranges were set up for voting, with most choosing the 500-600 range. Since Not So Bro was talking so big, his grades must be decent, right? At this point, a user named Xiao Zhang doesn't play the lapdog caught everyone's attention in the forum comments. Why didn't you include an option for scores above 700? Chapter 23, this exam? No big deal. Hahaha, bro, what are you thinking? Not passing guy scoring 600 is already impressive enough, why would we need a 700 plus option? But he does have a point. We really didn't think that through. Soon after, 2 new options appeared among the existing choices, one for scores below 300 and another for scores above 700. As soon as these options appeared, many nosy netizens immediately selected below 300. In no time, the number of people choosing below 300 surged far ahead. Meanwhile, the over 700 option only had 1 vote from the netizen Xiao Zhang doesn't play the lapdog. Ha, someone actually voted for over 700 points? Who's this genius? Not to brag, but if he actually scores over 700, I'll eat acid standing on my head. The guy above is just trying to get free food again. Suddenly, this topic's popularity in Hangzhou rivaled the college entrance exams, becoming the second most discussed topic over meals and tea breaks. Even when Jiang's parents walked down the street, they could feel the strange stares from relatives and friends. 3 parts cold indifference, 3 parts pity, and 4 parts schadenfreude. Their expressions seemed to say, how could you two have such a dim-witted child? To make such bold claims during the exam, don't you fear your words might come back to bite you? Though the college entrance exams lasted only 2 days, Jiang Xingyun was the first to finish every exam and walk out of the school gates. This behavior cemented his nickname Mr. Fail for years to come. Finishing early. Finishing every single exam early. Just wait till I get my hands on you, you ungrateful brat. Jiang's mother glared at him, frustrated beyond words. Though she threatened to hit him, her hand couldn't bring itself to strike. Enough. It's all over now. We'll see his results later. A hint of disappointment flickered in Jiang's father's eyes. He'd hoped his son had turned over a new leaf, but while the mock exams brought them joy, now they were back to feeling the sting of disappointment. Submitting early meant losing a full half-hour of review time compared to others, and remember, each exam was only 2 hours long. Sigh. Jiang's father comforted his wife while letting out a long sigh. His son's reputation was now utterly ruined. Whether he could hold his head high or not was beside the point. His son still had a long road ahead. Sigh. Another sigh escaped him. But Jiang Xingyun didn't share such concerns. After all, with the answers already in his head, the exam was practically a sure thing. Besides, after the college entrance exams, his album was set to drop. Wasn't this wave of attention the perfect promotional opportunity? No time to waste. Jiang Xingyun slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed straight for Angel Music. To avoid being recognized, he stubbornly wore a sun hat and mask in the sweltering summer heat, covering himself up completely, leaving only his eyes exposed. What's gotten into Xiao Jian? Finishing the exam early is one thing, but making such arrogant remarks? He's playing with his own future. Oh, Dad, don't worry. He must have his reasons for doing this. You're clearly blinded by him. You haven't even seen your own results yet, and you're already defending him. Well, even in angelic joy, he couldn't escape the fate of being lectured. But despite the lecture, he felt no trace of anger. He knew Father Xia meant well, treating him like family, like a son or nephew. Uncle, talking behind someone's back isn't a very nice thing to do. Caught red-handed, Mr. Xia suddenly looked a bit awkward. I didn't mean anything by it, but I just think your actions this time were too. Father Xia scratched his head, then suddenly slapped his forehead and continued, too reckless. Did you ever consider that if your results turn out poorly, it'll nail you to the pillar of shame and brand you as arrogant? It just wouldn't be worth it. Watching Father Xia struggle to phrase his thoughts diplomatically, his smile grew broader. Then just get good grades. You. Forget it, talking to him is pointless. This kid's lost his mind. Uncle, don't worry. I know my own capabilities. Jiang Xingyun smiled reassuringly at Xia's father instead. There's actually something I need to ask of you. Go ahead. I plan to ride this wave of popularity to release our album. I've even thought of the title Shocking. Who knew brother had this hidden identity? Jiang Xingyun then outlined his rough concept to Xia's father, leaving him utterly stunned. Is that even possible? So all that talk was deliberate just to ride the wave of the college entrance exam hype. And to promote his new album and single while he's at it. Xia Anqi listened to Jiang Xingyun's plan unfold beside him, a faint smile spreading across her face. Truly the man I adore, strategizing behind the scenes, manipulating everyone with ease. Too bad there wasn't a mirror nearby. If there had been, she might have seen the stars in her own eyes. Alright, I'll handle it. Xia's father cast a complex gaze at the still slightly immature youth before him. His son's music career had truly benefited entirely from his influence. Both the publicity and record production challenges had been resolved by him. All that remained was for the album to sell like hotcakes. His role was merely to record the songs and liaise with the manufacturers. To put it bluntly, even if a dog ran Lixing, Jiang Xingyun could make it thrive. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Xia's father couldn't help but shift his gaze to his daughter. Xia Anqi's eyes were fixed entirely on Jiang Xingyun, completely unaware of her father's gaze upon her. He hoped this young man wouldn't disappoint his daughter's feelings. Mr. Jiang, I hear you also go by the nickname Brother Jiang online. What are your thoughts on that? It's just a nickname people affectionately call me. I'm grateful for everyone's attention. Father Xia moved swiftly, arranging for a reporter to conduct an interview within just one morning. It was even the editor-in-chief of Hangzhou Morning Post, the city's leading newspaper, who came personally. Coincidentally, the editor was also intrigued by the recently buzzworthy Brother Boobwa phenomenon in Hangzhou. As for the additional condition of promoting the album, he readily agreed to that as well. Especially upon learning that popular hits among young people like I Believe, Little Love Song, and Why Not were all penned by this brother not much, he agreed without hesitation. So what are your thoughts on the great voting initiative you launched? Actually, I participated in the poll myself. But I'd prefer to keep my score confidential for now. I hope students won't be shocked when it's revealed. Even now, my assessment of this exam remains the same 4 words, nothing special. Chapter 24, again? Having lived through the era of the data explosion, Jiang Xingyun knew exactly what these reporters and editors wanted him to say. They'd simply amplify this topic further. By maintaining his bold demeanor after the exam, they could spin it to portray him as either supremely confident or utterly arrogant, all to boost his visibility. Ultimately, though, it all boils down to one thing: making money. Without profit as the driving force, there wouldn't be so many people interviewing these attention-grabbing figures. This situation was truly a win-win. I hear Mr. Jiang isn't just known online as Unbeatable Brother but also appeared on a singing show on Hangzhou TV, becoming the first contestant to return for a second chance. You mentioned your new album would be released soon. Could you share the exact date? Hee, you're quite the reporter spotting even this detail. To be honest, the album I personally produced will be available this Friday at major bookstores across Hangzhou. You can also purchase it directly at Angel Music. You might even run into me at Angel Music Store. After a few more routine questions, the editor-in-chief stood up and shook hands with Jiang Xingyun. His gut told him this young man was no ordinary talent. The way he generated buzz, amplified his visibility, and leveraged their newspaper to promote his album, this tactic alone was enough to keep modern PR departments studying for a while. In his words, it was called hitching a ride on trending topics. Though he didn't grasp its meaning, he filed the term away in his mind. It might come in handy someday. By the time the reporter left, the sky had turned pitch black. Jiang Xingyun stretched lazily and turned back toward Angel Music. Xia's father had left the store early to urge the manufacturer to speed up production, leaving only Xia Anqi and Jiang Xingyun behind. As for whether he harbored any personal desire to have his daughter spend more time with him, only he knew the answer to that. Watching the young girl dozing on the sofa, Jiang Xingyun wore a faint smile. In his previous life, he and Xia Anqi had never crossed paths. After he started working, Xia Anqi debuted as a popular singer. She had enjoyed a long period of online popularity, but her fame faded within a few years. She vanished without a trace, as if she had never existed in this world. If not for the fact that he remembered her as his high school classmate and paid her a little extra attention, he probably wouldn't have been able to recall anything about Xia Anqi, even with reinforced memory. Regardless, this time I won't let you vanish without a trace. You've already walked into my life. Gazing at the lovely face before him, Jiang Xingyun found his hand moving of its own accord, gently stroking the sleeping cheek of the girl in front of him. The touch on her cheek elicited a soft, contented moan from Xia Anqi, startling Jiang Xingyun into quickly withdrawing his hand. Oh my, what was I doing? This made me look like some kind of pervert taking advantage of her. He scrambled to his feet, ready to flee the scene. Think you can just run away after doing something bad? Xia Anqi had woken up at some point and reached out, grabbing Jiang Xingyun's arm. Caught off guard, Jiang Xingyun was yanked back onto the sofa by Xia Anqi. Tell me, did you take advantage of me while I was asleep? Xia Anqi feigned anger, her beautiful eyes locked with his. They were so close they could feel each other's warm breath. No, I didn't. Jiang Xingyun, a virgin in 2 lifetimes, had never experienced such an intense situation. In his previous life, he had pursued Li Jing relentlessly but never even held her hand, let alone faced a girl like this. Jiang Xingyun's face flushed instantly. He could feel his body temperature rising rapidly, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it might leap out of his throat. Really? Then why are you blushing? Xia Anqi stared at Jiang Xingyun's flushed cheeks, steeled her resolve, and leaned close to whisper softly into his ear. Ha! Her warm breath filled his ear, sending a shiver through him. His mind went completely blank, and he stammered, unable to utter a single word of protest. To his surprise, Xia Anqi wrapped her arms around his head and pulled him toward her. You're so beautiful. I like you so much. Jiang Xingyun didn't know why those words had slipped out. Perhaps it was the irresistible beauty before him, or maybe he'd simply lost his mind. But then something unexpected happened. He felt the hands holding his head tighten slightly, and then that flushed, lovely face drew closer and closer to his own. Peck. Jiang Xingyun felt something soft and wet, and a faint chill spread from his lips to the top of his head. A chill shot straight to the crown of his head. So this was a girl's lips? This was what kissing felt like. Jiang Xingyun finally understood why so many boys loved kissing. For bachelors like them, this sensation was an irresistibly blissful experience. After a long moment, their lips parted. Both stared at each other's flushed cheeks, momentarily at a loss for words. They spoke at the same time. You go first. Again, in unison. Then they fell back into an awkward silence. What should we do? What should we do? What on earth should we say? Confess? No, how could I be the one to speak first? Xia Anqi's mind was a complete jumble now, utterly clueless about what to do. She quietly lifted her head to glance at Jiang Xingyun across from her, who looked just as awkward. He too had a blank expression on his face, but his next move made her furious. He actually stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, his expression looking more and more like he was savoring the afterglow of a kiss. Was it tasty? Xia Anqi demanded, her face darkening. Jiang Xingyun nodded instinctively, completely unaware of the danger closing in. It was delicious. I wish we could do it again. Hearing this, Xia Anqi reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She spun around and pinned Jiang Xingyun down onto the sofa. As the scent of her hair drifted into his nostrils, Jiang Xingyun's rationality dissolved completely in that moment. Xia Anqi pressed her lips onto his with fierce intensity, leaving a faint mark on his skin. Want more? Again? After a long while, the two finally calmed down. Xia Anqi flicked her hair back with a flourish, then composedly smoothed her clothes. In contrast, Jiang Xingyun sat curled up on the sofa, his clothes disheveled, eyes vacant. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, he'd never kissed a girl with such frenzied intensity. At first, he'd managed to take the lead, but by the end, Xia Anqi was the only one making moves, leaving him breathless. Don't act like this. You're the one who got the advantage, yet you're putting on this hurt act. Fine, this lady will take responsibility. From now on, you're mine. Xia Anqi waved her hand dramatically, exuding the aura of a heroic woman. Was this what they called living off a woman? Chapter 25. The flowers in your hand are so beautiful. Jiang Xingyun woke up in his own bed. Recalling the wonderful night he spent with Xia Anqi yesterday, his face still flushed slightly. Today was the day to return to school and collect the exam answer sheets, so Jiang Xingyun rose early. In his previous life, he had locked himself in his room on this very day, refusing to leave no matter how much his mother called. He hadn't even opened the door when he fainted from hunger. If his father hadn't decisively sawed the door open, he might have starved to death in his room. Suddenly, he realized he had been back in this life for 3 months already. So much had happened in those 3 months, but foremost among it all was that he hadn't gotten into a conflict with the dean and been expelled. Not only was she still enrolled, but her academic performance now far surpassed anything she'd achieved in her previous life. Not only was a bachelor's degree within reach, but even prestigious universities like Peking or Tsinghua weren't beyond her reach. Then there was meeting Xia Anqi. This lively and cheerful girl was far better than Li Jing, whom he had liked before. Her carefree personality, and most importantly, she didn't treat him like a lapdog to be summoned at her whim and dismissed just as easily. That was crucial to him. Just look at his online handle, Xiaojiang doesn't play the lapdog. It screams how much he despises that kind of behavior now. Yep, that netizen who guessed he'd score over 700 was actually him. No one else believed he could achieve that mark. Oof. Ever since he made that claim, his mother hadn't given him a single friendly glance. These past 2 days, whenever she saw him, she'd sulk like a child, stubbornly turning her head away and refusing to speak to him. Yet she never missed a single meal. I'm full, Dad. I'll be heading out now. Alright, be careful on your way. Father Jiang wasn't holding a grudge. After all, no matter what, he was still his son, not some enemy. Just as he was about to head back to his bedroom to change clothes, he caught his father winking at him. Following his gaze, he saw a brand new set of athletic gear, a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and sneakers lying quietly on the sofa by the door. Even his backpack had been replaced with a brand new one. He turned to see his father nodding toward the items. Your mom bought them for you. She was worried you'd be uncomfortable. Reading his father's lips, Jiang Xingyun shifted his gaze to his mother. She clearly cared deeply, yet remained silent, still pretending to be sulking. He quietly approached and stood beside her. What are you doing here? Hurry back to your school. Let everyone see the person who made such bold claims during the college entrance exams. Let them laugh at you. Thank you, Mom. Ignoring his mother's scolding, Jiang Xingyun bowed his head and gave her a deep, respectful bow. With that, he turned, put on his clothes, and walked out the door. As the door closed, he thought he heard faint sobs from his mother. What mother truly wished to be angry with her son? It was simply that she cared too deeply, her frustration born of high expectations. Jiang Xingyun understood. He had grasped all this in his previous life, comprehending his mother's sharp tongue and soft heart. Arriving at school, everything felt so familiar. The only difference was the absence of many classmates on campus. It was summer vacation and everyone had returned home. Even the seniors in the next graduating class wouldn't be back for several weeks. Surrounded by the familiar trees and grass of the campus, Jiang Xingyun felt transported back to those days. He recalled confessing his feelings to Li Jing time and again, only to be rejected each time. Once on the playground, her best friend Miaohui had even slapped him across the face and trampled his carefully tended flowers into a pulp. As for Li Jing, she merely frowned. When had his heart truly died? Perhaps it began the moment she stood by, arms folded. After that, he couldn't tell if his dogged pursuit stemmed from affection or sheer habit. Sunlight spilled down, illuminating 2 small yellow flowers growing beneath a tree at the edge of the playground. Bathed in sunlight, the 2 little flowers proudly lifted their heads, standing tall and straight. Would Anqi like this little flower? Unbeknownst to him, Xia Anqi had already carved out a place in his heart, while Li Jing had been buried in its farthest corner. Meanwhile, Li Jing approached from another direction, still accompanied by her chatty best friend. Xiao Jing, you're back so early for school. The teachers aren't even here yet. She shielded her eyes from the sun with one hand while the other busily fanned herself. For someone over 150 pounds, these few steps felt like torture. After barely 2 steps, she was already drenched in sweat. But Li Jing seemed oblivious to her words, staring blankly ahead. Manhwa lifted her head and followed her gaze, catching the exact moment Jiang Xingyun bent down to pick a wildflower. Isn't this the big talker brother Buo? Who knew he'd become such a loser after just a few days? Now he's picking up trash to eat? Her words were ruthless, her lips curling into a cold sneer as she hurled scornful barbs at Jiang Xingyun. Did you fail your exams so badly you've given up on yourself? Getting an early taste of scavenging for scraps? Haven't seen you in a few days, and you're still as sharp-tongued as ever. I wonder how many pounds your sharp tongue could make you lose. Jiang Xingyun held the wildflower gently in his hand, gazing up at Manhwa, who had grown as thick as a wall. His words were equally merciless. You. What about me? How are you going to find a boyfriend in college looking like that? If it weren't for Li Jing, you'd probably have 0 guys around you. Jiang Xingyun sneered at her. He thought returning to campus would be their last meeting, yet here she was, practically begging for another scolding. Oh, right, I almost forgot you might not even get into college. Then of course, the problem of finding a boyfriend won't exist at all. Maybe you could get a good price at the slaughterhouse. Pork might even go up in price in a couple of years. After this barrage, Manhwa was so furious she nearly fainted on the spot. Li Jing, look at him. He doesn't know how to treat a girl with respect. You absolutely cannot be with him. But Li Jing seemed oblivious, walking straight up to Jiang Xingyun's face and staring at his cheek mere inches away. Recalling his confession on the podium, Li Jing's own cheeks flushed slightly. This left Jiang Xingyun momentarily baffled. Why are you blushing? We're just talking. We're not that close, are we? Jiang Xingyun, the flowers in your hand are so beautiful. Could I have one? Li Jing's sudden, unexpected question caught Jiang Xingyun off guard. Flowers? Jiang Xingyun looked down at the 2 wildflowers he'd just picked. Could Miss Li actually find these flowers beautiful? But there was no need to let a single flower ruin their parting. Here, take them. Jiang Xingyun casually plucked one flower from his hand and offered it to Li Jing, carefully tucking the other back into his backpack. That one was meant for Xia Anqi, it couldn't be damaged. Chapter 26 No more goodbyes. No, I want both of them. Seeing Jiang Xingyun tuck the other flower away, Li Jing's expression darkened with displeasure. Why? I'll give you both of them. Jiang Xingyun's expression turned unusually stern. Did you think I was still that pathetic guy who used to follow you around like a puppy? Although Jiang Xingyun had confessed his feelings at the graduation ceremony, he hadn't explicitly stated that the person he was referring to was her. Besides, things between them hadn't ended well before. Seeing Li Jing remain silent for so long, Jiang Xingyun lost all desire to say more. After all, they were just strangers now. A few more words or a few less, it didn't matter. As Jiang Xingyun turned to leave, Li Jing gathered her courage and grabbed his arm. Don't go. Seeing the impatient look in Jiang Xingyun's eyes as he turned back, Li Jing felt an inexplicable pang of pain in her heart. How could he look at me like that? Why does seeing that look in his eyes hurt me so much? Is this what heartache feels like? What is it? His tone carried not a shred of emotion, as if he were speaking to a stranger. Perhaps because Manhwa was nearby, his voice even carried a hint of anger. Xiao Jing graciously deigns to speak with you, yet you show such utter ingratitude. Manhwa's voice rang out again. Li Jing, who had been indifferent to everything until now, heard her words and instantly felt like a barrel of gunpowder ignited. She whipped her head around and roared at Manhwa. Shut up! Seeing Li Jing's fury, Manhwa quietly dared not utter another word, silently adding another mark against Jiang Xingyun in her mind. On a certain day in a certain month of a certain year, because Jiang Xingyun had been cursed at again. Enough with the act. Just say what you need to say. Watching the 2 people playing charades in front of him, Jiang Xingyun's patience was wearing thin. He had just confirmed his relationship with Xia Anqi. Both logically and emotionally, he shouldn't have too much contact with Li Jing, and he was managing that part. Which schools are you planning to apply to? Li Jing probed cautiously, afraid that one wrong move might send him walking away again. Seeing the once haughty princess now tiptoeing around him, Jiang Xingyun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. You used to ignore me completely, and now you think you can win me back? Too late. I, Jiang Xingyun, am a man of my word. Once I said I wouldn't pursue you, I won't. Not in this lifetime. Don't bother asking. I won't be applying to Hangzhou University anyway. It's best we never see each other again. With that, Jiang Xingyun turned and walked away, ignoring the 2 people behind him. How did he know I was applying to Hangzhou University? If he'd already found out, why tell me he wouldn't apply or that we shouldn't see each other anymore? Li Jing plopped down onto the ground, not even caring that the dust dirted her white shirt. Her mind was filled only with Jiang Xingyun's final words, let's never see each other again. Never see each other again. Li Jing murmured to herself, sitting on the ground. Her eyes were vacant, yet tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Was this what rejection felt like? Was this what it felt like to be despised? Tears fell, landing on the small flower. One petal was knocked off, and then the entire blossom crumbled apart in her hand. It resembled the shattering of a young girl's heart, piece by piece. Finally, everyone had arrived, and the clock struck 10 in the morning. Every latecomer saw Li Jing's eyes, red from crying, and Miao Hui, who kept trying to comfort her. Without exception, their gazes fell upon Jiang Xingyun. Yet he showed not a shred of concern for Li Jing, instead sprawled across his desk, snoring away. True to his nickname Mr. Fail, he can't even resist catching up on sleep during homecoming. Who's this Mr. Fail anyway? He even slept through the college entrance exam. What's a little back-to-school day to him? Ha, he's just a clown. Wait a few days until the exam results come out, and see if he's still so popular. While some envied Jiang Xingyun, most watched him with an attitude of schadenfreude. Boss, I can't take it anymore. I'm gonna take him down. Han Ting, the second in command, rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach them a lesson. He knew his college entrance exam scores weren't stellar, but getting into a junior college was still within reach. Besides, back then, getting into a junior college was quite an accomplishment. Don't be impulsive. Look, third brother isn't reacting at all. Maybe he's doing this on purpose. Meng Kai had noticed Jiang Xingyun's transformation long ago, but no matter how much third brother changed, he would always remain their dorm's third brother. That would never change. From an academic standpoint, he was genuinely pleased to see Jiang Xingyun making visible progress. Sometimes he even felt happier about Jiang Xingyun's progress than his own. Perhaps that was the unique bond between men. Someone deliberately provokes insults? That statement instantly fried Han Ting's CPU. As a seasoned gamer, if you asked him to clear a dungeon, he could probably finish it in minutes. Discussing game data? He could talk about it with authority. But the moment he stepped away from gaming, his intelligence seemed to take a nosedive. What's more, without his games, his temper became volatile and short-fused. If it weren't for the boss keeping an eye on him, who knows how much trouble he'd have caused during his 3 years of high school. Just wait. I trust third brother. These guys won't have long before they get their comeuppance. Hey, you're riddling again. Fine, if you say so, I won't push it. Han Ting looked thoroughly disappointed and mimicked Jiang Xingyun by burying his face in the desk, ready to catch up on sleep. These past few days of grinding legend had truly worn him out. 3 consecutive all-nighters would exhaust even an Iron Man. Watching Han Ting drift off, Meng Kai shook his head helplessly and turned his portable fan slightly toward him, letting a faint breeze reach his direction. Lian Jie was the last to arrive, even later than their old homeroom teacher. He had asked Jiang Xingyun to call him when leaving earlier today, but who knew this classmate, who had eyes only for girls, would be so excited last night that he completely forgot about it today. Only when Lian Jie appeared at the doorway did Jiang Xingyun recall the task he'd entrusted to him yesterday. Late on the last day? Go ahead and go in first. The old class monitor eyed Lian Jie, whose hair was a messy bird's nest, with a strange look, utterly speechless. Why didn't you wake me up this morning? No sooner had he sat down than Lian Jie smacked the back of Jiang Xingyun's neck. I forgot. Honestly, I forgot. Jiang Xingyun chuckled and quickly begged for mercy. I was so busy yesterday giving interviews, releasing the album. I genuinely forgot. Jiang Xingyun deliberately left out the most crucial part, offering only trivial excuses. Really? Absolutely true. Jiang Xingyun's eyes brimmed with sincerity. Even a weasel eyeing its prey couldn't match his earnestness. Before the two could bicker further, Old Ban stepped in to halt the farce. Jiang Xingyun, take the stage. Chapter 27, Don't Come Over. Though puzzled by the sudden summons, Jiang Xingyun obediently complied. Surely it wasn't because of his reckless words that he was being publicly punished? Here, I'd like to formally commend one student. The homeroom teacher cleared his throat. As the class advisor, his approach naturally leaned toward encouragement. Besides, he didn't think Jiang Xingyun had done anything wrong. Young people needed to be a little reckless, otherwise, how could they be called young? He retrieved 2 items from behind him and placed them on the desk. One was today's morning paper, the other a record bearing his portrait. Aside from his half-length image, the cover bore only 3 simple characters, lover's sorrow. Not only did Jiang Xingyun make the front page of our Hangzhou Morning News, but his debut album also went on sale this very morning. The moment these words were spoken, every student below him wore expressions of astonishment. Being in the paper wasn't the big deal after all, it was under the name Brother Not Quite, which wasn't exactly something to brag about. What truly shocked everyone was the album. They knew he had a good voice, and he had mentioned having an album during the show. They assumed it was still just a concept, never expecting it to be completed already. Did he really make an album that fast? I thought it's only been a little over a month since he started appearing on the show. Shouldn't you be more surprised he even had time to release an album? Everyone else is studying, how come you have time to release an album? The real kicker is your grades keep getting worse and worse. Comparing yourself to others is just infuriating. Teacher, can we listen to the songs on it? Li Jing suddenly made this request to the homeroom teacher, catching him slightly off guard. What was going on? Why was Li Jing actually asking to hear Jiang Xingyun's songs? These past few days, he'd been overwhelmed with family matters, paying less attention to his students. Especially with Jiang Xingyun's influence, even the underachievers had started studying. This had eased his burden considerably, to the point where he'd practically entered a hands-off phase. There was no other reason everyone's enthusiasm for learning was simply too high. This meant he was largely unaware of the emotional changes unfolding between Li Jing and Jiang Xingyun. Up until now, he only knew that Jiang Xingyun had turned over a new leaf, unaware that he no longer liked Li Jing, and completely oblivious to the fact that Xia Anqi was already with him. Seeing Li Jing proactively suggest listening to music, a faint smile touched the old teacher's weary face. His student's hard work hadn't been in vain. Li Jing's heart of stone had finally been softened. "It's not up to me," he teased. "You'll have to ask Jiang Xingyun. Otherwise, if you listen and decide not to buy it, whose fault is that?" The old teacher made a timely joke, his gaze fixed on Jiang Xingyun's face. What puzzled him was that Jiang Xingyun's face didn't show the delight he'd expected. Instead, it was cold and indifferent. Looking closer, there seemed to be a hint of impatience in his eyes. Was he seeing things? The old teacher rubbed his eyes and looked at him again. "Teacher, you can play it any time you like. I don't mind. I just hope everyone doesn't find it unpleasant." Jiang Xingyun addressed the old teacher with polite formality, his tone devoid of any emotion. Before the teacher could respond, some loudmouths couldn't stand it anymore. "You think it's awful yourself, yet you release an album? Scared our ears aren't polluted enough? Can't write songs, yet you strut around like a peacock." "Exactly. We heard your voice during military training. It sounds like a chainsaw outside the door." At this remark, everyone stared at him with looks reserved for complete idiots. How could he say such things? Didn't you watch the last performance? Or were you absent during the rally? How could you possibly say Jiang Xingyun's voice was bad? Is he really beyond criticism? Niao Hui shot Wang Qian a fierce glare. Talk about a deadweight teammate, this was the definition. If you can't speak properly, just keep your mouth shut. Did you even think before opening yours? You could criticize his songwriting, but you can't say he can't sing. As she criticized Wang Qian, she was unaware that in others' eyes, she herself was no better than a clown. Songwriting skills? The man who penned Little Love Song, a bit sweet, and I believe. How could you claim he can't write songs? Then there'd be hardly anyone left in the whole country who could write songs. Alright, stop arguing. Let's just listen to the song. At the critical moment, Old Ban stepped in to break the awkward silence. The intro began, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Another heartbreaking ballad. Empty streets, searching for someone to pour my heart out to. Making this decision, loneliness is my neighbor. A clear female voice filled the air, drawing everyone unconsciously into the song's melancholy world. Before their eyes, a vision emerged, a girl in a white dress wandering aimlessly down a nighttime street, accompanied only by swirling leaves and utter solitude. Our love, like scenery you pass by. It keeps moving forward, yet its footsteps never pause for me. Jiang Xingyun's voice sounded somewhat subdued. The phrase our love wove together his helplessness, turmoil, and disappointment. Everyone instinctively turned to look at Li Jing. Clearly, this song was a lament for his lost love. My love for you has always been quiet, exchanged for your occasional concern. It was clearly a movie for three, yet I could never have a name. As the climax swelled, male and female vocals blended seamlessly. His voice was deep and resonant, hers high and clear, a perfect harmony, their voices complementing each other like heavenly music. Anyone who watched the full performance knows who the girl beside Jiang Xingyun is. What was originally a sorrowful song now feels like a heart-wrenching display of affection. A movie for three people besides the two of them, doesn't that leave only the listeners as the third person? The first time, no one caught on. By the second time, everyone realized what was happening and glared at Jiang Xingyun. You're a real jerk, aren't you? Mocking us so blatantly that you even put it in the song. Jiang Xingyun hadn't anticipated this turn of events. The song ended up making people cry buckets in the days that followed. The original plan was for Xia Anqi to perform it solo, but she refused outright, insisting they duet. Unable to overrule her, he obediently agreed. Now look, a heartbreaking ballad had transformed into a love torture anthem. Where could he even go to complain about this? Seeing the murderous glances from the crowd, he felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. And this was only the first song. If everyone looked like this now, what would happen when they heard the rest? He was doomed. Sure enough, all 10 songs from Always So Quiet to A Bit Sweet were duets with Xia Anqi, save for 10 Years, which he sang solo. What were originally melancholic tunes now sounded like nothing but forced, sickeningly sweet love ballads. Even Old Ban's gaze had turned slightly hostile. Now he was helpless too, silently screaming inside. Don't come over here. Chapter 28, Can you give him back to me? People's joys and sorrows are not the same, I only find them noisy. That was exactly how Li Jing felt now. Listening to Jiang Xingyun's sorrowful songs, she always felt as if they were written for her. She was the third person in the movie, the one let go by love, and the one from 10 years ago. Memories flooded back before her eyes. 10 years, truly 10 years. From the moment she first met him until now, a full decade had passed. He had been by her side for 10 years. He brought her meals, carried her bags, and even fought for her all because of a single sarcastic remark directed at her. Yet she had ignored his affection, even finding nothing wrong when Miao Hui hurled insults at him. His bag was always filled with her favorite snacks, tissues, and countless things he himself didn't need, all just to make her life a little more convenient. Yet she, while enjoying the convenience Jiang Xingyun provided, basking in his affection and kindness, simultaneously fed him illusory fantasies. She rejected him, yet never with absolute certainty. She used to disliked a man who only knew how to hover around her. She had once imagined herself a princess, destined to meet a prince she truly loved someday. But 3 months ago, Jiang Xingyun's sudden departure shattered her world. Only then did she realize it had never been that he couldn't live without her, it was she who couldn't live without him. The one who truly loved the princess wasn't the prince, but the knight who had always stood by her side. Yet, because of her pride, she had lost the knight who loved her most. Thinking of Jiang Xingyun's current coldness toward her, an indescribable ache gripped her heart. And hearing him sing duets with that girl felt like a thorn piercing her soul. Wah! Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She sobbed while clapping her hand over her mouth, trying desperately to muffle the sound of her crying. But things never went as planned. The very thing she wanted to hide became crystal clear to everyone. The soft sniffles drew everyone's attention. They all saw Li Jing, her face streaked with tears, clutching a wildflower whose petals had all fallen away. If only she had known then what she knows now. That thought suddenly flashed through everyone's minds. How well Jiang Xingyun had treated her before, yet she hadn't cherished it. Now that he no longer liked her, who was she crying for? Regretful tears were the most useless thing in the world. Watching Li Jing weep unceasingly, the old him would have been deeply concerned, even pondering how to comfort her. But now, all he felt was disgust. Especially when he saw the plump woman beside her still glaring at him with resentment. That disgust reached its peak. How had he never noticed before how much he despised both of them? How had he ever managed to put up with them? Love was real love. Romance could blind everyone. But when they finally snapped back to their senses, the ruthlessness they displayed was beyond comparison. They were so cold-hearted that they didn't even spare their former selves. Teacher, I need to use the restroom. Unable to bear Li Jing sobbing any longer, Jiang Xingyun raised his hand, intending to leave the classroom and find a quiet place to catch his breath. All right, go ahead. The homeroom teacher nodded. After years of teaching, even without knowing the full story, he could guess the gist of it. Though he felt it was a pity these two students hadn't ended up together, he still chose to respect Jiang Xingyun's decision. After all, 10 years was no small feat for him. This was probably a kind of release. Teacher, I need to use the restroom too. Before he could sigh, Li Jing, her eyes reddened, slowly raised her hand. What kind of situation is this? If you'd responded to him sooner, you wouldn't have to go chasing after him now. All right, you go too. Teacher, I need to go too. Teacher, me too. Teacher, I can't hold back anymore. Hands shot up like mushrooms after rain. The homeroom teacher's expression darkened as he sternly scolded the students below who were enjoying the spectacle. 2 people are going to the bathroom. Why are you all crowding around? Sit down. Let's see how many of you can hold it in. Miao Hui, sit down too. I didn't say you could go either. She thought the teacher might let her go as a favor to being Li Jing's best friend, but the teacher showed her no mercy. With no choice, she sat back down obediently. Poof. If it weren't for you, they might have gotten together long ago. Why should I be the one worrying about them back and forth? Jiang Xingyun remained unaware of the strange events unfolding in the classroom after he left, nor did he notice the shadowy figure trailing behind him. Where to go? Standing in the corridor where he'd lived for 3 years, he gazed down at the quiet campus below, feeling momentarily lost. Maybe he should go find Xiaoyanqi? The thought took root like wild grass, growing wildly and unstoppably. He didn't feel like returning to class just yet anyway. Why not go find Xiaoyanqi? It might help mend the good mood that Li Jing had ruined. No sooner said than done, Jiang Xingyun turned and headed straight for the music classroom. Seeing Jiang Xingyun turn around, Li Jing panicked and quickly hid in a corner of the classroom. He probably won't notice me, right? Hiding behind the wall, Li Jing's heart pounded wildly. She both wanted him to find her and dreaded the consequences if he did. Just as she was agonizing over it, Jiang Xingyun hurried past her. Not only did he not notice her, he didn't even glance back, just kept walking forward. Li Jing stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes fixed on Jiang Xingyun's retreating figure. He really didn't see me? How could he not have seen me? A wave of hurt washed over her once more. No, I have to see what he's rushing off to do. Lifting the hem of her long skirt, she followed in the direction he had gone. She passed through the woods, walked past the classroom buildings, and crossed the central flower beds of the school grounds. Finally, he stopped at the entrance of the music building. Li Jing knew this place. During her 3 years of high school, she'd only attended a class here once in her freshman year. After that, it became the domain of art students cramming for the college entrance exams. Could he be looking for someone? Soon, a girl with a faint blush on her pretty face emerged, surrounded by classmates from their class. Jiang Xingyun showed no hesitation, producing the perfectly intact wildflower from behind his back as if by magic. Seeing this, Jing could no longer hold back. She grabbed the hem of her skirt and dashed forward. Under everyone's gaze, Jing's nerves got the better of her, and she tripped over her own skirt. Thud! The girl crashed heavily in front of the two boys, her white dress now covered in dust. Yet the girl paid no heed. Instead, with her face already scratched by the dust and her eyes red-rimmed, she looked pitifully at Xianqi. Can you give him back to me? Chapter 29, Is it love or habit? People always regret things only after they've lost them. Looking at Jing sprawled on the ground, Jiang Xingyun had never seen her in such a pitiful state. The once lofty princess had now sunk to the lowest depths. But what did it matter? When love and affection were gone, no amount of pleading could bring them back. Seeing her pitiful state now, Jiang Xingyun felt no pity, only a hint of disgust in his eyes. Why are you here again? I told you I don't like you anymore. Why are you still clinging to me? Jiang Xingyun was thoroughly impatient. Combined with Jing's appearance, he now looked every bit the scumbag. Strangely, though, not a single person among the crowd spoke up for Jing. Instead, they all stood there, hurling cold, sarcastic remarks. Look at her. Back then, he chased her relentlessly, but she wouldn't have him. Now that he's stopped pursuing her, she's practically throwing herself at him. Exactly. People like her are just pathetic. She only shows up to meddle after others have found someone they love, trying to break them up so she can be with them. A girl dressed in flashy clothes sneered, twirling a flute in her hand as she looked down on Jing. Once they get back together, she'll probably go right back to ignoring him like before. By then, he won't even have anyone to regret it to. No, that's not how it is. Hearing the girl's sharp words, Jing instinctively wanted to argue back. We've known each other for 10 years. He's liked me for 10 years. You knew he'd liked you for 10 years? Then why didn't you agree during those 10 years? The girl in the vibrant outfit took a step forward as she spoke. A flicker of terror suddenly appeared in Jing's eyes. Yes, why hadn't she agreed during those 10 years? Right, I didn't understand my own feelings. Yes, that must be it. Before she could speak, the girl took another step forward. You'll probably say you didn't understand your own feelings back then. But ask yourself honestly, what do you feel for him now? Is it affection, or just habit? Is it that you like him as a person, that everything he does makes you genuinely happy? Or have you simply grown accustomed to having him by your side, obeying your every command? Accustomed to him being your lackey, running errands, and catering to your every whim? Jing was momentarily speechless. The looks on everyone's faces now carried a hint of contempt. You've been milking him dry for a decade. Now that he's regained his senses and stopped fawning over you, you ask why he's stopped, all while pretending it's because you love him. You probably just like his money, like being that princess on a pedestal. This man was worse than a slave. At least slaves get fed. A suck-up dog only gives and gives, never getting anything in return. Enough, hold your tongue. Xianqi tugged quietly at her sleeve, signaling her to hold back. Meng, I know you mean well, but she's already so pitiful. Let's not say any more. The girl called Meng was Xianqi's best friend, and their personalities couldn't be more different. One was cheerful, generous, kind-hearted, and approachable. The other was a bit scheming, sharp-tongued, and relentless when she had the upper hand. The moment Meng heard Xianqi tell her to back off, she flatly refused. She's already resorting to playing the victim to steal boyfriends. Who knows what she'll do next? Besides, your boyfriend doesn't seem like the type to be swayed by pity. This is for the best. If you don't cut ties decisively, you'll only invite more trouble. A relationship that can't be completely severed isn't good for anyone. Though none of these words were directed at Jing, she knew they were meant for her ears alone. She looked up at Jiang Xingyun again. His eyes were filled with resolve, not a trace of sympathy to be found. Fine. I'll leave. She rose shakily from the floor. No one offered to help her up. Left to her own devices, she dragged her now soiled dress away from the art building. So you're Jiang Xingyun, the one Anqi mentioned. You're actually quite handsome. After dealing with the troublesome third party, Meng turned to face the boy who towered a head above her. She was deeply annoyed that Xianqi had gone and found a boyfriend without consulting her first. Just this morning, Xianqi had complained to her at length about it. Little did she expect to run into the man himself so soon. As Meng sized up Jiang Xingyun, he was sizing her up too. Standing barely over 5 feet tall, this big guy had a baby face that made him look harmless as a lamb. Yet, he turned out to be sharp-tongued and quick-witted. Combined with her early 2000s delinquent girl style, it created a peculiar contrast, like expecting to see Zhang Fei, only to find a little lowly underneath. So you're Meng. I've heard a lot about you. Don't you dare call me Meng. Meng flailed her arms, baring her teeth at Jiang Xingyun. Angie may have agreed, but I haven't. You haven't passed my probation period yet. Meng stood with her hands on her hips, her head held high as she looked up at Jiang Xingyun, who towered over her by a full head and a half. The sight was utterly comical. All right. What are your instructions, big sis Meng? How exactly does one pass this trial? Despite her boisterous defiance, when pressed for an answer, she was stumped. Pass the probation? He didn't even know the questions. How could Jiang Xingyun possibly deliver a satisfactory answer? How about this? How about I treat the two lovely ladies to lunch today? Would I have that honor? Fine, I'll reluctantly agree then. She had no choice. If she didn't agree, Xia Anqi would tear her clothes to shreds. I just turned down one girl, and now I'm having lunch with two others? I'm going to be so jealous I could die. Hey, big shot, taking on apprentices? The kind you hang on your leg. Ugh, damn it. Where's my sword? I'd love to chop him to pieces. The art class students suddenly lost all interest in gossiping. While the art class had many girls, truly attractive ones were few and far between. Now that Jiang Xingyun had snatched away two of them, how could they not be furious? Jiang Xingyun couldn't care less about their thoughts. With Li Jing causing trouble in the art class, even if Xia Anqi didn't mind, he still needed to comfort her. After all, he was the one at fault. Allowing his ex-girlfriend to publicly confront him like this, Xia Anqi hadn't even slapped him, which already showed remarkable magnanimity. What he didn't realize was that girls in this era were far less pragmatic than those of his time. They still held genuine affection for their partners. Well, my dear princess, would you do me the honor of joining me for dinner? Jiang Xingyun gave Dai Meng a faint glance but ignored her, instead stepping past her to stand directly before Xia Anqi. Xia Anqi, who had been so bold and brash moments before, suddenly turned as shy as a little bride, her face flushing as she hid behind Dai Meng. She extended her hand and slowly invited his girlfriend. Hey, don't even think about going past me. Anqi won't be going with you. Ignored once more, Dai Meng took a step forward, intending to block the path between them. Before she could finish, Xia Anqi slowly extended her hand and placed it in Jiang Xingyun's. Fine, I'll listen to you. Chapter 30, Who am I, where am I, what should I do? As it turned out, to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach, and the same held true for women. Originally, Dai Meng had been quite resentful about bringing the two girls home for dinner. On the way, she had complained countless times about how stingy he was, how he couldn't bear to spend money, and how she would surely suffer if she followed him in the future. But Xia Anqi remained unfazed, simply smiling innocently as Jiang Xingyun led her by the hand toward his home. Watching this scene, Dai Meng rolled her eyes. Well, she was truly preaching to the choir. They say beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and while she hadn't believed it before, now a vivid example was right before her eyes. Love truly was a mind-numbing force. Oomph. When the time comes, I'll say everything you make tastes awful. Just wait and see how you'll save face. Dai Meng clenched her fists, silently vowing to herself. This is delicious. Angel, you should eat more. Dai Meng held her bowl in one hand while swiftly scooping a forkful of food from the plate into her bowl with the other, then began shoveling it down with wild abandon. To an outsider, she might have looked like a refugee starved for days. Alright, the last dish is ready. Serve it all up. Jiang Xingyun, wearing an apron, turned off the gas stove and carried out the mushroom and pork stir-fry he had just finished cooking. Just some home cooking. Help yourselves, no need to be polite. Placing the dish in front of Xia Anqi, he knew she loved stir-fried mushrooms with pork the most. He had even made a special trip to the market to buy the ingredients. Since his parents had to stay at the shop today, he brought the two of them over to sample his cooking. Xiao Jiang, why do you keep putting dishes in front of Anqi? I'm a guest too, you know. Dai Meng watched as the stir-fried mushrooms and pork landed yet again in front of her best friend and couldn't help but voice her opinion to the host. But Jiang Xingyun showed no sign of giving her any face. Seeing Dai Meng's mouth stuffed full, he didn't hold back with his words. Who knows who called me stingy, unwilling to eat out? Who knows, maybe someone's thinking, no matter what he makes, she'll say it's not good. Let's see how she saves face later. For the last line, he deliberately adopted a high-pitched voice, mimicking Dai Meng's tone to deliver an inner monologue. The rebirth ability was undeniably powerful. His mimicry was so convincing it captured 7/10 of her voice. This time, Dai Meng couldn't hold back any longer. With food still in her mouth, she grabbed her chopsticks and lunged at Jiang Xingyun. Jiang Xingyun, you've gone too far. Watching the two people closest to her at school get along so harmoniously, Xia Anqi smiled, a genuinely happy smile. She picked up her chopsticks and served herself a portion of the stir-fried mushrooms and pork that Jiang Xingyun had specially prepared for her. The flavors exploded on her tongue, the savory mushroom essence and the rich aroma of stir-fried pork filling her mouth. It was her absolute favorite flavor. She looked up at Jiang Xingyun, who was scrambling away in a fluster, and the smile on her cheeks grew even wider. Even though you're annoying, I have to admit, your cooking skills are pretty impressive. Dai Meng leaned back in her chair with a look of pure satisfaction, not caring one bit about her appearance. She picked her teeth with a toothpick while rubbing her round belly. Combined with her baby face, the scene was quite amusing. By comparison, Xia Anqi was much more restrained, helping Jiang Xingyun tidy up the mess on the table. Eat all you want, but don't move a muscle, watch out or you'll turn into a big fat pig. Jiang Xingyun shot down Dai Meng's sugar-coated flattery with a swift personal jab. Little brat, trying to manipulate me? Not this time. Hearing this, Dai Meng instantly bristled again. You can call me lazy, but you absolutely cannot call me fat. Don't you know the 3 things girls hate hearing most are their looks, weight, and age? Jiang Xingyun. I'll bite you to death. Hey, cut it out, I'm still holding the tray. Jiang Xingyun quickly dodged Dai Meng's lunge, launching another verbal assault as he moved. Anchi, hurry up and tie up your pet. Don't make me come back for a vaccination shot. With that, he spun around and vanished into the kitchen. Alright, give me some face. Stop it, he didn't mean any harm. Xia Anchi quickly put down what she was doing and grabbed Dai Meng, who was snarling at Jiang Xingyun. Oh, Xia Anchi, so you're taking sides now? I really misjudged you. Dai Meng stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at Xia Anchi, her face flushed with indignation as she vented her frustration. Fine. How about I apologize to you on his behalf? She really had no idea how to handle her best friend. Even though they were high school students now, she was still throwing childish tantrums and needed others to placate her. But hey, she was her best friend, after all. Then I want ice cream. Fine, whatever you say. Xia Anchi nodded with a smile. Eating ice cream after dinner? Watch out, you might turn into the toilet warrior, spending over half an hour squatting in there. Jiang Xingyun's voice drifted from the kitchen, delivering another pinpoint jab at Dai Meng. Anchi, don't try to stop me. Today, I'm going down with him. Jiang Xingyun, prepare to die. Enough. This lady's stomach will be growling again soon. Dai Meng lay panting on the sofa, waving her hands to signal she was done. The scuffle had been exhausting, and to make matters worse, her best friend Xia Anchi, who cared more about men than her own sister, had sided with Jiang Xingyun instead of helping her. 2 against 1? Even Lu Bu would have struggled back in the day. Oh, little firecracker, already giving up? Didn't you say you'd fight me to the death? Jiang Xingyun's forehead glistened with sweat, but his mouth refused to admit defeat. Surprisingly, Dai Meng didn't take the bait this time. She merely shot him a withering glance before returning to her spot on the sofa. Alright, both of you take a break. You've been bickering all afternoon, I'm tired from stopping you. Xia Anchi hurried over to smooth things over, but was met with that familiar glare once more. If you hadn't stopped me, I probably would have knocked his teeth out long ago. Dai Meng silently complained to herself, though she kept it to herself. Ha! After experiencing Jiang Xingyun's verbal skills, the chatterbox's mouth was enough to drive anyone wild. Since she herself couldn't enjoy it, she'd leave it for Xia Anchi to savor slowly. If Xia Anchi couldn't handle it later and came seeking comfort, Dai Meng would definitely remind her of today's events. Jiang Xingyun plopped down in a chair, picked up the teapot from the table, poured 3 cups of water, and placed them on the coffee table. Fine, I'll listen to you. After all, you are my girlfriend. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the door to his apartment clicked open. The sound of a key turning in the lock. Click. With a gentle twist, the door opened from the outside. Weren't they supposed to be at the store today? Why were they back so early? Just the sound of a key turning the lock startled all 3 of them, making them feel more nervous than when they had kissed. Meeting the parents so soon? I'm not ready at all. I didn't bring a gift. Will uncle and auntie look down on me? Compared to the 2 of them, Dai Meng's thoughts were much simpler. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? Chapter 31, This daughter-in-law, I'll claim first. The 3 who had been lounging on the sofa now sat stiffly upright, facing interrogation from Mr. and Mrs. Jiang. Now, tell us what's going on here. Looking at the 2 girls before them, both were undeniably stunning beauties. And judging by their demeanor alone, both were exactly the type Mrs. Jiang favored. One was sweet and charming, the other bold and carefree, clearly capable of hard work. But she couldn't let it show. That brat, if he dared sneak girls home today, who knew what he'd pull next time? At this thought, the expression on Mrs. Jiang's face grew even more inscrutable, leaving everyone with endless room for speculation. The scene unfolded with startling calm. Jiang Xingyun sat composed on a stool, while Xia Anchi and Dai Meng occupied chairs facing his parents. Unlike Mrs. Jiang's reaction, Mr. Jiang looked at his son with genuine admiration. He's definitely a Jiang through and through, he thought. Give up 1 flower, and he brings back a whole forest. Either of these girls is better than that Li Jing. You little rascal, introduce these 2 young ladies. Seeing her scare tactic fail, Jiang's mother quickly spoke up to break the awkward silence. She didn't want these 2 to become her daughters-in-law only to remember her as a wicked mother-in-law. That would be disastrous. Jiang Xingyun started to rise, but his mother shot him a stern glare. Stay put on your chair. You can introduce them while sitting. Auntie, I think I'll do it myself. Xia Anchi lost all trace of her usual carefree school demeanor, becoming noticeably stiff. Even her gaze toward Jiang's mother shifted slightly. She'd heard that academically gifted students often came from households with strict upbringings. The Jiang family was likely no exception. Young lady, don't be afraid. That brat acts up if you don't discipline him every few days. If I didn't handle him like this, he'd be running wild. The moment Xia Anchi spoke, Jiang's mother instantly switched to a different expression, her face softening into a warm smile that was a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. No wonder they say women are natural-born actresses. With that one quick change of expression, Jiang Xingyun felt his mother could easily rank among the top in the entire country. You two, don't be so stiff. Just act like you're at home, right, old Jiang? She nudged her husband beside her. Yes, yes, yes. Poor Father Jiang was still lost in his own thoughts, daydreaming about the good life ahead. This sudden jolt brought him back to reality, and worse, he dared not utter a word. You two, father and son, are such a handful. Isn't this rude to the young lady? Jiang's mother shot her husband a disapproving glare, venting her frustration aloud. Auntie, it's fine. Uncle was just daydreaming for a moment. It's nothing to worry about. Xia Anqi hastily waved her hands, her gaze toward the Jiang parents now holding less of that reverential awe. My name is Xia Anqi. I'm Xiaoyun's classmate. My family runs a business too. That Angel Joy store in the city belongs to us. Her face flushed, but she still didn't dare admit she was his girlfriend. Angel Joy is your family's? Jiang's father suddenly asked, his gaze shifting from earlier indifference to surprise. Who would have thought this kid could snag the girl from Angel Joy? Yes, uncle. What's the matter? Nothing much. Just that word's been going around lately that you got some powerful backing. That album's selling like crazy. Blockbuster doesn't even begin to cover it. Jiang's father mused as he spoke. By then, your family will be rolling in money. I wonder if you'll still have eyes for my Xingyun. This is a mismatch. As soon as Jiang's mother heard this, she smacked her husband on the head. Stop talking nonsense. They've only just started dating. Why are you saying such discouraging things? Love is priceless, you know? Well, it seems these two truly don't read the papers or watch the shows. For all I know, they don't even realize their son has been on TV shows and released an album. Uncle, have you heard that album? Xia Anqi's expression turned distinctly peculiar. No, why? Then have you seen the promotional materials for that album? No. There's been some trouble at the shop lately. I've been dealing with that for months and haven't had time to watch TV. Then you probably don't know that the singer, composer, lyricist, and producer of this album are all Xiaoyun, right? Before speaking, Xia Anqi glanced at Jiang Xingyun. Seeing him quietly nod to her, signaling she could go ahead, she finally revealed the truth. Xiaoyun? Which Xiaoyun? Jiang's parents were momentarily confused. Your son, of course. We signed a 50-50 split contract back then. We handled promotion and distribution, while he wrote the songs and sang them. Seeing the astonished expressions on her in-laws' faces, Xia Anqi found herself both amused and exasperated. Should she say Jiang Xingyun was too good at keeping secrets, or that his parents were too slow on the uptake? Seeing his parents' lingering shock, Jiang Xingyun felt an instant surge of satisfaction. All the resentment from sitting on that little stool vanished in an instant. No wonder protagonists in novels love to show off. This feeling was truly addictive. Especially when it left them stunned. That sense of accomplishment was truly unparalleled. Xingyun, is what she said true? Jiang's father was the first to recover and asked Jiang Xingyun. Absolutely true. Jiang Xingyun was feeling pretty cocky and tried to stand up from the bench again. But his mother showed him no mercy, cutting him off before he could rise. Sit down. Did I tell you to stand up? No matter how great you are out there, once you're home, you're still my son. Jiang Xingyun sat down grudgingly, his earlier swagger instantly evaporating. Well then, that settles it. We don't need to worry about matching social status anymore. Young lady, what do you think of my Xingyun? Upon hearing the news, Jiang's father's face broke into a wide grin he couldn't contain. Xiaoyun is a wonderful person, but I'm afraid he might look down on me. Seeing Xia Anqi's pitiful expression, Jiang Xingyun protested vehemently. Who would have thought, Xia Anqi? You, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, have picked up this trick too. He'd dare. I'm claiming you as my daughter-in-law right now. As he spoke, Jiang's mother's gaze shifted to Dai Meng standing nearby. Startled, Dai Meng waved her hands frantically. I'm not. I'm just Anqi's best friend who came over for a free meal. I'm definitely not his girlfriend. With that, the parents' suspicions were put to rest. Thankfully, neither of these girls was his girlfriend. Otherwise, they might have teamed up for a proper mixed doubles match, teaching him a lesson about the consequences of being a womanizer. Well then, Anqi, since you two have confirmed your relationship, why not seize the day? Why not invite your parents over for dinner today? How about it? Was it moving this fast? Both sets of parents were meeting right away? Didn't they want us to develop our relationship a bit more first? As Xia Anqi left the Jiang residence, her mind buzzed with confusion. It was just supposed to be dinner. How had it escalated to both sets of parents discussing their marriage? She turned to look at Jiang Xingyun, only to see a dazzling smile spread across his face. Xia Anqi's temper flared instantly. She lunged at him, her voice sharp. It's all your fault. I'll bite you to death. Chapter 32, or, just this. Though she protested, the meeting between the two families was now unavoidable. That evening, in a well-decorated restaurant downtown, both families sat neatly arranged. Here, let me toast to my in-laws. Father Xia appeared genuinely delighted, not only because Xia Anqi and Jiang Xingyun had confirmed their relationship, but also because their album had sold exceptionally well today. 10,000 copies had been produced, and in just one day, every music store and bookshop in Hangzhou had sold out completely. Ever since Xia Anqi was born, her mother had passed away, leaving only her name behind, nothing else. That's why he named his music store Angel Music. After all, angel meant exactly that in the West. Now, seeing his daughter find someone she loved and someone exceptionally talented at that, how could he not be overjoyed? Alright, I'll toast to you too. Zhang's father hurriedly stood up to return the toast. He held great respect for this in-law. Having come to Hangzhou alone with a child, he had single-handedly carved out his own place in the city. Though he now had his son's support, his own capabilities remained undeniable. I must say, your son's talent is truly remarkable. Those songs were nothing short of divine. After 3 rounds of drinks, Father Xia draped his arm around Father Zhang's shoulder, lifting the wineglass to his lips. I really don't know how you raised him. My Anqi has been studying music since elementary school, yet she hasn't composed a single song as beautiful as your Xingyun's. Father Xia slurred. He glanced at Jiang Xingyun, then turned to look at his own daughter, letting out a long sigh with a helpless expression. Not at all. I envy your daughter for being so thoughtful and obedient. Unlike my good-for-nothing brat. Something as big as releasing an album. If we hadn't run into your daughter today, we'd still be kept in the dark. Zhang's father was also quite drunk and blurted out everything. Besides, he's pulled plenty of stunts before. Let me tell you, that day. Oh, my Anqi isn't much better. Back in her 8th grade year. Watching their fathers get drunk, both Xia Anqi and Jiang Xingyun blushed bright red. How could their fathers spill everything? Even that time in 8th grade when she accidentally mistook a boy who liked her for a stalker and beat him up, now that was out there for Zhang's parents to hear. How was she supposed to face anyone? Jiang Xingyun suffered even more. His old man had just laid out his entire 10-year history of being a hopeless pushover in full detail. It felt like a public execution, and he had no power to stop it. The only one who could intervene sat at the table sipping tea, listening to their gossip like a comedy routine, a faint smile playing on his lips. The two exchanged a glance, each seeing the profound helplessness in the other's eyes. Next time, no matter what, they wouldn't let them drink so much. When drunk, they spilled everything, a habit that was far from good. By the time they got home, night had fallen completely. Both husbands were passed out cold. After helping his own father into a taxi, his mother motioned for him to assist Xia Anqi. It wouldn't be right for a young woman to carry a drunken grown man alone. As for him, he could ask a neighbor for help. It wasn't the first time he'd done something like this. Watching Xia Anqi struggle to drag her father, Jiang Xingyun decided to follow his mother's suggestion. After watching the taxi drive away, Jiang Xingyun hurried over to Xia Anqi and hoisted her father, who was sprawled at her feet, onto his back. You're helping me, but what about Uncle? Can Auntie manage alone? It'll be fine. The taxi will drop him off downstairs. I've already asked the driver to help carry him upstairs. Jiang Xingyun adjusted Mr. Xia's position on his back, then turned and flashed Xia Anqi a bright smile. My mom told me to come help you. Otherwise, Uncle would be sleeping on the streets right now. Xia Anqi's voice, as thin as a mosquito's buzz, reached his ears, and he couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought that Xia Anqi, who used to be so carefree and treated him like a brother back then, would be like this now? Today's weather perfectly matched everyone's image of summer in the south, humid, stifling, with even the breeze blowing through the trees carrying heat, offering not a hint of coolness. It was also strange. Just moments ago, there had been so many taxis, yet now not a single one was in sight. With no other choice, Jiang Xingyun could only carry Xia's father step by step toward the main street. Perhaps this place was too remote to hail a cab? Jiang Xingyun pondered. The journey passed in silence. Xia Anqi and Jiang Xingyun savored this rare quietude, one carrying Xia's father on his back, the other walking step by step beside him. Xia Anqi relished this feeling, the quiet nighttime stroll, free from unnecessary awkwardness, simply quiet companionship. But Jiang Xingyun didn't feel the same way now. With such a heavy weight on his back, even the most romantic scene couldn't lift his spirits. Sis, are you seriously expecting me to carry your old man all the way back? Do you have any idea how heavy a drunk person is? It was only because Jiang Xingyun had been exercising regularly since his rebirth that he could manage this distance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to carry him for so long. Anqi, let's take a break? After a few more steps, Jiang Xingyun could barely hold on. He felt like he'd just stepped out of a sauna, drenched in sweat from head to toe. Even his light blue short-sleeved shirt had turned a deep indigo. His forehead was even worse, sweat had blurred his vision. Hearing Jiang Xingyun's words, Xia Anqi snapped out of her enjoyment. Looking up ahead, she saw Jiang Xingyun, who should have been walking in front of her, now panting heavily as he rested behind her. Her father was seated on a bench beside him. Huff. No sooner had he been placed on the bench than his snoring began. Apparently finding the bench uncomfortable, he rolled over to adjust his position, smacked his lips, and promptly drifted back into slumber. I'm sorry, this must be such a hassle for you. Even though they were now boyfriend and girlfriend, this kind of thing still made her feel a bit embarrassed. It's fine, just a bit tired. Hey, where did all the taxis go? Looking at the bustling street, most people still rode bicycles. Cars were still a luxury item in Longwa, far from being a household item. How about a motorcycle taxi? Two men on motorcycles slowly rode over from a distance. From afar, they spotted Jiang Xingyun, Xia and Xia's father lying nearby. Jiang Xingyun glanced at the two men, who weren't even wearing helmets, then looked at their motorcycles. Sure enough, they had signs reading motorcycle taxi and 5 yuan per person. How about these? Chapter 33, You Stubborn Straight Guy. No offense, you two lovebirds, but leaving your old man on the bench while you're all lovey-dovey isn't exactly the nicest thing to do. The imagined scenario of motorcycle taxi drivers being human traffickers didn't materialize. Instead, the two down-to-earth drivers gave them a little lecture. Your dad's getting on in years. If he can cut back on drinking, he should. Too much booze isn't good for anyone, right? When you're my age, you'll understand what it means to have parents. It gives you peace of mind. Back in my day, I was just like you, thinking it didn't matter. Until a couple years ago. The driver chattered non-stop the entire ride. Even when Jiang Xingyun tried to interject, he couldn't find a moment to speak, forced to listen to the driver's monologue. Finally, they reached Angel Music Express. Handing over the fare, the driver finally stopped talking, but not before reminding them to take good care of their elders. Got it, sir. We understand. Jiang Xingyun gave an embarrassed smile and nodded, signaling his understanding. As for the driver calling them young couple, he didn't bother to correct him. They'd met the parents, wasn't it only a matter of time before they became a couple? Take care on the road, sir. We'll be taking our elders home now. Make some hangover cure. Otherwise, your old man will feel awful when he wakes up in the morning. The motorcycle taxi driver was a kind soul. As he started the engine, he still found time to remind Jiang Xingyun about the hangover remedy. Jiang Xingyun gave an okay sign, hoisted Xia's father onto his back, and headed toward Angel Joy. Xia offered the motorcycle driver an apologetic smile before following behind Jiang Xingyun, supporting her father's back to prevent him from slipping off Jiang's shoulders. Youth is truly wonderful. Back at Angel Joy, Jiang Xingyun set Xia's father down. Watching him snore on the bed, Jiang Xingyun let out a long sigh. Finally brought him back. That was no easy feat. Xia fetched a towel and handed it to Jiang Xingyun. Wipe yourself down. You're covered in sweat. Jiang Xingyun took it, noticing a faint, pleasant fragrance wafting from the towel. He could tell at once it belonged to someone else. His own stinky sweat made it unnecessary to dirty someone else's towel. Jiang Xingyun waved his hand, declining her offer. A towel this fragrant, I'd almost feel bad using it. Just give me those 2 tissues to wipe off the sweat. It's fine. I'll just wash it after you use it. Xia showed no sign of withdrawing her hand, instead offering it forward once more. The first refusal was polite, but turning her down a second time would be downright rude. Thanks. Jiang Xingyun took the towel from Xia hand, his fingers inadvertently brushing against the back of her hand. Thin, soft, and surprisingly smooth to the touch. This sudden illusion made Jiang Xingyun pause for a moment. Then, with a gentle squeeze, he took Xia hand into his own. Oh my, it's all sweaty. Let go quickly. Xia jerked her hand away as if electrocuted, her pretty face flushing slightly. She was nowhere near as bold as she had been during their passionate kiss that day. Jiang Xingyun smiled at the sight but said nothing, simply wiping the sweat from his own forehead. Only then did he take a closer look at Xia room. Unlike the eye-catching exterior, the rooms behind them were simple and unadorned, with hardly any extra decorations. Much like the single dormitories of that era, it contained a bed, a wooden desk with several drawers, 2 or 3 chairs, and a washbasin stand tucked into the corner by the door. The only thing that could be considered decoration was a framed photo on the corner of the wooden desk. It showed Xia and her father standing together, smiling happily by the West Lake in Hangzhou. Xia was even making the popular scissors hand gesture of the time. I must say, your little place is quite cozy. Sitting on a chair in Xia's father's room, Jiang Xingyun wiped sweat from his brow as he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze settling on the photograph. Yeah. Even though Dad seems a bit rough around the edges, he always keeps the Angel Lishing spotless inside and out. Xia seemed unaware of Jiang Xingyun's unspoken meaning, continuing to explain. He says Angel Lishing represents the love between him and my mother, and he wants me to cherish it just as much as he does. Then your mother must have been a very gentle person, right? I don't know. My mother passed away when I was born. As I grew older, Father would often tell me stories about her. Xia tone was calm, her gaze growing distant as if lost in thought. My mother and father were childhood sweethearts. They grew up together, attended school together. Back then, my mother's greatest wish was to learn a musical instrument one day. I suppose I inherited that from her. I've been fascinated by instruments since I was little. Did she ever learn? No. Father said that when she gave birth to me, she had a difficult labor. He had originally intended to save the mother. At this point, Xia cast a faint glance at her father lying on the bed. His snoring continued, but tears glistened at the corners of his eyes. He murmured something indistinctly, as if trying to speak, but his voice was too faint for anyone to hear. But my mother insisted otherwise. You could say she chose to give me the chance to live, to see this world clearly. As she spoke, glistening tears welled up in Xia Anqi's own eyes. She clenched her jaw, lifting her head to stare at the sky, trying to force the tears back into her eyes, fighting to keep them from falling. Jiang Xingyun said nothing, only quietly turned his head and pulled Xia Anqi into his arms, gently patting her back. From now on, I'll protect you, okay? Okay. Though he spoke so tenderly, Jiang Xingyun turned away without another word. He finished preparing the sobering soup for Xia's father in the kitchen, then rose to leave. Anqi, get some rest tonight. I've left the hangover soup for your father in the kitchen. Just reheat it when you need it. Jiang Xingyun slipped on his already damp coat and headed for the door. Or, staying the night isn't out of the question. As soon as Xia Anqi uttered those words, her face flushed crimson. She immediately lowered her head, unable to meet Jiang Xingyun's gaze. Jiang Xingyun stared at her in astonishment. He never imagined Xia Anqi would make such a request. As a man of integrity, he can only. He. Jiang Xingyun chuckled, flicking his non-existent long hair back with a self-assured swagger. A man of integrity like me wouldn't take advantage of someone in distress. No need, I have my own way of getting home. You hopelessly clueless straight guy, go to hell. Xia Anqi's expression shifted like Hangzhou's summer sky, unpredictably cloudy and sunny. One moment she'd been blushing with embarrassment, the next she was kicking him out the door just like now. Hangzhou's torrential rain poured down relentlessly, leaving him stranded like a lone boat, frozen in place. Chapter 34, The Little Pink Umbrella in the Rain. Xia Anqi never imagined that the moment she sent Jiang Xingyun away, the skies over Hangzhou would open up in a torrential downpour. The rain poured down relentlessly, as if it were free for the taking. It lashed against the windows and pounded the rooftops, as if intent on drowning the entire city. Looking out the window, she could see nothing but a curtain of rain, shrouding everything outside. She wondered how he was doing. Xia Anqi wanted to go find him, but the rain outside was simply too heavy. Besides, she glanced back at her elderly father lying in bed, sighed silently, and closed the door. The rain in Hangzhou grew heavier and heavier. Jiang Xingyun stood alone under the eaves of the cinema, watching the increasingly dense curtain of rain outside the window. Sigh, I should have stayed at Angel Joy Hotel. Now look at this mess, I can't even go home. He said it, but there wasn't a trace of disappointment in his voice. After all, he and Xia Anqi were just lovers. Staying at her place the very next day after confirming their relationship would be inappropriate. He patted his pockets. Besides 5 yuan, all he had left was a set of keys to his own home. There isn't even a payphone nearby to call home and let them know I'm safe. Looking at the long-closed cinema, Jiang Xingyun sighed and shook his head. Taking 2 more steps inside, he spotted a natural shelter. Between 2 protruding pillars on the cinema wall was a gap just wide enough for one person. Jiang Xingyun estimated it would be perfect for lying down and catching a quick nap. And most importantly, neither the howling wind nor the torrential rain would disturb his sleep here. With this downpour, I can't go back. This spot is actually pretty good. He consoled himself with this thought, curling up fully clothed in the cinema's corner. The wind howled, bending roadside trees this way and that. The rain showed no sign of letting up either. Rain fueled the wind intensified the rain, the two complemented each other perfectly. Many streets in Hangzhou, with their less than stellar drainage, were already flooded. Huff! Another gust swept past the cinema entrance. Jiang Xingyun could endure no more and sat up abruptly from his makeshift shelter. For some reason, his mind felt restless, as if something was tugging at his thoughts. His parents wouldn't be out in this downpour. Besides, his mom probably assumed he was staying at Angel Joy Hotel. If it wasn't his parents, then who else could it be? Surely it wasn't Anqi foolishly coming out to look for him? The more he thought about it, the more Jiang Xingyun felt that with Xia Anqi's personality, she was more than likely to have done just that. His mood grew increasingly tense. Rising uneasily, Jiang Xingyun stood at the cinema entrance, letting the rain wash over him. Squinting, he scanned the direction of Angel Joy. The cinema wasn't too far away without the curtain of rain, he might have spotted its entrance at a glance. But now, with the fierce wind and torrential rain outside, Jiang Xingyun was obscured by the curtain of rain, unable to see anything. Suddenly, a flash of light pierced the darkness, a taxi streaking through the downpour. It was that flash of light that allowed him to spot a flash of pink in the rain. Though it was only for an instant, he caught that glimpse of pink in the downpour. It was the umbrella he had given Xia Anqi last month. That night had also been rainy, though not as heavy as today. Seeing that flash of pink, he couldn't stay seated. Without hesitation, he dashed into the rain. Splash! Taxis sped past him, splashing puddles that soaked him from head to toe. Not a single spot on his hair or clothes remained dry. He thought an umbrella would suffice, but the rain and wind were relentless. Several times, the gale threatened to snatch the umbrella from his hands. They say love makes girls lose their minds. In this downpour, you should know to find shelter. Jiang Xingyun knew that too. If you couldn't find any, going back wasn't out of the question. But Xia Anqi seemed stubbornly determined. Clutching the pink umbrella he'd given her, she walked along the road, shouting with all her might, Xingyun. Xingyun, where are you? But how loud could a girl's voice possibly be? It didn't carry more than a few meters before being swallowed whole by the roar of the wind and rain. This passing taxi wasn't as kind as those two motorcycle taxi drivers. Without slowing down, it kicked up a huge spray of water, drenching Xia Anqi from head to toe. Xingyun, where are you? Soaked to the bone, Xia Anqi stood helplessly in the rain, shuffling step by step toward her home. She couldn't tell if the droplets on her face were rain or tears of sorrow. Through tear-blurred vision, she thought she saw a figure rushing toward her. The cinema, Jiang Xingyun's chosen refuge, now held two people. With such heavy rain, returning to Angel Luxing was unrealistic. They'd have to make do here for the night. Why are you here? I thought you were staying at Angel Joy? I was worried about you. I wanted to ask you to come back and stay with me. Xia Anqi hung her head like a child who'd done something wrong, setting aside the little pink umbrella that had saved the day. This is so dangerous. Thankfully the water hasn't risen yet. If something happened to you, how could I ever explain it to your father? Jiang Xingyun paused before adding, you're playing with the life of my future daughter-in-law. I won't stand for it. Hearing his blunt words, Xia Anqi flushed with embarrassment. She couldn't explain why she'd felt compelled to come looking for him. But finding him only led to a barrage of scolding. Feeling wronged, she leaned against the wall, head bowed, saying nothing. Seeing Xia Anqi soaked through and through, her wet clothes clinging to her body, outlining her perfect curves, coupled with her pitiful expression, made one want to cherish her. Angry words formed on his lips, yet not a single one escaped. Jiang Xingyun swallowed hard. Despite the cold wind and rain, he felt a wave of heat rising from his lower abdomen, spreading through his entire body. He had to admit, his girlfriend was truly beyond reproach. She had the perfect figure, a great personality, excelled in her studies, and came from a family with a business empire. She was practically the ideal partner for any young person today. Seems his charm was still pretty potent after all, otherwise, how could such an outstanding girl have taken a liking to him? The thought made him chuckle. But to Xia Anqi, that smile looked downright lecherous. Especially since he was staring at her soaking wet body, it wasn't just lecherous, it was practically a Qin Wuwan level grin. Stop staring. Xia Anqi couldn't help but remind him. Only then did Jiang Xingyun snap back to reality, realizing he'd been staring at Xia Anqi the entire time. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't help but flush crimson. Sorry, you're just so beautiful. After saying that, he wanted to slap himself. What was wrong with his mouth? Why did he have to blurt out such an obvious truth? Didn't that just confirm he was staring at her? It made him sound like some subway pervert who just loved ogling girls' bodies. Really? Hearing such blunt words, Xia Anqi's face flushed bright red, and she seemed visibly flustered. Her hands fidgeted with the hem of her shirt, as if wrestling with some inner conflict. Of course. You're the most beautiful person I've ever seen. Smooth talker. I'm going to punish you. Chapter 35, A Simple Holiday Life. The sky cleared, and a streak of dawnlight rose from the east. The entire city of Hangzhou still lay immersed in the aftermath of yesterday's downpour. The rain had come swiftly and departed just as quickly. By morning, only the damp traces on the ground bore witness to the extraordinary events of the previous day. Jiang Xingyun ultimately didn't return to Angel Joy. After the rain eased slightly, he dropped Xia Anqi off at her place before heading back to his own home. But when he got home, his parents were already asleep, showing not a hint of concern. Are they really my parents? They didn't even bother to check on me in such a downpour. He kept his thoughts to himself. Stripping off his wet clothes, he tossed them into the washing machine, changed into dry ones, and finally climbed into bed. You actually came back yesterday? Jiang's mother looked utterly surprised when she saw Jiang Xingyun emerge from his room. With such a perfect opportunity, why didn't you stay to bond with her? What were you doing coming back in the middle of the night? Well, I rushed back immediately after the rain yesterday. She tried to keep me, but I couldn't stay. I'm a man of integrity, how could I take advantage of someone in trouble? He seemed quite proud, as if desperate for others to recognize his noble character. You, really? The girl actively offered to let you stay the night, and you refused. You had your chance, but you blew it. John's mother looked utterly disappointed, yet she couldn't exactly call him out on being wrong. In this situation, his actions were practically textbook moral integrity. Fine, if you didn't stay, you didn't stay. There's plenty of time ahead. The holidays are here. What are your plans? John's mother let go of the matter, lifting her bowl to sip the simmered rice porridge. Still working on your album? It's unnecessary. The album is already in its final stages. My involvement at this point wouldn't add much value. It's better to leave it to Uncle Xia to handle. Jiang Xingyun slowly sat down across from his mother and picked up his own bowl of kanji. I plan to get my driver's license. These days, you can't get by without some practical skills. John's mother nodded, saying nothing more. The scorching sun, especially right after the college entrance exams, made driving practice the most grueling time. But comparatively, fewer people learned to drive back then. Not everyone had the spare cash to buy luxury items like cars. Only those with substantial businesses or government connections could afford cars. Since he intended to start his own venture eventually, he knew that if he didn't seize the opportunity now to get a piece of the pie, he might never get another chance. What's the point of getting this license anyway? Take our family, for instance. We couldn't afford a car in 10 years. Hiding under the shade of a tree, watching the small cars on the test course, Lianjie couldn't help but complain to his good friend. Why bother learning to drive? At first, the novelty of driving had excited him, but as the days dragged on with repetitive maneuvers, even his initial enthusiasm had faded into sheer tedium. Add to that the scorching summer sun, which had left a distinct tan line across Lianjie's shoulders. His already dark complexion had grown even darker. You'll need it someday. Don't underestimate this license. In contrast, Jiang Xingyun remained as fair-skinned as ever. Whether it was a perk of being reborn or not, he practiced driving just like Lianjie, yet his complexion hadn't darkened at all. If anything, he looked even more fair and delicate. His fellow trainees were green with envy. Jiang Xingyun, can you tell me your skincare secrets? She wore a straw hat, her cheeks covered in gauze, every other part of her body concealed by clothing, even her eyes hidden beneath sunglasses. Looking at the girl before him, wrapped up so tightly, he couldn't help but feel speechless. Was it really necessary to cover up so completely? Those who know you're learning to drive might think you're some kind of criminal who escaped from somewhere. But he answered her question seriously. As long as you keep dressing like this, you won't get too sunburned. But I don't see you wearing any protection either. I've died once. If you could resurrect me, you'd be able to do the same. Poof. If you don't want to talk about it, fine. Why bother pretending I'm stupid? The mummy-dressed woman gave a cold snort and turned away from Jiang Xingyun. He waved his hand helplessly. Why didn't anyone believe him when he told the truth? After another round, Jiang Xingyun had mastered the techniques for Subject 2, while Lianjie, who had accompanied him, was still stuck on the reverse parking maneuver, making no progress. You're hopelessly clumsy. How can two people who started together be so different? The instructor's disdain was unmasked, and Lianjie didn't disappoint his expectations. After failing 3 times, he finally dragged himself to the driving test site for the third subject, long after Jiang Xingyun had already gotten his license. From practicing together to now supervising his practice sessions, Lianjie had genuinely learned, but he also genuinely turned as black as coal. Except for... Lianjie? What happened to you? Why are you as black as a piece of charcoal? Are you cosplaying Bao Zhang? Too bad you don't have the crescent moon on your forehead, otherwise you'd really have that Iron Mask vibe. Haha, I can't take it. Let me laugh for a moment. The past dozen days had flown by. Today was the day the college entrance exam results were released. Life or death, soaring to the heavens or blending into the crowd, it all hinged on this moment. This might also be the last time these high school classmates would see each other. They might never meet again. Sitting in the classroom, Lianjie had changed the most. The agony of learning to drive, only those who've been through it know. Listening to the laughter and chatter around him, Lianjie's face darkened further. Everyone clearly saw him roll his eyes. There was nothing he could do about it. Now, only his whites and teeth remained white, everything else had turned an unsightly shade of dark. Rolling his eyes was just too obvious. It was all old John's fault. Why did he have to go and get his driver's license? He couldn't have just done it himself, he had to drag me along too. Now look at us. You don't tan, so I'm the only one suffering through this hell. You should have told me you don't tan. Then I wouldn't have come along to suffer this with you. Watching Jiang Xingyun's skin show absolutely no change, his eye rolling grew even more intense. Ha ha ha. Jiang Xingyun couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing along with everyone else. Lianjie stopped holding back, turning to pounce on him and wrestling him to the ground. Damn you, old Jiang. Stop it, stop it. Look over there. A voice urgently interrupted their scuffle. Following the direction of the speaker's finger, they saw their old homeroom teacher finally arriving from afar, holding a large red sheet of paper. The results are about to be released. I wonder how I did. I don't care about the score, I just hope I get into a school. Honestly, I'm more curious about Jiang Xingyun's score than my own. The much-discussed failed brother incident in Hangzhou was about to reach its climax. Would Jiang Xingyun become a legend overnight, slapping everyone in the face, or would he fail miserably, proving himself nothing but a conceited fool? As the old homeroom teacher approached and affixed the red paper to the school gate's honor roll, silence fell over the crowd. Their eyes never left the name at the very top, nor the number that followed. Chapter 36, I thought it was a scam call. Did I see that right? Someone slap me, how could anyone score so high on such a difficult exam? The speaker immediately received a sharp slap on the head, the pain making him jump up. That's insane. With a score like that, they could probably get into Peking or Tsinghua. Everyone stared at the name at the top of the honor roll with mixed emotions. Jiang Xingyun, 735 points. 735 points, just 15 points shy of a perfect score. What's more, he took the liberal arts track. Unlike the sciences, liberal arts exams rarely have definitive answers. Even the best essay responses get docked a point or two. Yet despite such rigorous standards, someone had managed to score an astonishing 735 points. Scrolling down, the rest were just ordinary students. Even the second-place candidate barely scraped past 600 points over 100 points behind the top scorer, Jiang Xingyun. Jiang Xingyun expressed not a shred of surprise at this outcome. It was no joke his days of studying hadn't been wasted. Besides, he still had this year's college entrance exam answers stored in his head. Scoring over 700 points was child's play. It would have been strange if he hadn't achieved that. Jiang Xingyun scanned the scores above without a flicker of emotion, his gaze already shifting downward in search of that name. Look at Jiang Xingyun, his expression hasn't changed at all. Could he have known all along? Probably. Did you really think his nothing special was just talk? Startled awake in death's embrace, only to find the clown was me all along? Even old Ban, seeing Jiang Xingyun's composure, couldn't help but nod in approval. This was his student unfazed by praise or criticism. He was definitely cut out for great things. Scanning down the list, Jiang Xingyun spotted a familiar name. Jing, 538 points. Logically, she shouldn't have scored so low. Even in his previous life, she seemed to have scored close to 600 points, ultimately gaining admission to Hangzhou University with outstanding results. But now, whether Hangzhou University would accept her at this score was another matter entirely, but it no longer concerned him. Scrolling further down, he spotted Xia Anqi's name just a few entries later. Xia Anqi, 526 points. As an arts student, she had achieved a remarkably high score of 526. Combined with her arts credits, she could essentially choose between Shanghai Film Academy, Beijing Film Academy, or other specialized institutions. Her 526 points weren't too far off his own 735. Both were top performers in their cohort. At this thought, Jiang Xingyun's face softened into a faint smile. He turned his head towards Xia Anqi's location. Coincidentally, she was looking at him too. Their gazes met mid-air, and their smiles grew brighter, both radiating genuine happiness. Jing, lost in the crowd, also watched Jiang Xingyun. The boy who had once followed her around, constantly expressing his affection, had changed so much after leaving her that she barely recognized him anymore. It wasn't just his studies, he didn't even spare her the slightest courtesy. Even when she tried to win him back, he wouldn't give her a single glance. Was she resigned to it? No, she wasn't. But what could she do? Watching the two exchange glances, that song echoed in Jing's ears once more. It's clearly a movie for three, yet I can never have a name. She had once been destined for the leading role, yet now, she had buried it with her own hands. The moment the exam results were released, Jiang's mother's home was flooded with one strange call after another. Hello? Hello, is this Jiang Xingyun's mother? We are. Before he could finish introducing himself, Jiang's mother cut him off. You're not going to tell me my son's been kidnapped and you need ransom money, are you? My son is right here, safe and sound. You won't fool me. No, we're from Peking University's admissions office. We were wondering if your son might be interested in applying to our university? You claim to be from Peking University's admissions office? I know exactly what level my son is at. He's lucky to score 600 points. Why would Peking University call my house? Jiang's mother sneered coldly. Do your homework before you try to scam me next time. With that, she slammed the phone down. Listening to the dial tone, the Peking University admissions officer couldn't help but smile bitterly. In all his years on the job, this was the first time anyone had ever hung up on him. Scam call? Investigate properly? You don't even know your own son's test scores. What are we supposed to do? No choice but to try again. He redialed, only to hear the line busy. Hello, is this Jiang Xingyun's mother? We're from Tsinghua University's admissions office. So you failed pretending to be Peking University? Now you're trying Tsinghua? What? Peking University already called you? What were their terms? Tsinghua will double them. Even over the phone, Jiang's mother could hear the gritted teeth on the other end, especially the emphasis on double. Oof. Now scammers even write scripts with built-in conflicts. Impressive real progress. Enough with the act. One scam is enough. Any more would be rude. Jiang's mother hung up again. Tsinghua? Peking University? There was no way her son could get into those schools. While they hoped for the best for their child, this was simply impossible. No sooner had she hung up than Jiang's father rushed in from outside, his face beaming with joy. Honey, it's huge news. Our Xingyun scored 735 points, top of the school. He might even be this year's provincial champion. John's father couldn't even catch his breath before unleashing a barrage of news, leaving John's mother stunned and speechless. What's wrong with you? Noticing his wife's slightly off expression, the smile slowly faded from his face. I just got 2 calls. They said they were from the admissions offices of Tsinghua and Peking University. I thought they were scammers, so I hung up on them. John's mother felt like crying. Who could have imagined her son would prove so capable, actually scoring 735 points? Oh dear, you. But it doesn't matter. We'll see what Xingyun wants to do. With this score, even if he doesn't get into Tsinghua or Peking, there are plenty of other great schools he can attend. Tsinghua or Peking might not even be what Xingyun wants. Don't be too upset. Jiang's father watched his wife, who looked like she was about to cry any second, and patted her shoulder gently, signaling her not to be too upset. But Mrs. Jiang couldn't get past her own guilt. Her son had worked so hard, yet because of her mistake, he'd missed his chance at Tsinghua or Peking University. Wouldn't she regret it for the rest of her life? These were Peking and Tsinghua. Wasn't getting into one of them every teenager's dream? Jiang Xingyun remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding at home. Far from radiating the triumphant pride of a top scholar, he stared at the two girls before him, his mind clouded with worry and confusion. Is there anyone who can advise me on how to handle my ex-girlfriend and current girlfriend being together? Waiting online, pretty urgent. Chapter 37, Reward. The greatest joy in life is undoubtedly being with the person you love. But if the person you once loved is now with the person you currently love, that joy vanishes completely. What's more, he had a rather embarrassing history of being a devoted admirer with the person he used to like, making the situation even more awkward. The moment the final ceremony ended, Jiang Xingyun found himself sandwiched between two girls, one on each side. What was even more terrifying was that Dai Meng and Miaohui were there too. Third brother, this is awesome. Meng Kai and the others had intended to invite Jiang Xingyun out for a meal to commemorate their fading youth. But before they could approach him, Li Jing, Xia and their group had already surrounded him completely, leaving no opening for the others. The hardest thing to bear is a woman's affection. Old John's really in for it this time. All that fancy talk, I can't even understand it. What are we doing here without third brother? Han Ting, the second brother, shot Lianjie a look, silently criticizing his pedantic nitpicking though not too harshly. It's no fun with just us here. How about we go eavesdrop? A sly gleam flashed in Lianjie's eyes. Meng Kai glanced at him, his expression troubled. That doesn't seem right. We're all respectable gentlemen. Lianjie felt a chill run through him. His dorm leader was great in every way, but he was just too proper, no sense of fun whatsoever. Yet his next words shattered that perception. Then we have to be quiet. Don't get caught. Eavesdropping is nowhere near as fun as playing games. Han Ting curled his lip in disdain, but still turned and followed the other two. Great, another man who doesn't practice what he preaches. I see right through you all. The trio crept up to the tree behind Jiang Xingyun, pretending to pass by casually. They pressed their ears close, listening intently. Li Jing, I've told you stop bothering me. I don't like you anymore. Can't you just leave me alone? Looking at the girl clinging to him relentlessly, he found it hard to reconcile her with the figure from his past life who had always rejected him. Especially since he rejected her time and again, yet she remained undeterred, persistently throwing herself at him. It was utterly infuriating. He already had a girlfriend, yet she showed no sense of propriety, instead pressing herself closer. Why did his relationship make her so miserable that she had to ruin it? Compared to the two of them, Xia appeared remarkably calm. She had heard countless versions of Jiang Xingyun's story, every single one of them. The let-on and abandoned version, the Dragon King Returns version, and the most absurd one claiming Jiang Xingyun disliked Li Jing because she was actually a boy. All sorts of absurd tales circulated. As for herself, she had confidence in both herself and Jiang Xingyun. A man like him, once he made up his mind, wouldn't easily back down. Besides, you'd rejected him for a full 10 years. Love would wear thin under such circumstances. I don't believe it. You and her are definitely just playing around. You clearly liked me so much before. You're still mad at me now, right? Li Jing looked utterly convinced. Besides, didn't you confess to me at the rally back then? How could you just stop liking me now? As she spoke, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, as if she'd suddenly remembered something. 000? This time, it was Jiang Xingyun who was left speechless. Confession? When did I confess to you? Don't go slandering my good name out of thin air. Xia had been slightly surprised by the remark herself, but when she turned to see Jiang Xingyun with his mouth equally agape looking even more shocked than she felt. Suddenly, she felt much more balanced inside. So you didn't realize you'd confessed either. Seems like as long as I'm not the most clueless one, it's fine. But how could she possibly tell that Jiang Xingyun had confessed to her? When did I confess to you? Jiang Xingyun couldn't help but roll his eyes at Li Jing. How self-absorbed could she be? Saying that in front of my current girlfriend? What was she thinking? Wasn't that on stage the time you confessed to me? Li Jing looked a bit stunned too. Everyone was clearly looking at her, and when she ran into him afterward, he hadn't denied it, had he? Besides, when you were on that show, you were reminiscing about our youth. Have you forgotten? Who said I went up there to confess because of you? Jiang Xingyun was genuinely amused by her line of thinking. He only meant to subtly express his feelings to Xia, never expecting her to interpret it as a confession to her. Did you watch my show that time? Of course I did. And you thought it was a confession to you? How can you be so sure? Well, yeah. I watched third brother's performance two songs, and the last one he even sang with Xia Enchi. How could she not know about this after seeing the show? Han Ting lowered her voice and whispered the question to the pair, only to be met with a pair of rolling eyes. You didn't know, but we did? Why not just listen to it? You probably didn't watch the whole thing. Here, let me show you the song from back then. Dai Mang snorted coldly, pulling out an MP3 player, a rarity back then, from her bag and playing That's a Bit Sweet for everyone to hear. You know what? That was his second song on that show. Guess who he performed it with? My best friend. You're just... ahem. Xia Enchi cleared her throat softly, interrupting Dai Mang before she could continue. You, get the picture now? Dai Mang forced herself to swallow the words she'd been about to say, pausing for a long moment before finally managing that single sentence. Li Jing had felt an ominous premonition the moment this song began playing. The instant the familiar duet of male and female voices started, she knew her fate. It's clearly a movie for 3 people, yet I can't even have a name. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became that this song was written for her, a subtle reminder that in this love story, she had become the third wheel. Parting ways amicably might be their most dignified confession. Watching Li Jing turn and walk away, utterly distraught, Jiang Xingyun felt a sudden pang of pity. But he quickly suppressed it. From this day forward, he would bid farewell to the Jiang Xingyun of the past. The woman he once loved, he no longer felt a shred of affection for. He assumed they would never meet again, not even at the ends of the earth. It would be best if they never crossed paths again until death. As he stared blankly at Li Jing's receding figure, Jiang Xingyun suddenly felt a weight on his arm, as if something had been draped over it. Something soft pressed against the crook of his arm. Turning his head, he saw Xia Enchi smiling sweetly at him, her entire body pressed against his. She stood on tiptoe, leaned in, and gave Jiang Xingyun a gentle peck on the cheek. Good job. This is your reward. Keep it up, okay? Chapter 38, Sudden Downward Spiral. What's the most miserable thing in the world? It's when your brother has a girlfriend, but you don't. And what's even more miserable? It's when you could easily avoid being fed dog food, yet you insist on rushing over to gobble up that fresh batch. That's exactly what the Meng brothers did. They could have just gone to eat, but they had to sneak around eavesdropping on Jiang Xingyun's conversation. Now look at them, they got thoroughly showered with it, their mouths full of that lovey-dovey taste. Enough already. Can you guys spare a thought for us singles? It wasn't just them, another single person couldn't take it anymore and protested to the couple. Xia Enchi and Jiang Xingyun exchanged a knowing smile, then turned back to share another quick peck. This was the last straw for Dai Mang. Great, Xia Enchi. Now you're teaming up with outsiders to pick on me, huh? Dai Mang angrily accused her best friend, looking exactly like a puppy whose tail had been stepped on, baring her teeth at the person she disliked. It wasn't just her. The 3 hiding in the shadows were also grinding their teeth in fury. He's so annoying. One show-off wasn't enough, he had to do it again. Boss, let's go. We're not inviting him to dinner. You could tell he was furious, though it was unclear whether he was angry at the public display of affection or at his own inability to find a partner. But they were all talk. Their mouths said they were leaving, yet their bodies were honest. Third brother, what are you doing here? I was just about to call you for dinner. In critical moments, the boss had to step up. He stepped out from behind the tree, feigning arrival, and greeted Jiang Xingyun. Seeing their dorm leader arrive, he discreetly withdrew his arm from around Xia Enchi's waist. And even then, the boss acted as if he hadn't seen a thing, eyes fixed on his nose, mouth guarding his heart, wearing a look that screamed, I saw nothing. It had to be you. You, with your bushy eyebrows and wide eyes, still had this trick up your sleeve. Truly impressive. Han Ting and Lian Jie, trailing behind, were utterly impressed by his maneuver. When it came to lying through your teeth, you had to look no further than their own leader. After the feast, news of Jiang Xingyun becoming Hangzhou's top scholar exploded online, with major media outlets scrambling to cover the story. Shocking. The failed brother scores remarkably high on college entrance exam. Is this a twist of human nature or a decline in morals? Tune in. Gaokao, the untold stories of not passing brother. Nothing special? Facts prove he wasn't just talking big. Report after report poured out from various media outlets, propelling Jiang Xingyun's name to viral fame across Hangzhou. Even throughout Zhejiang province, many now knew of this genius who had made bold claims the moment he stepped out of the exam hall. Whereas they had once mocked Jiang Xingyun for his audacity, now they marveled at his brilliance. Even students who never paid attention to current affairs had heard about their amazing senior who scored 735 points. Soon after, people discovered that this young man wasn't just academically gifted, he could also sing. Suddenly, the new album, which had been gradually losing momentum, became in high demand again. Father Xia had no choice but to commission the record factory to pull an all-nighter and rush out another 50,000 copies for distribution across the entire Zhejiang province. As Jiang Xingyun's name grew increasingly familiar to everyone, a post emerged that sent another small shockwave through the community. Shocking. Brother not much as academic prediction, a story from over 10 days ago. It turned out to be a poll initiated by a well-meaning netizen earlier, now dug up again by the masses. An ID named Little Jiang Doesn't Play the Lapdog had boldly selected the option for over 700 points in the score column. But that wasn't the most surprising part. Out of over 3,000 voters, he was the only one who selected 700 plus. Keep in mind, many people voted for scores below 400. Moreover, the entire article subtly steered readers toward negative interpretations. Why would someone clearly predict Jiang Xingyun's score? And when everyone else was choosing 500-600, he insisted on adding 2 more options. To say there's nothing fishy about this, who could possibly believe that? It must be said that the author of this piece possesses some skill. The analysis is well structured and coherent. While it misses the mark entirely, the rest is quite competent. In any era, public opinion is the most terrifying force. Following this post's appearance, a multitude of dissenting voices suddenly erupted across the internet. Jiang Xingyun, once hailed as Hangzhou's pride, was swiftly branded a disgrace. Even some of the proctors from that exam suffered collateral damage. Among them was the proctor who had woken Jiang Xingyun that morning. Radical students even threw rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables at their door. I told you not to proctor that exam. Now look at what's piled outside our door every day. If you don't handle this, I'm leaving you. This is unbearable. Similar scenes unfolded across Hangzhou, particularly at Jiang's parents' shop. Their windows had been smashed countless times, and even their home became unsafe. Disturbed sleep became the norm as people rang their doorbell incessantly in the dead of night. Yet the instigator of all this was none other than the plump woman by Li Jing's side. Not only did she post the message, but she also leaked the Jiang family's address, all to teach Jiang Xingyun a lesson. Standing at a distance, she watched with glee as nosy netizens smashed a gaping hole in the glass window of Jiang Xingyun's home, her smile practically bursting from her face. Serves you right for mocking me back then. Now you're getting your comeuppance. It wasn't just the Jiang family that was in despair. Angelic Music, Xia Anqi's company, wasn't faring much better. Within days of their album release, the scandal broke. The outcome was inevitable. Every single copy sat unsold. Most of their earnings had been poured into production costs. If Jiang Xingyun's reputation couldn't be salvaged, their losses would be nothing short of catastrophic. Do you think Xingyun actually bribed the examiner this time? Absolutely not. He scored that high on the mock exam. This must be someone slandering him. Xia Anqi was indignant, more so than when her own family's records failed to sell. I believe him. He's not that kind of person. Unlike others' impatience, Jiang Xingyun seemed indifferent to the matter. He ignored the whispers and finger-pointing around him, focusing solely on earnestly taking his driving test. Hey, you're that Jiang Xingyun? A thug-like figure slowly approached his car, a blade of grass between his teeth, one hand pressing against the door as he eyed him with contempt. Bribing the examiner just to pass? What kind of person even bothers learning to drive? Isn't this bringing shame to our country? His words sounded noble, but Jiang Xingyun didn't buy it for a second. How dare scum like him talk about disgracing the nation? Sure enough, his next words exposed his true nature. Give me 200 yuan, or I'll tell everyone you're learning to drive here. I'll make sure you never get your license. You decide. Chapter 39, Hit and Run? Peking University Envoys. This world will never run out of opportunistic scoundrels. Even learning to drive presented an opportunity for someone to extort Jiang Xingyun. But Jiang Xingyun wasn't about to indulge him. Everyone was their parents' pride and joy. Who was more noble than who? Facing his threats, Jiang Xingyun merely smiled faintly, turned his head, and delivered a single sentence. Get lost. His calm tone delivered the most principled words. With that, Jiang Xingyun slapped his hand away. He snorted in pain, losing his grip on the door handle. Jiang Xingyun paid him no mind, flooring the gas pedal and speeding away. Fine, so you've got backbone, huh? We'll see if you're still so tough when the time comes. The thug-like man clutched his hands, now red from the slap, glaring hatefully at Jiang Xingyun's retreating figure. Just wait until you drown in everyone's spit. He turned to his henchman and demanded, Did you get it all on camera? Got it, boss. You can count on me. Good work. That dumb woman promised us over $1,000. Pull this off, and I'll take you out for some fun. That kind of fun? The subordinate lowered his head shyly, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. You little rascal. Fine, we'll talk about it after the job's done. Jiang Xingyun was unaware of their scheme, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. It was just public pressure. It wouldn't kill anyone. That afternoon, a post exploded onto the internet, adding fuel to the fire of the Jiang Xingyun plagiarism scandal. Titled Shocking. Arrogant and reckless hit and run, the moral compass of the top college entrance exam scorer is questionable. It quickly went viral across the internet. The article featured a photo of a man forcefully striking another man's hand, followed by a shot of the injured man clutching his hand by the roadside as the car sped away. Reading the accompanying text, netizens were furious. I saw the driver knock the man to the ground and attempt to drive away, only to be beaten by the driver before fleeing the scene. The photos were cleverly taken. They didn't capture the victim's full body, the driving school's license plate, or crucially, the character practice on the plate. The entire internet erupted in discussions about Jiang Xingyun's scandal, first cheating on the college entrance exam, then fleeing the scene of an accident, and possibly driving without a license. After all, who would go get a driver's license right before the college entrance exams? After reading these two articles, most netizens overwhelmingly condemned Jiang Xingyun online. While denouncing his moral decay, this group of netizens also rallied under the banner of justice to dox him, preparing to deliver some righteous punishment. Some even launched a massive online poll, planning to send a joint letter to the National College Entrance Examination Office demanding the annulment of Jiang Xingyun's exam results. As she watched the online backlash against Jiang Xingyun grow overwhelming, Manhwa couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth turn up. "Huh, so you think you're so great? You were the one insulting me, weren't you? Now let's see how arrogant you can be." For this, she even stole several thousand yuan from her family just to get back at Jiang Xingyun. From childhood onward, even her own parents had indulged her every whim. What kind of person was Jiang Xingyun, beating and berating her? Since that was the case, she wouldn't be blamed for being ruthless. Manhwa laughed happily. As she read the righteous comments online, her smile grew even brighter. "You fools, manipulated by us to condemn him. When he dies, it'll be you're doing nothing to do with me." Snap. Returning home, Jiang Xingyun faced another wave of retaliation from those radicals targeting his family. He couldn't understand, didn't these people have any brains at all? Seeing the slightly haggard faces of his parents, who had endured this for 2 or 3 days straight, he felt helpless. Even when they reported it to the police, the officers were helpless. With no surveillance cameras in the vicinity, they had no way of knowing who had smashed the windows. When he asked neighbors, they only kept saying it served them right, offering no clues whatsoever. Instead, they advised him that such a morally corrupt family wasn't worth his trouble, urging him to go back inside. Now the officers were truly stumped. Who could have imagined that one day people would actually side with the perpetrators? No matter how they pleaded, the neighbors refused to listen, instead calling the officers old-fashioned. "Old Jiang, why is our family so cursed?" When others scored high marks, it was cause for universal celebration. But when it happened to their family, it was labeled plagiarism and moral decay. Their windows were shattered day after day, left riddled with holes. The newly replaced glass, who knew how long it would last? It was likely to be smashed again the moment it was installed. "Xingyun, tell me honestly, did you really not do those things?" "No. Who do you trust if not your own son?" Jiang Xingyun shot his father a look. Though his words were dismissive, the worry in his eyes was undeniable. "Good. As long as we have nothing to hide, things will get better." Just as Jiang Xingyun was about to say more, a soft knock sounded at their door. "Is this the residence of student Jiang Xingyun?" Peering through the peephole, he saw 4 people standing outside. The one in the center wore a Zhongshan suit, a fountain pen tucked into his jacket pocket. His gold-rimmed black glasses gave him an intellectual air, yet his short haircut lent him a sharp, capable look. The others were all impeccably dressed, clearly elite individuals. Even the one knocking, with his slicked-back hair, maintained a polished appearance. "Is Jiang Xingyun home?" The person at the door knocked lightly 3 times again. "Yes, I'll open the door right away." Jiang Xingyun pulled his eye away from the peephole, swung the door open, and welcomed the 4 men into his home. Host and guests took their seats. Only Jiang's father and Jiang Xingyun remained to entertain these distinguished visitors, while Jiang's mother, looking somewhat weary, had retired to rest. She hadn't slept well in days and was now feeling drowsy. Unable to stay awake, she went to bed first. After the guests were seated, the leader slowly extended his business card. Seeing this, Jiang Xingyun promptly extended both hands to receive the card, examining it carefully. Noticing his gesture, the leader nodded approvingly. The card clearly stated, Director of Admissions, Peking University, Du Jingming. This man was the Director of Admissions at Peking University? Jiang Xingyun looked up at the refined middle-aged man before him, his face filled with astonishment. "What's written on it that has you so surprised?" Jiang's father, observing his expression, asked with puzzlement. But Jiang Xingyun remained silent. He took the card from Jiang Xingyun's hand and glanced at it. Instantly, the expressions of both father and son mirrored each other. Especially Jiang Xingyun, his heart grew increasingly unsettled. "What? The Director of Admissions from Peking University actually came to my house? What have I ever done to deserve Peking University's admissions office personally coming to recruit me?" What he didn't know was that his family had already turned down Peking University once and had even hung up on them, mistaking it for a scam call. They weren't the first to decline Peking University, but they were the first to hang up thinking it was a scam call. Chapter 40, What Goes Around Comes Around. Knock knock knock. Just as he had settled these Peking University dignitaries and before any substantive discussion could begin, the doorbell rang again. Jiang Xingyun gave an apologetic smile and went to the peephole once more. Same formula, same vibe. Still 4 people, but the leader no longer wore a Zhongshan suit. Instead, he sported a crisp Western-style suit, and the black-rimmed glasses made his demeanor even more distinctive, like a Western nobleman, towering above the rest. Opening the door, they strode inside without waiting for Jiang Xingyun to speak. Jiang Xingyun frowned slightly but said nothing, merely following behind them as he slowly closed the door. "Ha? You old fossils actually got here first?" Hearing the disdain in his voice, Du Jingming's expression darkened. "What? Did that old fossil raise you to be such a brat? Don't you even know the basics of respecting elders and caring for juniors? Ha! Isn't Peking University just a bunch of old fossils? All you do is brag about how Dragon Nation culture is unmatched under heaven." The young man snorted derisively, his expression growing even more contemptuous. "If it's truly that invincible, why aren't you the world's strongest nation? Why is it that our beautiful country happens to be #1 globally?" The young man slowly sat down across from Du Jingming, pulled a business card from his pocket, and flung it right in front of Jiang Xingyun's face. Jiang Xingyun picked it up. Clearly printed on it were the 4 characters, Tsinghua University. Below was the young man's portrait and his title. Tsinghua University, Deputy Director of Admissions, AI Shui. Below that was his portrait, smiling like a rogue. Even on the business card, his triangular eyes were strikingly noticeable. Especially when he looked at people, he liked to lower his head, revealing only half the whites of his eyes. He looked no different from those truly wicked villains. "Come to Tsinghua. Even though you're only the top humanities student, we can still manage to accept you." "What do you mean barely? I scored 735 points as the national top humanities student. And you tell me you're barely accepting me?" Before Jiang Xingyun could respond, Du Jingming's expression darkened. "Oh, old man, you know Tsinghua well enough. Classics, politics, history, those aren't our strong suits. Our science programs are truly the nation's best. What good are those subjects anyway? They neither strengthen the nation nor secure the realm. You. Fine, I'll leave it at that. If you apply, I can only guarantee you a chance to study abroad. Everything else is up to you to fight for." With that, he turned to leave. Before they could leave, a sharp crack echoed from the front hall window. Shards scattered across the floor, leaving the Tsinghua and Peking University admissions officers utterly stunned. What on earth is going on? Watching the unfazed father-son duo, Du Jingming was the first to lose his temper. Judging by their demeanor, this wasn't the first time. How could such brazen behavior go unchecked? Jiang Xingyun recounted everything that had happened to him in meticulous detail to the group. The more Du Jingming listened, the more furious he grew, his face flushing crimson, whether from anger or something else, it was unclear. Even AI Shui's expression darkened, his usual disdain replaced by grave concern. "Enough. Regardless of whether you choose Tsinghua, our admissions office will resolve this matter for you." When he heard the accusation based on that twisted, out-of-context recording, AI Shui slammed his hand on the table. The loud noise startled everyone present. "Don't be impulsive. We can discuss this calmly. You lot from Peking University are just dragging your feet. What's there to deliberate about?" Ai Shui's disdainful expression returned as he turned and strode out of the Jiang residence first. Professor Du, what exactly does he mean by resolve?" "Sai, it's simple, find the source, have them come forward to refute the rumors, then proceed according to the law." "But, isn't that the right approach?" Now it was Jiang Xingyun's turn to be confused. Wasn't the logical approach to identify the source and prosecute them according to the law? "That's correct, but I fear his methods aren't exactly refined. He's likely turning to underworld connections for investigation. They tend to move faster than the police." Watching Jiang Xingyun's gaping mouth, Du Jingming shook his head inside. "Don't be surprised. Before he got into Tsinghua, he was the son of a local crime boss in Jiangnan. He still has some influence." This time, Jiang Xingyun's jaw dropped even further. "Since he's clearing your name, I can't just sit around. Leave that plagiarism business to me." It must be said that Tsinghua and Peking universities truly lived up to their reputation as the 2 most prestigious institutions in the country. Their influence carried weight everywhere. The plagiarism scandal, which had been raging fiercely, was actually debunked by noon. The government even held a special press conference to clarify the matter, backed by Du Jingming, Peking University's admissions counselor and head of the grading committee. Within a single afternoon, all online posts about Jiang Xingyun's alleged exam cheating vanished without a trace. Replacing them were headlines like "Pride of Hangzhou City, National College Entrance Exam Champion." As for the hit-and-run reversal, it unfolded that evening when 2 young men, their faces bruised and swollen, slowly entered the police station just before closing time. Under the officers' puzzled gazes, they tremblingly uttered those words. "Officer, I want to turn myself in." At Miao Hui's home, she stared intently at her computer in her bedroom. Since the afternoon, the entire Baidu Tieba forum had shifted direction. Every single post she had made slandering Jiang Xingyun had vanished without a trace. Scrolling further, she saw that all the posts about Jiang Xingyun's plagiarism had been wiped clean in just half a day. Who on earth is helping him like this? Miao Hui had no idea. She felt bitter and resentful. Why did he get such good fortune? Why did he score so high on the exam? He was nothing but a sycophant before this. Her eyes fell on the post about Jiang Xingyun's hit-and-run incident. It hadn't been deleted yet. She exhaled sharply. Even if you didn't plagiarize, this hit and run is illegal. You won't get away with this one. But just as she was reading it, the network suddenly flickered. The post vanished from the forum. Only a single sentence remained for her. This post has been deleted for suspected defamation and rumor mongering in accordance with relevant laws. What? Miao Hui was stunned. Who could it be? Someone so powerful? She was so close to success, and now this scumbag would get to gloat again? No way. I need to hire more trolls to attack him. Beep beep beep. AI Shui stood in a dim basement, baton in one hand, pinning a yellow-haired guy's head down with the other, staring at the pop-up window on the computer screen. Young Master AI, I really don't know. Say it again. Look at the message on your computer, then tell me that again. Staring at the pop-up window, the punk felt utterly defeated. If you're asking for it, don't blame me. I know her. Her name is Miao Hui. She lives at. At the same time, the two at the police station also named Miao Hui. While she was still fuming over her post being deleted, she had no idea that danger was already creeping up on her. Chapter 41, You bastard, you actually poisoned her. The recent college entrance exam cheating scandal that rocked Hangzhou has officially concluded. Suspect Miao has been arrested according to law and charged with defamation. Today's Hangzhou news was different from usual, no longer filled with the same old national affairs, but instead focused on the little details of our daily lives. Jiang Xingyun watched the news unfold on his gray and white television with a blank expression, showing no trace of emotion. He never imagined the mastermind behind it all would be his own classmate. It was Li Jing's best friend, the one she'd protect no matter how unreasonable, and he wondered how she would react upon hearing this news. Today, the police station had dispatched numerous officers, all of whom were reporting those who had smashed his family's windows. Many had come to vent their frustrations while the Jiang family was under public condemnation. Why does your son get such good grades while mine has to work on construction sites? Why can your family afford to run a shop while I have to settle for a regular job and a meager salary? Watching the familiar faces being brought in by the police to apologize, Mrs. Jiang's heart grew colder by the minute. Old Jiang, I just brought you some eggs the other day. Old Li, when your child was sick, it was my son Jiang who took him to the hospital. Old Wan, when your sewer clogged at work, wasn't it old Jiang who unclogged it for you? How could you do this? Hearing Mrs. Jiang's reproach, everyone lowered their heads in unison. Truth be told, the Jiang family had been kind to them. But envy is human nature. They all lived in the same apartment building. Why should your family alone enjoy such a comfortable life? One person started it, and with Jiang Xingyun's cheating rumored to be so convincing, they couldn't help but believe he really had cheated. They took it out on his family's windows, smashing them without mercy. Ah! John's mother looked at the old neighbors before her and sighed deeply. We're all neighbors here. I won't press you for compensation. But from now on. Another sigh escaped her lips. Hearing Mrs. Jiang say she wouldn't pursue the matter, the neighbors hurriedly thanked her and left the Jiang residence. Before the house could settle down, the doorbell rang again. This time, however, it was a pair of parents they didn't recognize. But they recognized the girl beside them. It was Li Jing. Opening the door, they welcomed the three inside. While they didn't know their parents, how could they not recognize their own child? The visitors were none other than Miao Hui's parents. As for Li Jing, whom they had dragged along, her face bore an expression of helplessness and embarrassment. What could they do? Their daughter had committed an act that provoked both heaven and man. She had stolen money from their home while they were renovating, all to prove a point that was nothing short of wicked. When the police came to arrest her, Miao Hui's mother nearly fainted, yet she still handed her daughter over to the officers herself. When you do wrong, you must take responsibility for your actions. Later, through inquiries, they learned the full extent of their daughter's crime. Even with the victim's forgiveness, it only meant a few fewer years on her sentence. I'm so sorry. My daughter acted out of ignorance and caused you so much trouble. Whatever compensation you need, my family will do everything we can to make it right. Miao Hui's mother immediately made to kneel, apologizing to Jiang Xingyun. Jiang Xingyun grabbed her arm firmly, preventing her from kneeling. It was unheard of for an elder to kneel before a younger person. Besides, the fault lay with Miao Hui herself. Her parents bore no direct responsibility. Auntie, there's no need for this. You're practically shortening my lifespan. Jiang Xingyun spoke softly, his tone gentle. Compensation matters little, but people must take responsibility for their own mistakes, don't they? Besides, isn't there still the law to punish those who err? Just as Miao Hui's mother thought he might forgive her daughter, he uttered the most devastating words in the gentlest tone. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes as she turned to Li Jing standing nearby, hoping her best friend would speak up for her. But before she could speak, Jiang Xingyun cut her off. Auntie, please don't put her through this. Not only do I no longer like her, but even if I did, there's absolutely no room for negotiation on this matter. I understand. Miao Hui's mother nodded and refrained from causing a scene at the Jiang residence. Put yourself in her shoes. Imagine your child scoring high marks only to be accused of cheating, nearly ruining their future. And then they spread rumors about unlicensed driving and hit and run? If I didn't yell at him right then and there, it would be a testament to my exceptional self-control. Though she knew the odds were slim, people still needed to try. What if it worked? Jiang's mother glanced at the two exhausted figures, her heart softening. She opened her mouth to speak, but her gaze locked with her son's. Mom, I'm your son. Your son nearly lost his future and ended up in prison. And you still want to forgive the one who started all this? Faced with her son's complex gaze, the words she'd been about to speak died on her lips. Glancing at Miao Hui's parents, already etched with worry, she could only let out another long sigh. That evening, at a roadside barbecue stall, the dorm mates gathered for the first time in ages since graduation. The recent uproar over Jiang Xingyun had made him a household name in Hangzhou. Everyone knew the failed brother who cheated on the college entrance exam. Now that Jiang Xingyun had cleared his name, even the news had come forward to vindicate him. The group promptly invited him out for barbecue to shake off the bad luck of the past few days. Owner, another 30 skewers of lamb, please. In this era when a single lamb skewer cost mere pennies, they could still casually order 2 or 30 skewers at a time, unlike later days. Just thinking about future prices sent a shiver down Jiang Xingyun's spine. A tiny ice cream bar cost over 70 yuan, and a barbecue meal easily started at several hundred. Today's prices felt like something out of a legend. It reminded him of the time he'd been licking Li Jing's ice cream, only to be stabbed in the back by that 70 yuan treat. Plain as could be, yet not a bit cheap. Raise your glasses, let's celebrate third brother's vindication. The eldest brother, Meng Kai, raised his glass first, signaling everyone to take a sip. Same here. Han Ting, the second brother, was equally delighted. He raised his glass and clinked it hard against the others. Thankfully, they were enamel cups, otherwise, at least 2 would have shattered from the impact. Liang Jie slung his arm around Jiang Xingyun's shoulder, placing a cup before him. Who knew Miao Hui could be so vicious? I thought she was just a bit annoying with her mouth, but never imagined. Fourth brother, drop that depressing topic. Watch out, or I'll kick you out of the group chat. Han Ting downed his drink in one gulp, glaring fiercely at Liang Jie with wide eyes, his displeasure written all over his face. Yes, my fault. I'll punish myself with 3 shots. Munching on grilled skewers while sipping liquor, the 4 of them gradually got a little tipsy. Honestly, third brother, wanna join me grinding in Legend? I promise it'll be way better than what you're doing out there, hick. Mid-sentence, a loud burp erupted from his mouth, spraying Liang Jie's face with a strong alcohol stench. The fumes immediately sent Liang Jie rushing for an intimate encounter with the trash can. You bastard, you poisoned my drink. Chapter 42, The Drunken Foursome. Bull, I wouldn't poison anyone. Han Ting slurred, completely unaware of how terrifying his breath attack was. Poor Liang Jie suffered alone, enduring pain he never deserved. Second brother, what are you planning to study in college? Jiang Xingyun was still somewhat coherent, unlike the others who were either vomiting or babbling nonsense. Me? Probably something computer-related. In the year 2000, computer-related majors were still considered emerging fields, with very few people pursuing them. But Jiang Xingyun knew this field would become highly sought after in the coming years, even decades. Especially in the coming years, the rise of the gaming industry, e-commerce, and messaging apps, coupled with the widespread adoption of computers and smartphones, would propel the world directly into the information age. Moreover, Han Ting's family was deeply involved in this field. Had it not been for a chance encounter in his previous life, he would never have known that his second brother, who loved gaming, had a programming genius in the family. Even his second uncle worked in computer-related fields. Back then, he had donated quite a bit of money to his uncle's business ventures. Each time his uncle received the funds, he would express his gratitude and hand him a small card bearing a serial number and the secret code 61s. He'd often pull out the grand sum of 3 yuan to play for a whole morning. When he left, his uncle would smile and cheerfully welcome him back anytime. Later, as he started working, his visits grew fewer and their connection faded. Now that I want to change my circumstances, seizing every opportunity that comes my way is the right path. So, would you be interested in working at my company? What? You have a company? Han Ting suddenly blurted out, but luckily, there weren't many people around anymore. It was already quite late, with only the stall owner still quietly keeping them company. It's still in the preparatory stage. What do you think? A game company interested? It was too late to jump into red alert now, and the Sword and Fairy IP had already been established. There weren't many single-player games left for him to pursue, though the Witcher series was a solid option. Plus, companies like Tencent and WeChat hadn't gone public yet, so he still had plenty of opportunities. Absolutely. I'm definitely in. Han Ting was thrilled. He'd long dreamed of creating his own game, tired of playing others' creations and feeling controlled by their designs. Great. Study hard then. We'll start simple and work our way up. Jiang Xingyun smiled faintly, patted Han Ting on the shoulder, and raised his glass once more. Cheers. Cheers. Clink. After downing his glass, Han Ting finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He collapsed heavily onto the table and soon began snoring loudly. Liang Jie slept curled up against the trash can, while Han Ting remained sprawled across the table, his hand still clutching his wine glass. Meng Kai, already fast asleep, snoring loudly enough to shake the walls. Jiang Xingyun shook his head helplessly. He settled the bill, hailed a taxi, and ushered everyone inside, sending them back to their respective homes. Their parents welcomed them home with smiles. Meng Kai's parents even tried to hand him some money as compensation. Of course, he couldn't accept it. What kind of person would he be then? The last one he delivered was Li Anjie. Even after getting into the taxi, he still clung to that trash can, occasionally retching. This forced Jiang Xingyun, already drunk himself, to distractedly tend to him. "We're here. Stop gagging, fourth brother. Go home and gag." Standing at the doorway, Jiang Xingyun supported him with one arm while knocking on his door with the other. "Who is it?" "Auntie, it's me, Xingyun." "Oh, it's Xiaoyun. Wait a moment, Auntie will open the door right away." With a creak, Li Anjie's mother opened the door, dressed in her pajamas. The moment she opened the door, she saw Li Anjie drunk and clutching a trash can. Her expression darkened instantly. Looking up at Jiang Xingyun, she saw his face was also flushed red. He was supporting her son, his step still unsteady, swaying slightly from side to side. "Auntie, Anjie had too much to drink. I brought him back first." Before his mother could respond, Li Anjie piped up in protest. "Who says I'm drunk? Come on, let's drink. One more round." Li Anjie yanked away Jiang Xingyun's supporting hand, hoisting the trash can like a wine glass and preparing to chug it down. If not for Jiang Xingyun's quick reflexes to stop him, he would have ended up drinking his own vomit from the entire journey. "Alright, Xiaoyun, leave him to Auntie. I'll take good care of him." She emphasized the word take care with deliberate emphasis. After escorting Li Anjie back inside, a sudden commotion erupted from behind the tightly shut door, followed by what sounded like waves of blood-curdling screams. Terrifying. Thank goodness my mom isn't like that. At home, Zhang's mother sat on a stool in the living room, clutching her weapon as she stared intently at Jiang Xingyun, who was half kneeling on the washboard. Seeing the feather duster waving before him, he trembled like a little devil who had met the king of hell. Seems my parents are just like theirs, all about settling scores later. He wouldn't let this oppression go on forever. Are kings, nobles, generals, and ministers born into their positions? A true man living under heaven cannot endure oppression forever. They've pushed me too far, I shall rise in rebellion. Am I wrong? Before his righteous indignation could fully erupt, his mother let out a cold laugh, her gaze fixed on him in silence. Jiang Xingyun shuddered violently, all traces of his earlier grandiloquent demeanor vanishing. Wrong. I was wrong. Where did I go wrong? I shouldn't have drunk. You shouldn't have drunk? You shouldn't have drunk so much? Look at what you've turned yourself into. If you ever get this drunk again, don't bother coming back to this house. John's mother knew full well that stopping a man from drinking was harder than climbing to the moon. Besides, a man might choose not to smoke, but he absolutely had to know how to drink. Whether it was business dinners or entertaining superiors, drinking was an inescapable part of the job. Getting plastered now was better than getting drunk at work later. Who knew if anyone would even care about you then? Alright, go drink some of this hangover tea I just brewed for you. Saying this, John's mother helped him up from the washboard and brought him the freshly brewed tea from the kitchen. Drink up while it's hot. I'm going to bed now. Finish it and head to your room to sleep. With that, Zhang's mother turned and went to her own bedroom to sleep. No sooner had she left than Jiang Xingyun saw his father's bedroom door quietly open a crack. His father slipped out and sat down before him. Don't blame your mother. You weren't home all night and she was worried sick. Even if you drink, try to come back early from now on. Father Jiang spoke while glancing toward Mother Jiang's bedroom. Seeing no movement, he exhaled in relief. Your mother still loves you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brewed you this hangover tea. Drink it and get some rest. Your in-laws are coming to visit tomorrow. Chapter 43, The Choice of Destiny. At the crack of dawn, Jiang Xingyun forced himself out of bed, his head pounding from yesterday's drinking. Yesterday's revelry had indeed brought today's misery. Rubbing his temples, he got up and scanned the room but saw no sign of his father. Only his mother's busy silhouette was visible in the kitchen. Mom, where did Dad go so early today? Jiang Xingyun pushed his way into the kitchen. He glanced at the rice porridge simmering in the pot, then at the shredded potatoes his mother was stir-frying, and nodded with satisfaction. Him? He said Uncle Wang wanted to discuss a big business deal with him. So he rushed over to Uncle Wang's place early this morning to see what this big deal is all about. Mom's casual voice drifted out, but to Jiang Xingyun's ears, it sounded deafening. Oh no! How could he have forgotten this? In his previous life, his family had taken on a major order that led to the collapse of 2 clothing stores. They had even sold their house and car just to barely pay off the debts. This was a huge pitfall. His journey back through time had been smooth sailing, yet he'd completely forgotten about this. But would his parents even believe him? First, he had no concrete evidence. Second, Uncle Wang held no deep grudge against him. In his past life, he'd been so consumed by heartbreak at this very moment that he'd paid no attention to the matter. Thinking about it now, he wanted to punch himself. He'd been so busy groveling that he'd neglected his own family's affairs. Worse still, it was all one-sided adoration. He'd sunk to the lowest depths of humiliation. "What's wrong? You look so reluctant." John's mother watched his worried expression and couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Even if I punished him yesterday, he shouldn't be wearing a sourpuss all morning." "Nothing, Mom. Haven't you ever wondered why Uncle Wang passed up bigger deals to give us such a great opportunity? It just doesn't make sense." John's mother shot Jiang Xingyun a surprised glance before breaking into a relieved smile. Her son had finally grown up. He was learning to care about the family business. Though he still didn't quite grasp the rules of the business world, this concern was a good start. "Your Uncle Wang's clothing store and ours aren't in the same market segment." When someone approached him for this order, his store wasn't expanding in that direction, so naturally, he passed it on to us. Jiang's mother patiently explained the ins and outs of the situation. "Besides, your Uncle Wang and your father have been close friends for years. Back when your father started from scratch, Uncle Wang was the one who lent him the initial capital." A faint smile touched Mrs. John's lips as she recalled those days when they all started from nothing, striving to make a life for themselves in this city. Click! The sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from the doorway as John's father stepped inside, carrying 2 roasted chickens. Even for a modestly well-off family like theirs, such a treat was reserved for special occasions like holidays. "Honey, Uncle Wang really went all out this time. A 3 million yuan order. He's only taking 5% commission, and the rest is all ours." John's father's voice brimmed with excitement, his eyes blazing with fervor. He swung the roasted chickens back and forth, his gestures echoing his indescribable thrill. "Once old Wang connects with the other side, we'll sign the contract by Monday. Then it's just a matter of raking in the cash, haha." Father Jiang couldn't help but burst into laughter as he spoke, and a faint smile also appeared on Mother John's face. "Dad, have you considered this might be a trap? How could such a golden opportunity fall to us?" Jiang Xingyun poured a bucket of cold water over his father's blazing enthusiasm. "What do kids know about business? This is Uncle Wang's recommendation. Without him, we wouldn't be where we are today. How could he possibly deceive us?" John's father looked at his son, his expression turning slightly angry. "Who do you think I've been working so hard for? Isn't it so you can have a better life? Once this deal is done, you'll have everything: the dowry for you and Anchi, furniture, a house, a car. Now you're talking tough from the sidelines, accusing old Wang of trying to cheat us. That's pure nonsense." Seeing his father stubbornly clinging to his position, even showing a hint of anger, Jiang Xingyun wisely kept his mouth shut. It seemed that to stop this, he'd need concrete evidence. Otherwise, he glanced at his father. He hoped his father wouldn't be disappointed or heartbroken when the truth came out. But stopping it was one thing, eating the roast chicken was another. Jiang Xingyun polished off 2 drumsticks by himself, his mouth dripping with grease. His parents didn't seem bothered either. After all, it was their son. What did one extra drumstick matter? After finishing his meal, Jiang Xingyun wiped his mouth and stepped out the door. A matter this significant was beyond his ability to investigate alone. He would need to seek help from others. "What? You mean your dad is going to sign such a huge contract without doing any research?" Xia's father stared at Jiang Xingyun in utter disbelief. Jiang Xingyun nodded, his face etched with resignation. There was nothing he could do. His parents simply wouldn't listen to his advice. It was only because it was Uncle Wang that they might have lowered their guard. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so naive. "Then how do you expect Uncle to help you?" Father Xia calmed down, his expression thoughtful. He couldn't think of how he could help with this matter. "Uncle, all you need to do is spread the word. Say I have another album coming out and I'm looking to collaborate with other businessmen. Then you could host a banquet for businesspeople from various industries. During the event, you could discreetly approach him. Who knows? You might get something out of it." Would he really take the bait? If this deal can turn a profit for him, he'll definitely take the bait. Jiang Xingyun was supremely confident in his album. Though the 2 incidents had subjected him to prolonged public scrutiny, they had also served to raise his profile significantly. His exceptional songwriting and composition skills, coupled with his explosive popularity, meant his album could no longer be described as merely hot. Reprints alone had reached unimaginable numbers. Xia's father's Angel Music had signed contracts with distributors nationwide, and his debut album had exploded across the country. Announcing a second album now would likely have merchants in Hangzhou City scrambling to partner with him. Faced with such temptation, who could resist? "Alright, I can't guarantee I'll uncover any news for you." Xia's father nodded. The truth was undeniable: the rising star's second album was simply irresistible. Of course, he wasn't just targeting Uncle Wang. His son was also a promising avenue. Hope 5 days will be enough. Jiang Xingyun gazed at the dark clouds filling the sky outside the window, unsure what the weather would bring next. Would it pour down in torrents, or would the clouds part and the fog lift? It was all unknown. Whether he could alter his family's fate now rested entirely on his own shoulders. Chapter 44, Is He That Strong? The next day, the entire city of Hangzhou knew that Jiang Xingyun was releasing his second album. The bidding for Jiang Xingyun's second album took place at Jinbiawangawang, Hangzhou's largest hotel. Rumor had it the songs were even better than his debut. Have you heard? The Pillar of Angel Music is partnering with us merchants. You bet. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if we can't secure a partnership, just getting our faces in front of him would be worth it. Who knows what kind of luck old Xia pulled off to get noticed by him. If we're talking about talent, Angel Music isn't lacking either. If we could land this second album, we could rise quickly too. Among them was Uncle Wang, whom Jiang Xingyun had mentioned, listening quietly to their discussion. He knew he had little chance of competing for this album. If that deal went through, nearly all of the Jiang family's assets would become his. And the Jiang family would be plunged into utter ruin. The thought stirred a flicker of excitement within him. The Jiang family had only risen because of his support. How dare they now live better than him? Not only that, but their son was this year's top humanities scholar and was releasing an album. How dare he? How dare he live so much better than him? As these thoughts churned within him, his expression twisted into a hideous grimace. Those around him, seeing his fury, instinctively backed away, fearing he might suddenly lash out and beat them senseless, a loss far greater than any potential gain. Seeing others avoid him, he felt no embarrassment. He walked straight to a corner seat and sat down, quietly waiting for the auction to begin. Before long, Xia's father stepped onto the stage in a tailored suit, radiating newfound confidence. After all, Jiang Xingyun's album had now been released nationwide. It was no exaggeration to say his songs had permeated every corner of the Dragon Kingdom. Welcome to our Angel Music Group Partnership Conference. We are currently seeking a collaborator to develop Mr. Jiang Xingyun's second album. Mr. Xia, may we ask why Mr. Jiang is seeking additional partners while already collaborating with you? Oh, this stems partly from Mr. Jiang's personal desire to expand his market reach. Angel Music alone cannot fully meet his needs. Secondly, he seeks collaboration with entrepreneurs from other industries for joint promotional efforts. Depending on the scale of investment, profit-sharing arrangements are also possible. However, we currently have limited funds available and require partners to jointly develop the project. Then why didn't Mr. Jiang attend this meeting himself? Father Xia smiled faintly. Why? He left with my daughter this morning. How could I possibly tell you that? Perhaps Mr. Jiang has other pressing matters to attend to. As his partner, I am deeply honored by his complete trust in me. Seeing the reporter about to ask another question, Father Xia quickly cut him off. If there are any questions, we can discuss them after the collaboration meeting concludes. For now, let's first preview the first track from Mr. Jiang's second album. At the mention of a preview track, the entire venue erupted with excitement. What? There's actually a preview track? This is a sure thing. Let's see what surprises this newcomer to love songs has in store for us. I have to say, the love songs on his last album were every bit as good as those by the big names in Hong Kong. From another corner, a white-haired elder slowly entered the opulent hall with a young man. His gaze fixed on Father Xia, who was about to play the track, his eyes still held a hint of anticipation. Grandpa, what about Jiang Xingyun's songs makes them worth you coming all the way here? You lack experience. You can't see it, but his songs aren't all cut from the same cloth. They may seem like love songs, but each one carries its own distinct meaning. As for his lyrics, divine. A great song needs a catchy melody and thought-provoking words. Remarkably, he has both. Someone like this will surely carve out a place for himself in the music world. The old man and the youngster found an empty table to sit at and quietly began listening to the music being played. A soothing melody drifted into their ears, especially the flute notes in the prelude, transporting them back to ancient times, to the wilds of green mountains and clear waters. Copying the Orchid Pavilion inscription, running script flows like clouds in water. Pushing open the door beneath the moon, your heart is delicate as your light footsteps. Jiang Xingyun's melodious voice resonated in their ears. Though merely a demo version, Jiang Xingyun had poured his heart into crafting this album with meticulous care. She even drew upon the preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection, destined to become one of the cornerstones of future Chinese classical music. Everyone was utterly captivated by the melodious music. Even the young man who had just entered no longer argued with the elder's words. Beyond love and moonlight, I inscribed this preface, awaiting your return. Holding the brush, I pause, waves crash endlessly by the shore. What does love mean? No matter how I write it, it feels wrong. Yet what I lack most is understanding you through life's journey. As the climax swelled, the old man excitedly slapped his thigh, shouting bravo, repeatedly drawing disapproving glances from those around him. This old man. Everyone was engrossed in the moment, and you just ruined the mood. Exactly. Hearing the chorus of criticism, the young man hurriedly apologized to each person in turn. The trouble his teacher caused inevitably fell back on him, yet he dared not show any displeasure. Instead, he meekly soothed his teacher. All right, master, calm down. Look, everyone's unhappy. The old man finally snapped out of it, bowing slightly to the crowd in apology. Unrelated to romance, I wait for your reply. He wrote beautifully, especially that line about being unrelated to romance. It was pure genius. Though he lowered his voice, his excitement was still palpable. If you possessed even half his skill, I wouldn't be so deeply troubled. As he spoke, the old man suddenly shot him a disapproving glare, as if he were some heinous criminal. The young man shot the elder a look of hurt. What can I do? He just has that kind of talent. No matter how long I study, I'll never have that kind of gift. Besides, you don't have any decent representative works either, do you? He dared only think this thought. He didn't have the guts to voice it aloud, unless he wanted to never graduate. What do you think? If I offered to get him direct admission without exams, would he agree? The old man suddenly blurted out this question, prompting waves of snickering from those nearby. Old man, stop daydreaming. Mr. Jiang, who wrote this song, scored 735 on the college entrance exam as the top humanities student. He doesn't need any exemptions. Exactly, old man. Give up that notion. His scores are the best in all of Hangzhou. The old man's expression instantly became quite something. Is he that exceptional? Chapter 45, The Breakthrough Lies Here. As the song ended, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Truly worthy of Jiang Xingyun, this piece is simply exquisite. In ancient times, Wang Shishi composed the preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection. Today, I never imagined I'd hear it transformed into a melody, in one so beautiful it transports me back to those days of floating cups along the winding stream. Indeed. Beyond the melody, the lyrics themselves are beyond our reach. Everyone showered praise upon this preface to the Orchid Pavilion, each hoping to win Father Xia's favor. This single song alone was enough to recoup the entire production budget. Just look at Angel Music, they've already raked in a fortune with that one album alone. Rumor has it that in Zhejiang province alone, nearly 1 million copies have been sold. With such success, who wouldn't want a piece of the pie? Listening to the fawning tones of the crowd, old Wang, seated in the corner, curled his lips in disdain, a trace of malice flickering in his eyes. Pander to the masses? So what if it makes money? Once I close this deal, it'll be enough to bankrupt your entire family. Old Wang downed the baijiu in one gulp and rose to leave the venue, but Father Xia happened to approach him. Old buddy, don't tell me you don't believe in this album? Father Xia's question immediately put old Wang on the spot, drawing the attention of the entire room to the corner where they stood. Isn't that old Wang, the clothing store owner? What's he doing here? What a joke. If you, a restaurant owner, can come, why can't someone who runs a clothing store? Huh, that's true. Could it be that Xia Rohai has his eye on this clothing merchant? Looking to partner with him? Who knows? What's going on in his head is anyone's guess. Whispers spread through the crowd, but old Wang's face had already turned grim. I'm afraid my funds aren't sufficient to support my vision for this album. Perhaps you should look elsewhere? After much deliberation, old Wang politely declined his request. He no longer wished to become overly entangled with the Zheng family. Otherwise, if he tried to withdraw his investment later, it might be too late. Old Wang, that doesn't add up. I recall you just closed a major deal a few days ago, a multi-million-dollar order, right? A businessman who recognized old Wang suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Xia Rohai narrowed his eyes slightly. So this was the deal Jiang Xingyun mentioned? It seemed a bit fishy. But he gave no sign of his suspicion, continuing his persuasion. This old pal isn't being fair. With all that money, he won't invest in our album? That'll ruin our reputation. After speaking, Xia Rohai leaned close to his ear, his voice barely audible, ensuring only the two of them could hear. If we team up, we split the profits 50-50. Old Wang lifted his head to glance at the smiling Xia Rohai, his eyes flickering with a hint of suspicion. Too coincidental. Absolutely too coincidental. He just set up the next scheme to drain the Jiang family's funds, and immediately afterward, he received this probe from the Xia family who had ties to the Jiang family. Such coincidence couldn't help but make him wary. Agreed. Despite the risks, he decided to see what advice Xia Rohai had to offer. He wouldn't let a single opportunity to suppress the Jiang family slip through his fingers. Please. As Xia Rohai ushered old Wang into the private room, not a single person left the main hall. After all, even the slightest chance was worth pursuing. Staying didn't guarantee a chance, but leaving guaranteed none. Hope they don't come to an agreement. Inside the private room, Xia Rohai personally brewed a cup of tea for old Wang and placed it slowly before him. Long Jing from West Lake, this year's new harvest. Care to try? Old Wang lifted his head to meet his gaze, saying nothing and making no move to take the tea from his hand. Just tell me, what exactly do you mean? Nothing much. Just noticed you seem to share the same goal as me. Xia Rohai chuckled, showing no awkwardness, and picked up the other cup of tea in front of him, taking a sip. Jiang Xingyun takes 50% of the entire album's revenue all by himself. We work our asses off making records and providing him with a platform, yet we end up with such a measly sum. Just listening, old Wang could feel the resentment in Xia Rohai's heart. Yeah, from start to finish, he basically did everything himself. What did he do? Nothing at all. He merely wrote a few songs and sang them. Yet he took half of their earnings. That would be hard for anyone to swallow. Old Wang watched Xia Rohai sitting there, head bowed in silent fury, and patted his shoulder sympathetically. Bro, everyone raves about Jiang Xingyun's songs, but listening to them just makes me feel awful. Xiaoruhai didn't brush his hand away, instead speaking to himself. When everyone else was fawning over them, I saw a flicker of disdain in your eyes. That's why I knew you were the one I was looking for. With that, he slammed the teacup on the table. Crash! The cup shattered into pieces, scattering shards of glass across the floor. But old Wang showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he seemed even more excited. Well done, Jiang Xingyun. I was worried your album might actually recoup its costs, but now you've truly shot yourself in the foot. A smirk flashed across old Wang's lips. Jiang Xingyun, this is truly a case of reaping what you sow. So, how should I deal with him? While Xiaoruhai was meeting with old Wang, Jiang Xingyun also sought out old Wang's son. They had been classmates, but their relationship had gradually cooled after old Wang's son failed to get into a top high school due to poor grades. Ha! Your base is gone now. Old Wang's son jumped up in excitement after the game ended. The current top scorer in the college entrance exams had invited him to play games at the internet cafe, yet he couldn't even beat him. This utterly satisfied his competitive spirit. What could be more satisfying than defeating an opponent who seemed unbeatable? Alright, you're really something. Jiang Xingyun shot him a feigned look of admiration, his eyes brimming with resignation. It was pure torture. He had the power to crush him, yet he insisted on letting him savor the thrill of victory and not even letting him win easily. For someone who used to be a top player, this was pure torture. But thankfully, judging by his reaction, it seemed his plan was about ready to kick off. Playing's getting tiring. Wanna grab some barbecue? Jiang Xingyun stretched lazily, slowly turning to look at the young man beside him, who was already getting carried away. Ha? Not playing anymore? Wang Shu's son froze for a moment before nodding. True enough, he'd been gaming all afternoon. It was time for dinner. We'd better eat lightly, I don't have much money. No worries, it's on me. That album of mine netted me a solid half of the profits, made a killing. Sigh, no wonder I envy you. Not only can you earn your own money, but your family doesn't really control you either. Unlike my dad, he's been going on about how bad your family is these past few days. The other night in my bedroom, I even heard him on the phone talking about 5 million, about going bankrupt and all that. Uncle Wang's son shook his head and sighed. No idea what's going on. Anyway, my allowance keeps shrinking month after month. It only started coming back last month. Jiang Xingyun's eyes lit up at his words. This was the breakthrough he'd been looking for. Chapter 46, Human Sorrows and Joys Remain Unshared. That's really rough for you. Jiang Xingyun looked indignant, as if it were his own allowance being cut. You bet. My dad even closed a multi-million-dollar deal, yet he didn't give me a single extra cent. What a cheapskate. Is that so? Jiang Xingyun's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes, that deal, the multi-million-dollar deal. It must be him. His hand slipped quietly into his pocket, pressing the record button on the voice recorder in his palm. You bet. I overheard it myself when I walked past my dad's room that day. Uncle Wang's son, afraid he wouldn't believe him, vividly described the scene. My dad was sitting with this blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner, talking about supplying clothing to overseas markets. It sounded like a multi-million-dollar order. From what my dad said, he didn't plan to handle it himself, he wanted to pass it on to some friend of his. Hearing this, Jiang Xingyun furrowed his brow. This didn't add up. Could it be that Uncle Wang wasn't the real culprit behind their family's bankruptcy? Just as Jiang Xingyun was questioning his understanding of the situation, Uncle Wang's son continued. But I heard from my dad that he didn't plan on paying that client. Anyway, it wouldn't be specified in the contract. He even hired a lawyer specifically to draft the contract for that reason. Hearing this, Jiang Xingyun slapped his thigh. It was him. There was definitely something fishy going on. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingyun knew his family's case was already half won. With Uncle Wang's son as a witness, his case was practically a done deal. If things went smoothly with his father-in-law too, he'd be able to teach his own father a lesson. Oh, and there's one more thing I need to ask of you. What is it? Go ahead and say it. Jiang Xingyun was in high spirits and didn't even ask what it was. He agreed immediately. Could you please stop Uncle Jiang from drinking with my dad? That last time, after he got home drunk, he was furious, smashing things and cursing all over the place. What did he curse about? I didn't dare listen closely. Just heard something about grades and bragging. Uncle Wang's son shot Jiang Xingyun a speechless look. I'm telling you my dad can't hold his liquor, and you're asking me what he was ranting about? Does it even matter what he said? Not one bit, okay? Enough with the nonsense, brother Jiang. I'm counting on you now. My dad can't hold his liquor. Next time, ask Uncle Jiang to go easy on him. Sure thing, no problem. Jiang Xingyun nodded, as if he understood something. After this incident, forget about your dad and my dad drinking together. I doubt they'll even be friends anymore. This was a grudge worth millions. Truly, you can never judge a book by its cover. Meanwhile, Xiaoruhai was having a lively chat with old Wang. Since he had a mission to accomplish, he kept his drinking in check. Old Wang, however, seemed to have found a kindred spirit. He downed glass after glass without pause, drinking heavily the whole time. Brother Xia, let me tell you, this deal I'm working on is worth millions. If it goes through, you won't have to put up with Jiang Xingyun's nonsense anymore. Oh? What kind of deal? Upon hearing this, Xiao Rohai quietly pressed the record button on his voice recorder. It was worth staying up all night drinking with you just to hear you say that. Without betraying a hint of emotion, he pressed the button while maintaining his slightly tipsy demeanor, probing cautiously for details about the deal. Nothing major, just a foreign clothing order. I plan to give it to the Jiang family for subcontracting, then tweak the contract a bit. He chuckled twice, his laughter as sleazy as could be. And then? Haha, then, naturally, the money ends up in my hands, while they're stuck with a massive debt on this $1 million order. Old Wang patted Xiao Rohai's shoulder as he spoke. Then, with you, Brother Xia, tampering with the profits from Jiang Xingyun's album, the entire Jiang family will be plunged into an abyss from which there is no return. Ha! What good is having a talented son? What use is his own ability? If I could build you up, I can tear you down. I'll make sure the Jiang family never recovers. Ha 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 ha. Old Wang now resembled a gambler who'd lost everything, driven solely by the desire to drag the Jiang family down from their glorious heights. The Jiang residence, a sweltering summer day. Cold sweat drenched Jiang father's back despite the 30-degree heat. A chill crept down his spine. Holding the two voice recorders delivered by his in-laws and son, along with the photos journalists had accidentally snapped of Old Wang meeting with lawyers and foreigners. Father Jiang collapsed onto the sofa as if drained of all strength, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. Why? I treated him like my best brother. Not only his father, but even his mother found it hard to believe that a longtime companion could betray them. Is it because I'm doing better than him? Could all that really make him throw away our friendship? The more Jiang's father thought about it, the more unbearable it became. Signing this contract wasn't just a minor setback, it was a debt that could bankrupt them. What's more, he wanted Angel Music to start with his son's album, completely sealing off his own escape route. What kind of deep-seated grudge could drive someone to such extremes? Watching his father's gradual decline weighed heavily on Jiang Xingyun's heart. Yet he understood that if he didn't make his father see his friend's wolfish ambitions now, he would inevitably fall victim to this man later. Dad, don't blame me. I had no choice. Jiang's father slowly lifted his head, offering a self-deprecating smile. How could I blame you? If not for you, our family would likely have gone bankrupt already. He stood up and patted his son's shoulder. I admit I was short-sighted this time. If not for that, I wouldn't have given him an opening. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Xingyun, you've grown up. Watching his father's lonely retreating figure, Jiang Xingyun sighed silently. These things always needed someone to do them, and that someone could only be himself. Jiang Xingyun felt fortunate to have uncovered the evidence in such a short time, preventing a tragedy. Regardless, the matter had been resolved perfectly. Still, it pained him to think his father had lost such a loyal and righteous friend. No one would call him out for drinks anymore. His life was bound to feel lonely now. At this thought, Jiang Xingyun couldn't help but smile faintly before turning and stepping out his front door. The direction he headed? Straight toward Angel Music. His father might have lost a friend, but he still had his girlfriend, didn't he? It just goes to show that people's joys and sorrows don't necessarily align. While they're sad, I'm actually quite happy.